pseudo. Always the same shit. Pseudo killers. Slide on a pseudo any day of the week. Got them running scared, demonstrating their weak. Turning up the pressure, now they feeling the heat. I'm stopping all these niggas, man, call it defeat. I got my Nike on, I run these YouTube streets. We're racking up the bodies, man, one at a time. I leave a bloody mess at the scene of the crime. Hunting through the blood, I'm always on my grind. Call me single love, got one thing on my mind. Die, pseudo, die, pseudo, die, pseudo, die. Nowhere to run, you got nowhere to hide. Die, pseudo, die, pseudo, die, pseudo, die. Ain't leaving no shells, don't need no alibi. Die, pseudo, die, pseudo, die, pseudo, die. I can see the fear hanging in your eye. Science is undefeated and we standing tall. Crushing all the scammers, building narrative wall. All that flim flamming, what's wrong with y'all? Swing my battle axe and we watch them fall. I leave them buckled, battered and bruised. Crushing fragile egos, they call it abuse. I'm putting belt to ass, it's like you're born to lose. You're about to pop a vessel, about to blow a fuse. Your niggas always thinking, but I'm never confused. I'm hunting through the blood, I'm always on my grind. Call me single love, got one thing on my mind. Die, so die, so die, so die. Nowhere to run, you got nowhere to hide. Die, so die, so die, so die. Ain't leaving no shells, don't need no alibi. Die, so die, so die, so die. I can see the fear hiding in your eye. I see all the hating, it's fine by me. You pseudo-laying scammers are my enemies. All the misinformation is a tragedy. Now I'm in them garden pulling up the weeds. Y'all be the sickness like a fucking disease. I'm a pseudo-killer nigga, got the remedy. So I do this for fun, completely for free. But watching pseudo die is joy for me. So I'm always pseudo hunting, I'm always on the grind. Call me single love, got one thing on my mind. Die, pseudo die, pseudo die, pseudo die. Nowhere to run, you got nowhere to hide. Die, pseudo die, pseudo die, pseudo die. Ain't leaving no shelter, don't need no alibi. Die, pseudo die, pseudo die, pseudo die. I can see the fear hiding in your eyes. Y'all just ain't ready to deal with a pseudo killer nigga. You gotta come with all your flim flam, bullshit, narratives, get crushed every time. Stomping on you niggas every time.
Whoa, so look, bro. I wake up this morning. Rest in peace, my nigga Courtney, because Cedric sent him to the upper room. Sent that boy to the void. You heard me? Last night, Cedric got his win. That's why I'm playing this song on the channel, showing him his respect, get respect due for putting pseudos in a box. Hopefully, Courtney will come out of that religious trance. Hopefully, we can get Courtney on the right side of history, on the right side of understanding and knowledge. Hopefully, we can do that. But you lost that one, man. You lived to see another day, but you lost this one. You understand? So shout out to them. But anyway, shout out to Cedric, the pseudo killer. But anyway, today I look at my YouTube feed, and I guess who I see on my YouTube feed? The Supreme Pseud, the ultimate Hebrew Pseud, the dude I beat up on a couple of years ago on Clubhouse. He got mad, punched on him real good, pieced him up real good. You know what I'm saying? No other than Ronald Dalton, the motherfucker that almost got your man Pots and Pans, Kyrie Irving, the fuck up out of here because of his racist rhetoric against Jewish people. And, you know, his anti-Zionist takes and all this crazy stuff he put out with the Hebrews to Negroes documentary. Terrible documentary, by the way. A bunch of pseudo flim-flam. But it's no different than what the scriptures are doing, because the scriptures are doing the same thing, pseudo flim-flam, creating their own ethnogenesis. And that's what Black Hebrew Israelites have used the scriptures for, to create their own ethnogenesis. Now he's saying, oh, these people are Israelites. These people that we call Negroes are actually Hebrews, blah, blah, blah. Same thing, a bunch of narrative weaving, making up stuff. Now that has become a cultural memory. Now people are thinking that, oh, We were in Judah. We were enslaved and then took into the Americas, right? That's a cultural memory now. Fabrication. So I see his name get popped up again on Saneter's channel, and I'm like, oh, here we go. And I'm watching it. I fall asleep to it this morning. I wake up. I see Sekou. Sekou, I don't know why you talking. You a Pseud too. I've heard you trying to make connections with ancient Egypt. You're doing the same thing these guys are doing. You're trying to take ancient Near Eastern people and then trying to supplant them and put them somewhere in West Africa. This is the same thing they're doing with Israelites. And when we're talking about genetically, these people share the same common source of ancestry when we're talking about ancient Egyptians, because a lot of their DNA does go back and tie back to the Levant. And then when we're talking about Israelites, they're Caucasus hunter-gatherers, which we know does not exist in the rainforest hunter-gatherers. He brought up so he brought up a bunch of foraging African groups, and he's trying to claim that they're the Canaanites. Right, we've already covered this on the channel because we read his book. He literally thinks pygmies are Canaanites. He thinks Negritos are Canaanites, which doesn't make any sense, not a lick of sense, because Negritos are completely different from a rainforest hunter-gatherer, right? From a pygmy Twa, or from a African hunter-gatherer, a South African hunter-gatherer, a Hadza or something of that nature. Completely different. They share more ancestry with mainland Chinese than they would ever do with a Central African. But this dude is back on his bullshit like Michael Jordan in 9-6. So we're going to go over his video. We're going to go over it. We're going to watch it. I'm going to speed it up. Of course, fair use. Copyright 107 sections tells us that we can review and comment material that's published and put out there. So that's what we're going to do today. We're going to be watching Saneter's channel, House of Consciousness. And my man Pots and Pans is on here suiting it up, bro. Super Pseud, bro. Making all of these same spurious claims. You got LDR Rock getting on there, getting excited. I see my bro Yashar get on there. They're all getting excited. I'm like, Yashar, what you just said breaks everything he says, because he believes that Israel is magically in Africa. It's not even in the Levant no more, according to these guys. They have made it where Israel is now in sub-Saharan Africa, which makes no goddamn sense, because when we're talking about language, when we're talking about the Canaanite strip, all of these things are found in the Levant. They're not found in Zimbabwe some damn where, Tanzania some goddamn where. You guys are goofy as fuck, but y'all sit up here with the utmost confidence and say this shit. That's the Dunning-Kruger effect. You will say this shit and act as if, the Most High is dealing with me. Well, this is why people discredit everything you say in your belief, because you say dumb shit like this, that your Jerusalem is somehow in sub-Saharan Africa, that the pygmies are somehow the Canaanites. This is goofy. This is what I was getting on them Hispanic Israelites for. They're trying to call black people Canaanites, and African Americans. Majority of their ancestry derives from Western Central Africa, Western Europe, and a little bit of Native American. None of that has to do with any Levantine population. They don't have Caucasus hunter-gatherer ancestry. Canaanites have a major component of their ancestry deriving from Caucasus hunter-gatherers that come from the Transcaucasus region. You do not see that in ancient sub-Saharan African peoples. King Kamu says the worst part is the Torah was written in the Hellenistic age, and Moses probably never made. Exactly. Never existed. Yeah. So, but he's doing the same thing. He's creating his own cultural memory, saying, "Oh, black people actually come from here," and he's saying he's moving geography now. He's moving geographical locations. He's moving Canaan into West Africa. He's moving Jerusalem, all these places that we read about, Megiddo and all these things, into sub-Saharan Africa. Right? This is what he's doing. And the reason why he's doing this is because he kept hitting brick walls. What do I mean by that? As he's writing these books, as he's postulating these things, he's figuring out that, hey, there's no way in hell I can connect majority of these people that I'm calling Israelites in sub-Saharan Africa and the Americas to that place in the Levant. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do the pseudo shuffle. I'm going to say that it's not even in the Levant. It's not in the Middle East. The white man tricked y'all. You know how they do. That's their favorite line. The white man this, the white man that. They deceived y'all, but that's actually what you're doing. You're deceiving millions of people with your damn stupid ass Hebrews to Negroes book and ideology that comes along with it. Because you're sitting up here transplanting a entire city, which makes no damn sense. We got archaeology backing up everything as far as the locations of these places, right? The names and the language being developed in these places. We don't have none of that for sub-Saharan Africa. Why is sub-Saharan Africa largely illiterate until the advent of Islam? Western sub-Saharan Africa. Why? You don't get no Canaanite strip from no damn pygmies. They're foragers, and foragers do not create writing systems. This is the most idiotic thing I've ever heard. But here again, we got Ronald Dalton doing this bullshit. And Yashar, if you're watching, you sit up there and ask him about language migrating from the Levant into Africa, not the other way around. And he sit there and danced around that shit. It's just goofy. So we're going to get into video. We're going to break down. It's a long video. I'm speeding up 1.5 speed. And we're going to break down a lot of the comments that he said. The Negrito shit was foolish. Negritos are East Asian related. He tried to tie them to the Madagascarians or the Malagasy. The Malagasy have Asian ancestry because of the interaction with South Asian populations. That's the part he leaves out. He think that proves that they're pygmies. That don't prove that they're pygmies. It's just later on in history, slavery happened, interactions between two different localities happened, and now you have South Asian ancestry in Madagascar, and you also have South Asian ancestry in parts of the Horn of Africa, right? Through Persian merchants and ships coming in, and these men usually traveling with a group of men, they have sex with the local women. That's why you see that. But when you're not honest, you're disingenuous. And you have to be disingenuous to be an Israelite. To be a Black Hebrew Israelite, there is no honesty in scholarship. Because in order for you to make any of these things work in your worldview, you got to mix up history. You got to distort archaeology. You got to distort all of the fields. He's distorting science left and right. This is why I beat your ass on Clubhouse, right? And I'm going to show you guys that. Hold on, let me pull that up real quick. Nigga was crying, man. Just like Jose Vega when he got his ass beat. Nigga got cried at the end. Was calling Ivry and everything. Like, oh, man, what you think? Why would you let that happen? Let what happen? Nigga, the people chose. And they chose with the more succinct argument, more sane argument. You know what I'm saying? So if y'all go to YouTube and you type in Ron Dalton gets washed by the scholastic bully. I'm not going to play this today. I just want y'all to see it. You're going to see he clearly got that ass whooped. You know what I'm saying? I should have played that one today. I should have played that joint today. That song right there. Let me add this to the stage. Now, check it out. Here's the video here. Ron Dalton gets washed by the scholastic bully. Got destroyed, and if you go all the way to the end, you'll see the adjudication. It didn't go in his favor. He got upset behind it. Just, 5 hours or 4 hours of just pure ass whooping, and that's what he got from me. Okay, y'all want to debate on the spot? You don't want to go on YouTube? I could do that too. You get your ass beat, and that's what happened, man. With all them bullshit ass claims in your book. And that's another thing about me. I'm going to read the material that you provide. So you got the books. I bought the books. I read them. And it's nothing but flim flam and pseudo bullshit. This man literally believes in stargates underneath the Sphinx. He believes in stargates under the Sphinx. And we're supposed to take this dude seriously. Crazy work. But Sakul, as you can see on the screen, he's another Pseud as well. Trying to make a connection between Egyptians and West Africans. That's pseudo as well. And you're doing the same damn thing these Israelites are doing, trying to transplant these people that are largely unrelated to you, right, into synagogue some damn way. Sit your goofy ass down, man. You get your ass beat too. I hope the opportunity comes where I can beat your ass. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna talk to the Paradigm Shift TV, DMG, and the Craigs. I'm gonna talk to them, see if they can reach out to your ass, see if you can come over. So I can beat that ass. You need that ass whooped too. Anyway, we're gonna get into the video. This is
Welcome to Sierra Vista.
Man, nonsensical garbage. So prepare to be, overwhelmed with a bunch of claims, a bunch of spurious claims about Israelite identity, the translocation of a entire region into West Africa.
Radiocarbon dating, carbon-14 dating can tell you how old a biological specimen is. That's dead. This is a known fact. And if it proves to us that these people, these skeletons in these caves in Africa, they are older than so-called Abraham himself, then it means that who are these black people that live in sub-Saharan Africa and they were burying their dead in caves, like the Canaanites did back in the day. So these are all things that exist in our reality. This is not fantasy. This is not, I'm going to read a book by Josephus Flavius. I'm going to read a book by whoever and from the 1800s and say, I'm going to go off of this, what this man wrote.
Shut up. Y'all heard what he said, the man, and we starting like almost in the beginning. I don't even want to watch it all the way from the beginning because they kind of chop it up a little bit. But he said, "Oh, these people in Africa was burying themselves in caves like the Canaanites." Shut up. You know how many people bury people in caves? Do you know how many people bury people in caves? Oh, this population, that's a false equivalency. Just because a group of people bury someone's in cave, their dead ones in caves, does not make them the same. This is idiocy. It's just like saying everybody that eat watermelon is black, right? It's stupid. It's just dumb. But the spurious claims don't stop there.
200 years ago, 300 years ago. But when we get down to the concrete science of things, we can tell certain things that you cannot run from. You cannot debunk truth. You cannot debunk DNA science. If somebody says you were at the scene of the crime and we found some blood on the bed or on the gun or the knife, and they say, well, test the DNA. If you were not there at the scene of the crime, period, they should not be able to test the DNA and find you and say, hey, it lines up with you. So this is the proof that we have to look at the fact that we always say we cannot trust the science, but we all know that if somebody is accusing us of being the father of a child, then a simple DNA test can prove who is the father, who's not the father. We all know that if people that are wrongly convicted of a crime, if they get a DNA test that can prove them to be innocent, then eventually they'll be let free, and then they can sue the police department and the state for wrongful conviction. This has happened in history. So these kind of things we cannot ignore. We cannot ignore that there are black geneticists, there are Indian geneticists, there are Russian geneticists, Chinese, Arab, Jewish, European geneticists, and they go to school to learn the field of genetics. Just like a surgeon goes to school to learn how to do surgery. So it doesn't mean that the white surgeon, because he so-called created surgery, that he knows it better than the black surgeon. It's the same field of medicine that they studied under and learned how to do. So therefore, if they have their own clinic in their own lab, in their own diagnostic testing, like CT scan, ultrasound, x-ray, that means that they too can read the same diagnostic studies and give you a diagnosis and an impression.
He's more of a scientist and a free thinker. So
yeah,
he grew up in Islam, but he no longer subscribes to none of that.
Okay. So let me know if you see it. Can you see it and hear me?
Yes.
You can? Okay, good.
No, yeah, I can see it and I can hear you. You got the flyer up.
I had to skip the flim flam, man.
This, and then I'm gonna go to another slide. Is it moving to the next slide?
Yes, it is.
It did? Okay. So here's the thing, guys. Back in 2023, and I had the proof, shortly after the Kyrie incident, the movie Hebrews to Negroes, of course, had more than 316 comments, reviews. It had over 5,000 reviews back a year or two ago. And I just happened to go just browse, and I looked and I said, wait a minute. Amazon deleted thousands of the comments and reviews on the movie.
Yeah, because they probably were anti-Semitic and went against their goddamn policy, which will leave them in a weird space to get sued. Shut the hell up. All he did was put this on the screen to advertise his goddamn merch. And instead of being honest, he had to say, oh, well, actually, they did this. I'm being targeted. Shut up.
Hebrews to Negroes. They brought it down from 5,300 to 316. This is how you know how crafty the enemy is in the Gentiles, that they don't want people to say, oh, this movie has 5,000 plus reviews. It must be a good movie. It's 4.5 stars.
Crafty. Why won't they just block it? I mean, crafty. Why don't they just tell you, hey, we don't want to accept this shit? Or won't they just shadow ban it and make it where you can't even find it?
No, they deleted the comments and reviews down to 316. And I have to put my phone posting on Instagram so people can see. Anyway, so we have to use critical thinking in the Israelite community, but a lot of us don't do that. And we just listen to our leaders. The leaders say, well, I just teach. I don't debate. I just teach. And you guys come into my class and you sit and just listen and shut up and don't ask any questions. You don't use your own critical thinking. You use our thinking. Use our brain, not your brain. And this is sadly the case for a lot of the Israelites today. I would say the majority of the Israelites today that are listening to the YouTube channels, we got to start questioning our leaders. And what they're teaching. Now, the reason why I'm pushing so strongly on what I teach in the last 2 or 3 years is that before I even came to South Africa, after I just got back home from Ghana, which is where my African ancestry DNA said on my dad's side said Akan tribe of Ghana and mother's side Mende of Sierra Leone. So before even moving to South Africa, I was trying to figure out where to go, either Ghana, South Africa. I had a dream. In this dream, I was fighting with this dark entity with red eyes, looked like the Grim Reaper, like a ghost. And we were fighting down this long endless hallway over this relic. And this relic, I could tell it was a piece of something that had broken off. And I would get the relic, and then the dark entity would somehow manage to knock it out of my hand, and it would roll down the hallway, and then he would get it. And I would chase after him until I would get it. And I noticed that along this long dark hallway that I passed 2 African ladies sitting behind a wooden counter. And when I got the relic, the top part of the relic, I immediately thought to myself, let me get to these 2 Black African ladies. And I ran to where they were at, and they said, go into the back room. So I ran behind them into a back room. In the back room, there was a stand, and the stand had the other piece of the relic. And I placed the piece of the relic that I had on top of the relic that was the other piece. And when I did that, the room went black. And the TV that was in there, it came on by itself, and it had the little static, and I saw that screen. But then after that screen left, then there was an image of Central Africa, and the area highlighted with flashing dots was the Eastern DRC and Western Uganda. I'm gonna explain this later. In the dream, when the TV showed Central Africa and it highlighted the Eastern DRC and Western Uganda, 3 voices that sounded like thunder, like a thundering voice, spoke 3 words. In the Hebrew, Koliyah means the voice of Yah, because the Hebrew word kol is used for voice and for thunder. So Koliyah is a combination of.
This is all bullshit. He opens up his presentation with, I had a dream. And this is what this dream revealed. I went to a back room some damn where, and these 2 African ladies gave me this relic, or I had the relic. They told me to go to the back room. The TV was staticky, and then the TV gets clear, and the image shows a map of the Eastern DRC. He dreamed all this, y'all. And then within his dream, it said Koliyah in his dream. Thunder, voice, thunder, Yah, something like that. And now he's going to use this to make a damn linguistic comparison. That's how I know this dream's a bullshit, because in your book, you already did these goddamn linguistic comparisons. These Pseud linguistic comparisons that don't really exist. Listen what anybody about to say about Congo and the meaning of it and all that crazy shit.
Of Kol and Yah, Koliyah. The 3 words that I heard was Mbanza Congo, Kambusa, Kamba. Now, Mbanza Congo was the ancient political, spiritual capital of the Kingdom of the Congo. Mbanza can mean land, domain, territory, or large city. Congo has different meanings in the Kikongo language. It can mean just the God of Israel or the God of the Congo people, similar to how we say.
How in the hell do you get the word God of Israel from Congo? But he got it. He says it and he got it on the screen. Congo means the God of Israel. What in the? This is that pseudo flim-flam shit I'll be talking about. Now, watch this. I'm going to read the comments and listen to some of these things people say. Let's just look at the comments. Look at it. This was good. Idiocy begats idiocy. I always say this. Idiocy begats idiocy. He's ahead of everyone on this. Boy, a hope for humanity is not there, especially this little community here. We got it out the Mississippi mud. He said critical thinking in any religion shouldn't be used in the same sentence. Religious people don't think critically when it comes to their religion. True. Thumbs up on that one. He said apostle will smash dude. Apostle sued too. So that says a lot. The Holy Spirit said he loves all people who serves and runners, right? The camps don't want to listen. The Holy Spirit, who gives a damn about that? He saw Jacob came from Isaac and Isaac from Abraham, who was the Babylonian, not an African. Well, someone's thinking right here, man. At least you put them in the right goddamn geographical setting. He doesn't know archaeology for anthropology. Seko wants the white people's paper or sources to prove points. Then when you show the white European source papers, he will then say, show me the ancient African paper source written or spoken. Seko versus Ronald, this will be the one. It's a suit fest. Seko was a baby in the black community. Look, they talking shit about him. This nigga, Shalom, shut the hell up, man. So you got people eating this shit up in the comments. You got like one or two people bucking up against it. This is the reality that we live in, especially when we're dealing with this small niche community known as Black Hebrew Israelites. Anyway, Congo, according to him, means God of Israel. I wonder if Greenberg would agree with this dumbass shit.
Yahweh or Yahweh or Yahuwah, because God is the title. The word God is a title. In the Kikongo language, the word for G-O-D is Nzambi. But God has a name. He has attributes. And in the Kikongo language, it is Yakongo, Yakongo, or Congo. Congo also means the creator, the place of lions and leopards, the circle and the navel of the earth. Ngo means lion in Lingala, which is another dialect in the Congo, and it means leopard in the Kikongo dialect. So these two words mean basically the city of God, the city of the creator in the center of the earth, where Jerusalem is. That's what the Bible says in the book of Jubilees. And the second word was kambasa. Kambasa means to talk about, speak about, inform. The third word is kamba. Kamba means to lead, to direct, to conduct, to guide, to drive. It could also mean to talk. For instance, in Lingala, it means a leader. Mokambi means a guide or a leader. Kamba and Zambi means to talk about God. These words have dual meanings depending on how you use them. It's like in the Hebrew lexicon, you can have one word with the same consonants that means one thing, and then you look at another Hebrew Strong's number, and it's the same consonants, but it means something different. Kamba in the language of Lingala, which is the Bobangi tribe, mixture language with the Kikongo tribe, means to lead or for a leader. Kamba Ngai means to lead me in Lingala. The interesting thing is Kamba in the Baaka Pygmies language of the Congo is the word for elephant. Why is it the word for elephant? Why did they select Kamba for the word for elephant? Because they say that the elephant is strong and has wisdom, which is the attributes of a leader to them. So it has a meaning, a dual meaning, as does the word Kamba in Lingala, when it means also to lead or to guide. So when you look at all these three words, I'll put it all together and I said, to talk about, to inform about, to speak about, to lead, to direct, city of God. City of God is true Jerusalem. The Bobangi people of Northwest Congo were called the Bangala, plural of Ngala. Ngala is singular, plural is Ba Ngala. They are a Congolese ethnic group from their main language, classical Bangala language, where we get the language Lingala or modern Lingala. Both Bobangi or Lingala and Kikongo are the most ancient Bantu languages, aside from Swahili. They both demonstrate the closest similarity to the modern Hebrew lexicon in terms of morphology, syntax, and lexicon, meaning that in the Kikongo language and the Lingala language, you will find words that mean exactly the same thing and are spelled exactly the same with slight differences when compared to the modern Hebrew lexicon. And I got proof of this, not just one word or two words, but a plethora of words. And anybody that studies Kikongo and Lingala knows this to be true. Why is it in the Congo? Why do they even have these Hebrew words that are identical in the Kikongo and Lingala language in Central Africa? It's because they are the true Israelites, and the Israelites migrated and had their central focus of inhabitants in Central Africa or the African Great Lakes. The reason why it is known as the land of lions and leopards, because in Central Africa, you will see the highest percentage of leopards in the DRC, in the RC, Gabon, and Angola, the former territories of the Kingdom of the Congo. Now, both leopards and black panthers are members of the genus Panthera, and they're also members of the same family. The species name is Panthera pardus, making the Black Panther a leopard with simply a complete black coat, not a spotted coat. So a leopard that has a completely black or melanous coat is also considered a panthera, the same species as a leopard. It's just a different color variant in the Black Panther versus the leopard and the Black Panthers and black jaguars you will find where? In Central Africa.
AI stocks. Whoa.
We got to invest in AI. But like,
now, in South Africa, the leader of the Shembe Church said last year, in front of thousands of people, we are looking for a young man who will be sent by the Most High to reveal the truth to us. And you understand what I've been dealing with since I got to South Africa. You will see how the South African Jewish Board of Deputies, since the year 2023, they have been trying to ban the movie Hebrew.
That's what the religious co-leaders do. They try to, exalt their importance. Oh yeah, they had this, conference and said they need a young man to come and reveal the truth to us. So he's implying that he's that young man to come reveal the truth. Boy, I tell you, talk about having your head up your own ass. And now he's like, I'm being targeted. Yes, because you're showing anti-Semitic material, and there's people are going to complain about that. Wouldn't you complain if they had anti-African material there? Goofy. But to him, I'm being persecuted because I'm disseminating the truth. I'm waking my people up. This is that religiosity bullshit I be talking about.
To Negroes in South Africa. Now the case has been sent from the South African Film and Publications Board Committee to the South African Human Rights Commission to determine whether or not this film needs to be banned in South Africa, carrying the penalty of a fine and jail time, just for anybody to be caught watching a movie or showing a movie or sharing a movie. Yes, that's how deep it has become. So in the Congo, you see Kata Mpa, the center of the universe. Katiopa means the center of the navel or the navel of the earth. So when you look at the word Congo, it also can mean the circle, and where you join the bisections of a circle, you get 4 points or a cross, or an X marks the spot, meaning the center of the earth. And in ancient times, the word Ethiopia was referring to the land that was unknown and uncharted by the Greeks and the Romans. They just called it the land of the blacks, or the land of black people that was near the equator or equatorial line, where all the mountains and the rivers and stuff was at. Okay? It also means the land of the gathering. The gathering of who? The gathering of God's chosen people. I'm gonna start to speed it up. So where is the real Jerusalem? It's also where the true land of Canaan is at in sub-Saharan Africa. I just did a lesson on this. It's on H2N-TV. If you want to check it out, it gives you biblical and scientific proof to prove where the true land of Canaan is and the true Jerusalem, also known as the land of peace, or the land where God provides peace, rest, and security. The Pacific Islanders say that they left Central Africa on the border of Lake Tanganyika, which borders Tanzania and the Congo. This is where they say they lived at until they decided to leave on boats, and they traveled to the east to Oceania. This is what they told me on WhatsApp, because I got different people's numbers on WhatsApp from Fiji, Samoa, and various islands, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea. Yes, in the Pacific Islands, they have the maternal DNA haplogroup B4, specifically the lineage B4A1A1A, known as the Polynesian motif, is a predominant maternal haplogroup found in the populations across the Pacific Islands in Polynesia, Melanesia, and most of Micronesia. This haplogroup B4B1A is also seen in the little black people of Oceania, and is seen also in Madagascar. These little black people were called the Kunlun by the Chinese. The Chinese enslaved them and captured them and used them to be servants in their land. So who were these little black people that left Central Africa, and why did the Pacific Islanders and both these guys carry the same genetic markers? Because the people in the Philippines, they state that in their school they learned that the Negritos, or the Aita people, that
you see that here's the part I was referring to earlier. He's basically saying that the Negritos came from Central Africa, and their history comprises of them being slaves to the Chinese. Now, if anybody knows a little bit about anything dealing with haplogroups, we can clearly go to family tree DNA and we can type in mitochondrial DNA B, and I guarantee you it's not going to say it originated in Central Africa. But what he's doing is preying on people's ignorance, because he knows majority of the populace in general don't know much about DNA. So that's why intellectual integrity needs to come in play here. but he doesn't have any because he just wants to be a goddamn cult leader. That's all he wants to do is be a damn cult leader and amass a goddamn following and be this messiah figure. Oh man, hold on real quick. This is really no, not now. Skip for now. My bad. My family tree DNA account's trying to get me to do a 2-step authentication. So, all right, we're gonna go to migration patterns here. Hold on, let me share my screen. This is my family tree DNA account, and then we're gonna go to all migration maps, and then we're gonna go to mitochondrial B. This is why I advise you guys to get tools like this. You're gonna talk about DNA. Now, where does it say mitochondrial B originate? In mainland East Asia, correct? You all can see this. This is why you don't regard this idiot, because he's a snake oil salesman. He's a charlatan. He's only here to bullshit you. So look, mitochondrial B originated in mainland China. And then you see some of this descendant branches go to the Philippines. This is why you see it within the Negrito populations. It does not originate in Central Africa like this clown just tried to say on SaneterTV. VM. Let's go back.
They originate from the Congo and Central Africa, and they migrated on boats to.
And wrong.
This is what they say in their schools and in their books written in Tagalog.
What they say when I had a conversation, when I debated him, he was like, I'll call these people on the phone. No one cares who you can get on the phone and make these damn spurious claims. What does the evidence and data point towards? The Negritos are, again, closer to East Asians, other East Asians, than they will ever be a Central African rainforest hunter-gatherer, a African forager. What the hell is wrong with you? Majority of their DNA is like that of other Asians.
Tagalog, because I know Filipinos, because there's plenty of them in America, and they're also in South Africa. All right, so you're not going to get this kind of teaching from your IUICs, your ISUPKs, your GLCCs, because they're not teaching you on who the Canaanites are. If so, where's the lesson? I want to see it. Mount Rwenzori is one of the highest mountains in Africa. It is not a volcanic mountain. It is a mountain that's accumulated through uplifting from the beginning of time. From the beginning of time, rocks have just uplifted themselves to form this gigantic mountain that is seen to go above the clouds. By the locals, it's called Kita Samba, meaning the one that does not climb, the great one that does not climb, aka the Most High.
This is Jess, Peloton instructor, educator, game changer. She needs her money to work as hard as she does.
Who lives on the mountain of Rwenzori? It's various Bantu Israelite tribes and Canaanites, still to this day. Still to this day. I'm going to play the short video. If you can't hear it, Saneter, just tell me I can't hear it. That is seen to go above the clouds. By the locals, it's called Kita Samba, meaning the one that does not climb, the great one that does not climb.
Making a connection with this damn Mount Rwenzori to say that these people are, this is where pretty much Moses met the Most High and shit at. This is the lunacy of Ronald Dalton Jr. Lunacy. Oh, there's a mountain. There's high mountains everywhere. So can we say the same thing about the Himalayas? Ludicrous, man. Anyway.
AKA the Most High. Who lives on the mountain of Rwenzori? It's various Bantu Israelite tribes and Canaanites, still to this day. Still to this day. I'm going to play the short video. If you can't hear it, Saneter, just tell me I can't hear it, man.
Long before the names Uganda and Congo appeared on maps, before colonial borders cut through valleys and rivers, there lived a people bound by mountains, memory, and resilience. They are the Baira, the Bakonzo of western Uganda, and the Banande of eastern Congo, children of the Rwenzori Mountains, keepers of ancient fire, a people whose story is as misty and mysterious as the snow-capped peaks they call home. But who are the Baira, really? To answer, we must climb into the heart of the Rwenzori, the mountains of the moon, a sacred spine of rock and snow that rises between earth and sky. Here, among ridges wrapped in cloud and valleys bursting with rivers, their ancestors made their first home. The Baira are believed to have descended from early Bantu-speaking peoples, travelers who carried fire, language, and farming wherever the forest opened. They settled on these fertile slopes where the soils were rich and the rivers never dried. To them, the mountains were not just land, they were alive. Every stone, every tree, every stream carried spirit and story, society and culture. The Bayura lived by the rhythm of nature. Bananas, millet, and beans fed their families. Goats and cattle marked wealth. Blacksmiths forged iron tools with fire and song. Elders guided clans, and rituals bound the living to their ancestors. Their languages, Lukonzo and Kinande, were more than words. They were drums of memory, echoing with migration, survival, and pride. In their stories, the first ancestors were chosen by the gods to guard the Ruwenzori, standing eternal between earth and sky. Migrations and conflicts. But peace never lasts forever. As centuries passed, the Bayura faced pressures from outside tribes, harsh climates, and shifting alliances. Some clans crossed westward into today's Congo, becoming the Banande. Others.
I feel like skipping all this is all non sequitur. None. People leaving the fucking video right now. I was like, what does it have to do with any goddamn thing? I know, but this is him myth building. He's myth building right now. I want to touch on the Aita thing again, the Negritos thing again. So if you go to this paper here, you guys can see I'll put it in the back chat. Right now he's just playing a damn. I hate when people do presentations, play long ass damn videos. I hate when they do that. Right? Get to your goddamn point, make your point. But I just put the link to this article in the chat. Anybody can read it. This is the Philippine Aita possesses the highest level of Denisovian ancestry in the world. Again, people that are in Central Africa do not have Denisovian DNA. They have little bits of Neanderthal. They don't have Denisovian DNA. Why? Because that tells you where these people were in times past. When we're talking about 30, 40,000 years ago when these Denisovians still existed, the ancestors of Negritos mixed with those Denisovians, letting you know they're not Central Africans. They're not rainforest hunter-gatherers, right? But it gets worse. You know what I'm saying? Just get murked when the cliff disperse, but don't leave yet, nigga. The shit gets worse. So let's go down. And you see this chart here? This chart gives you an autosomal breakdown of these different Negrito groups as it relates to East Asian, Australasian DNA. And as you can see, we don't see any Central African rainforest hunter-gatherer. We don't see any DNA that will relate them to Central Africans. None whatsoever. But you're trying to pair them together to make some stupid-ass argument saying that they're Canaanites. You're a moron! So we're gonna focus on section D. Well, section A is dealing with all the Negrito ethnic groups, and then section D is dealing with the autosomal admixture percentages of Australasian and East Asian DNA. Right. So D is the proportion of Australasian related to versus East Asian related ancestries. A is telling you the location of these 118 Philippine ethnic groups analyzed in the study. The Negrito ethnic groups are labeled with red circular marks, as you see here. There's a bunch of them there. And we're going to go to this thing blowing up. And as you can see, all of these different Negritos, the Magansi, the Dumagat, the Batak, and all these people here are pointed out in this study. And then if we go down to section D, we can see the autosomal admixture here. What did I tell you? The East Asian is the green portion. The Australasian DNA is the red portion. We don't see African DNA here at all. This is the primary ancestry of these people. Some of them are majorly East Asian and the rest Australasian. Some of them are majority Australasian and the remaining East Asian. These people are clearly East Asian and Australasian. They have nothing to do with rainforest hunter-gatherers, pygmies, Khoisan, none of those people. Nothing to do with these people at all. This is a disparate group that has been in the East Asian region for tens of thousands of years. But you got this moron selling these damn snake oil salesman books, making these damn spurious claims, and y'all eating this shit up. Goofy. Captain Goofy, man. Let's get back to this damn myth making and storytelling.
Held firmly to the Ugandan slopes, known as the Bakonzo. Though separated by borders drawn by colonial powers, they remained one people, the Bayura, the people of fire. Colonial disruption. Then came the Europeans. The Bayura were not consulted when their sacred mountains were divided between Belgian Congo and British Uganda. To the colonizers, they were just mountain people, laborers for plantations, subjects of taxation. Their kings and chiefs were dismissed, their rituals ridiculed, their identity overlooked. They resisted, quietly but fiercely. They farmed their lands, sang their long.
All right, so basically, the Europeans divided straight down the Missouri Mountains. So that one side of the Missouri Mountains is the eastern DRC, the other side is western Uganda. They have a Queen Elizabeth National Park there. And of course, nearby, you have all the African Great Lakes. They call them the Crater Lakes, the rivers, the valleys, and Lake Victoria, and all the waterfalls. The Canaanites dwelled in sub-Saharan Africa at the foothills of the mountains and also in the forest, because sub-Saharan Africa was a grassland, forest land, savanna. These were people that were running around hunting and gathering anything they could to eat. This is stuff that the Israelites don't teach you. So getting back to the Canaanites and how when they were taken from East Africa and Madagascar to Asia, they were called the Kunlun. The Kunlun were small and black. They were imported from places like East Africa, Madagascar, Java, and other areas to the South China Sea to be servants for the Chinese. They were present in Southeast Asia and China. They were servants during the Tang and Song dynasties. The word Kunlun in Chinese mythology stems from the belief that the mountains of all mountains, or the mountain of God, was at the center of the earth from which the native land of the Kunlun, little black people, inhabited and existed for thousands of years. Remember, Canaan was to be a servant of servants to his brethren, including the children of Shem and Japheth. But did the Gentile authors and translators of the Bible, did they trick us with the curse of Ham, with the curse of Canaan? In Genesis 9:24, many people believe that the earliest text that they discovered had a different translation to what we have today in our English Bibles. And it was changed and partly known by the Arabs and the Jews that compiled the Midrash and the Gemara, which is the Talmud. So Genesis 9:24, and Ham awoke from his wine, not Noah. Ham awoke from his wine and knew what his smaller son had done. I'm going to explain why. Not younger son, smaller son. Another version, 9:24, and Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his smaller grandson had done to him. Who is his smaller grandson? It is Canaan. The current translation reads,
here is the idiocy again on display. He thinks because Genesis 9, you can transliterate it as smaller instead of younger, then that means that the Bible is saying this is the origin of the pygmy. This is the dumb shit I'm talking about. He thinks because he can make a fucking literary argument, oh, it says smaller here, then that means this is the origin point of pygmies. Shut your dumb ass up, man. This is the goofiest shit I've ever seen. But Ron Dalton continues to do this throughout the duration of this presentation. Actually, his whole fucking career on YouTube has been like this. Make these spurious claims, far-reaching ass claims, right? Oh, smaller grandson. This is obviously the pygmy twa. This is obviously the rainforest hunter-gatherer groups. Do me a favor. Go play in fucking traffic.
And Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his younger son had done to him. Qatar or Qatan in this scripture is the main adjective word used to denote something that is small or little, tiny, not in most cases younger. This is a known fact. You have to use an adjective to describe something that is small or little or tiny. In this particular verse, the Hebrew word is Qatan. Qatan. In the English language, an adjective for small is little, tiny, minuscule, mini, petite. The word son or ben can mean son, grandson, or a descendant. It's not always listed under the word son. How do we know this? Because in Genesis 31:55, Laban kissed his sons and daughters. Well, we know that Laban had Rachel and Leah, and Jacob took Rachel and Leah and had children with them. These would be Laban's grandsons because Laban was the father of Rachel and Leah. Laban was the father of Rachel and Leah, and Jacob impregnated them and had children. Laban kissed his sons and daughters in the morning. The Hebrew word used is ben, Hebrew Strong's 1121. So the word ben can be used for grandson and son.
Even with this
keeping you awake, at Mattress Firm, our sleep experts can match you with a perfect cooling mattress.
Even with this sped up, it's still going slow. I'm almost tempted to make it go 2x. I'm almost tempted. I'm gonna let it keep going. I'm gonna stop it at the points where I know all of it's utterly ridiculous, but I'll be here for 10 hours if I stopped every point that he made that is bullshit. So I'm just trying to get the major ones out the way. You know what I'm saying? That right there saying, oh, if we transliterate it as smaller instead of younger, then this means that this is where the pygmies come from. Foolish, garbage, idiocy, all wrapped in one. VM.
In the scripture, it says, but Laban answered Jacob, these daughters are my daughters, these sons are my sons. Islam teaches that Noah had 4 sons, Shem, Ham, Japheth, and a 4th son, often called Canaan. And the Arabicized word for Canaan is Yam, which is the root word for Timan and Yamen, which means south, or the cardinal direction of south. In South Africa, the Bantu Israelite word for non-Israelite Africans that they encountered when they went south of Egypt and Sudan towards the equator in the southern hemisphere is the word Barwa, from the word Borwa, which means the people of the south. Borwa means south. Barwa means the people of the south. The people who live.
All right, I'm trying not to stop this in succession, but now this is his argument. This is the methodology to prove that Canaan is actually in sub-Saharan Africa. Oh, see, the word right here means of the south, and guess what? They're in South Africa. Why can't it be South Judea? Why can't it be South Palestine? Hell, why can't it be South Turkey then, nigga? This is, oh man, look, this is why I don't respect none of you niggas, you Black Hebrew Israelites, Afrocentric, Kemet's. Y'all all do the same dumb shit, which is reach and grasp for straws, stretch things out of its context, bend and distort everything you get your hands on, but you have to do it because you're starting off with a faulty premise. So now you're building on this faulty premise and everything else is going to be faulty right along with it. This is a hasty generalization fallacy. That's what we're dealing with here. Matter of fact, let's define that. So, you know, let's rewind that so we can define that. We'll go to that hasty generalization. Oh, the word South's here. So, you know, South Africa. South Africa. Huh? South Africa. I'm just saying. A hasty generalization fallacy is a claim made on the basis of insufficient evidence. Instead of looking into examples and evidence that are much more aligned with the typical or average situation, you draw a conclusion about a large population using a small unrepresentative sample. Like, I don't know, saying, oh, it says here that this word means south, right? And then these people called these foragers, the word they use meant south too. So, oh, there it is. They're the same people. Canaan's in South Africa. Garbage. Basura. Pete Pendel. Anyway, let me get back to this video. VM, this nigga is trash.
South of the land of Put, Cush, and Kemet, or Egypt, were known as living in the land of Yam, or the land of the south, or the land of many waters. Primordial waters like rivers, big lakes, oceans, because the word Yam can also mean river or lake or ocean or sea in the Hebrew. People living in the south of Sudan and Egypt and Libya did not have livestock. They did not raise livestock. They were not shepherds. They did not have lamb and sheep and goats and cattle because they were not shepherds. The Israelites were shepherds, so they can defend and protect their livestock from animals that dwelled in sub-Saharan Africa that they would encounter when leaving with all the livestock that Moses and the Israelites left with from Egypt. So remember, when the Israelites left Egypt, they left with a lot of livestock, and they were shepherds. So taking all those livestock into a land with lions and leopards and jaguars and hyenas and bears and wolves, you have to have a shepherd to protect your livestock. The African pygmies, the Khoisan, the Hausa people, they did not have that. They were not the Israelites. They were the Canaanites. When the Bantu people got down to sub-Saharan Africa, they were able to use iron and bronze to make tools and instruments. Copper, bronze, iron. This is in the Bible. So when the Israelites went into the land of Canaan, the hills had iron, and out of the rocks you could get copper or bronze. So the Israelites were skilled metalsmiths, and they had the ability to fight. They were organized. They were taller. They were more numerous than the African pygmies. So naturally, they put them under subjection, and they dominated them and made them pay tribute, as the Bible states that the Canaanites had to do to the Israelites. In the ancient Old Kingdom of Egypt, literature in sculpture refers to the pygmies that the Egyptians found when they went into Central Africa, when they descended up the Nile into Central Africa, into the heartland of the Congo, Uganda, and the beginnings of the Nile River. They ran into a pygmy, and this is seen in letter 19 from the Egyptian pharaoh Neferkari Pepi II in the 6th dynasty of the Old Kingdom. He sent a letter to Harkuf, the governor of the southern part of Egypt, whose expedition into Central Africa discovered tiny little black forest people who sang and danced. In the expedition, they returned with one of the pygmies who said his name was Ba'aka, like the Aka tribe in Uganda and the Congo. The Egyptian god king Pepi II was so happy. He wanted them to bring this pygmy back unharmed and in good status. And Harkuf brought him back from the exotic forests of the south. The land of Yam in the Arabic language and even Hebrew means the land of the south, the land of the primordial waters, beyond and near the equator, a land of mountain, hills, forests, lakes, rivers, volcanoes, waterfalls, exotic animals that they always wanted to collect and wear around their shoulders, such as cheetah skins, leopard skins, jaguars, panthers, apes, okapi, exotic birds, plants, and vast resources and precious minerals and stones. This is why the ancient Egyptians would wear leopard skins and cheetah skins. Do you think leopards were running around in ancient Egypt when ancient Egypt was a desert? Well, at least today it is. The leopards and the jaguars and the cheetahs were more in the south.
With Revolut, you can exchange, hold, and spend in over 25 currencies with competitive foreign exchange rates. Find money freedom with Revolut.
Do you ever wonder how Nectar can offer such an incredible deal for their adjustable bundle? This bundle includes the Nectar mattress, cooling pillows, a mattress protector, sheet set, and an adjustable bed frame. You can literally save thousands by hopping on this deal. It even has custom head and foot settings, USB ports, a remote with settings like zero gravity, back massage, and anti-snoring. This is a PSA to run to Nectar's site before this deal ends so you can start getting the best sleep of your life.
So this is proof that 2,279 BC, before the Exodus, before Moses existed, before Abraham lived, that the Egyptians knew of little tiny black people living beyond their land in the south, where the beginnings of the Nile River started in Central Africa. It's proof. This is proof. And I'll show you how we know it's proof. This is the tomb of Harkuf, found at Elephantine, Aswan, Egypt. So basically, this letter from the 8-year-old Pharaoh king was to Harkuf, and Harkuf was on his way back from his fourth expedition to the south, up the Nile, and he had this letter engraved on his tomb. Okay, you can, and if you read it, you'll see where it says "Land of Yam," translated as the land of the trees, the land of spirit.
How in the hell do you go to an Egyptian source to try to make this damn spurious ass claim about, oh, the people in the south of Egypt are the Canaanites, but the damn Egyptians know who the goddamn Canaanites are? What the fuck? They know who the damn Canaanites are, and they know they're north of them. They know they're in the Levant. Right? We were just talking about the Exodus yesterday. The debate happened between Cedric and my brother Courtney, and this was brought up about the Merneptah Stele and how they would extrapolate slaves from Canaan. These people are depicted. They don't look like no damn pygmies. These people clearly come from the Levant. They don't come from South nothing. This is crazy. So if we go, because I got the ANET, I own the ANET. So let me open up my handy dandy Google Playbooks. And then we're going to go into the ANET by James B. Pritchard. And we're going to go straight to the Merneptah Stele, which is a war hymn. So we got to go to the hymns and prayers. Okay, we're going to go to hymns and prayers. And then we're going to go all the way down to, we got the hymn of Amun-Re, the hymn to the sun, amen, blah, blah, blah. Got an Amun. And we're going to go to the Merneptah Stele. I mean, I can go to other steles as well. But in the Merneptah Stele, it literally lists these people out, including Israel, in conjunction with other Canaanite groups that live in the Levant. So how the hell are you going to go to an Egyptian source? And the Egyptians were well acquainted with Canaanites, well acquainted with these people living over here. Right. And this is why people call the Merneptah Stele the Israel Stele. Right. This is why they call it that, because it mentions Israel. Right. So again, trying to flim people and trying to trick people like, look, oh, this Egyptian right here, Taharku, he brings this up. Look, here it is. I'm gonna go straight to the portion where it says the princes are prostrate, saying mercy. Now one raises his head among the 9 bowls. Desolation is for Tehanu. Hati is pacified. Where's Hati at? Where's Hati? Hati is in the goddamn Levant. This ain't got nothing to do with no damn Tanzania, Uganda, or the DRC. But see, y'all get on here and say the white man is lying. No, your ass is lying. You the motherfucking deceiver. It goes on to say, plundered is the Canaan with every evil. Carried off is Ascalon. Where's Ascalon? Where's Gezer? In the Levant. Yanoam is made as that which does not exist. Israel is laid waste, his seed is not. Huru is become a widow for Egypt. Where are the Hurrians at during this time frame? In the Levant. All lands together, they are pacified. Everyone who is restless, he has been bound by the king of Upper and Lower Egypt. And then it says, Merneptah's full name. This is goofy shit, bro. This is supreme goofy shit. This is the highest level of goofiness that you can achieve. And he probably even beyond that. VM.
Or the equatorial forest, the mountains of the moon. The word Denik or DNG in the Egyptian language means pygmy. DNG or Denik in the Egyptian hieroglyphics means a pygmy or a little black person. Not a little white person, a little black person. So this proves that the African pygmy people and their various tribes had civilizations and encampments going back before 3000 BC. They were already there. They predated Terah, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, Esau, Ishmael, and the sons of Lot. When he went into Central Africa, Harkuf saw little black people, a lot of them. Okay, it's right there. You can walk to it, you can touch it, you can hug it, you can look at it. In the letter, sealed with a royal decree, it says, I have noted the matter of this letter which thou hast sent to the king to the palace, in order that one might know that thou hast descended, meaning he came down from a higher elevation area in safety from Yam. So the king, the Pharaoh Pepi, wants to know, have you descended down from the high sea elevation highlands of Central Africa down the Nile to a lower sea elevation because it's along the coast, bringing with thee this pygmy. It says that thou hast brought a dancing dwarf of the god from the land of spirits. We know that the Bantu people are not dwarfs and pygmies. We are average height human beings, 5'7", 5'8", 5'9", 6 feet. We're not 4'5" and 4'7". So these are different black people. The Egyptians were not midgets or pygmies. The Cushites in South Sudan are not little, they're tall, they average 6 feet and above. The Libyan Puttites next door to Egypt, they were pygmies. They were not pygmies, but who were these little black people that Harkuf ran into? And he descended, the Bible says the Hebrew word is Yerad. Abraham descended Yerad from Central Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa to Egypt because he was where? In the land of the south, the land of the trees, the land of Yam. Let me keep going. And he even says, come northward. He tells Harkuf to come north. So you know that he's in the south. Egypt is in the north. Due south, you go down to the equator. You got the North Star, and you got due east where the sun rises and due west where the sun sets. You stand facing the sunrise and look at your right hand and turn that way to your right hand. That's south. So he knew exactly where Harkuf was at. He was south of Egypt, which was near the equator where Central Africa was, to find these communities of little black people. Who are they? They're not Egyptians. They're not Cushites. They're not Puttites like Libyans. These little black people were making cuts on their skin, tattoos. The Bible says the God of Israel told the Israelites, when you come into the land of Canaan, do not make any cuts on your body for the dead or tattoo yourselves. I am Yah. This is because when the Bantu Israelites left Egypt, the Most High knew that these other Hamitic nations like the Canaanites were cutting themselves and doing tattoos. You can look at many different.
So now he's trying to say and draw the connection that, oh, these Africans cut themselves. The Bible says the Canaanite people cut themselves. Therefore, they're the same. Another hasty generalization. Shared practices or similar practices do not mean the same people. Hasty generalization again. We can go to ancient Egypt and see how that they addressed Canaan or even depicted Canaan. And none of these depictions point towards a small pygmy or African people. It does not point towards that at all. Matter of fact, we can go to the wiki real quick and go to the Ramesses III prisoner tiles depicting Canaanites and Shashu leader captives. Look at how they look. That just screams pygmy, right? That just screams rainforest hunter-gatherer, right? Right? That's what that's showing us. Those are fucking rainforest hunter-gatherers, huh? Those are pygmies. This is the level of goofy and retardation this man has reached. Now we know these are Canaanites. The Egyptians were familiar with the Canaanites. They enslaved them. They did trade with. They were in that land. They had a stronghold over it. They were very familiar with Canaanites. So when this is a depiction of the Canaanites, they don't look nothing like no goddamn. Matter of fact, let me just put up some rainforest hunter-gatherers so I can show you what this clown is trying to say. Rainforest hunter-gatherers. Here's a good one here. And Booty, yeah, these are a good one here. Yeah, and Booty, right here to the right. Y'all see this? Matter of fact, let me open this up. Right here, share this tab. This is who he's trying to say, all the Canaanites. These type of fucking people, man. Now, does that look anything remotely close to the depiction on the tiles provided by Ramesses the goddamn third? Does that look remotely fucking close? These are the type of retarded ass games Ronald Dalton plays. And Sekou, you ain't no goddamn better. You do the same dumbass shit. Now, does this look like what we saw depicted on the walls of Egypt? You fucking tell me. You playing on everybody top right now, nigga. And these are people from the DRC, as you guys can see. He's saying that they're Canaanites. This is how the Egyptians depicted Canaanites. Completely and vastly different than what these people are, the Mbuti. Again, Canaanites and Shashu leader captives from Ramesses III's tile collection. What about the Ben Hassan mural? What about that mural, huh? Let's look at that one real quick. I'm going to give you a quick artist reconstruction of that. Look at this. I want to open the image. I'm going to give you this real quick. Open image, a new tab. Y'all tell me, does that look like an Mbuti? Does that look like a Central African forager to you? Does that stream pygmy to you? Does any of these images stream, oh my God, those are pygmies? Garbage. Garbage. But he wants you to believe that these are the Canaanites. This is what they look like. And then you go to ancient Egypt, and ancient Egypt is well acquainted with the Canaanites. From the 18th dynasty onward, they were in control of Canaanite lands. They knew what Canaanite people looked like. They depicted them, and they didn't describe no small black African people. So let's go back to the goddamn nonsensical, myth making of Ron Dalton. Oh, these people cut themselves. They must be shut up.
White European explorers, they go into the Congo rainforest, and you'll see that the Congo people, when you look at the pygmies and they go to the pygmy camps, you'll see that sometimes they have tattoos on their face, they got tattoos on their back, they cut their skin. Same thing that's done in Sudan as well and other tribes. Bible meets reality. So the earliest
Introducing Smart Search from Homes.com, a new way to search the way you speak. Built
hypothesis of the rabbis. They believe that the oldest source of Genesis in the Torah, dating back to 900 BC, that they use the word Yah or Yahweh or Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh for God. But then during the priestly era, which you have the Babylonian exile, enter in the Babylonian Talmud and the creation, and so-called rabbis want to start making the Mishnah and Gemara, they start to focus on a different name for God, like Hashem and other words that is not going back to the original words of Yod-Heh-Vah-Heh or Yahuwah or Yahweh or Yahweh. So the Rabbi Eliezer lived during 700, 800 AD. And in his analysis, he lets us know what his interpretation or what they wrote about Genesis chapter 9, verse 24. But many of the biblical scholars and rabbis believe that the earliest text of the curse of Canaan, it said that there was four sons, but then the blue letters is what they inserted. Ham was the father of Canaan. So they let you know Ham's the father of Canaan. So you don't say, okay, well, did Noah have four sons or did he have three sons? The blue letters is where we see is the closest to our English translations today that says there were three sons of Noah, Ham, the father of Canaan. But here's the kicker. In Rabbi Perk D. Eliezer's translation, he says, Noah found a vine. The vine had grapes on it. He planted the vineyard from this vine. He drank the wine. He got drunk. He was naked. Canaan came in, saw his father's nakedness, and tied a string to his genitals and castrated him. Then he went out to tell his brothers. Ham came in, saw his father's nakedness, and neglected the commandment to honor one's father. So Canaan went out to tell his brothers, but Ham came in. And then it says that his brothers rebuked him. It doesn't say it was Shem and Japheth. It just says his brothers rebuked him. They took a cover, walking backwards, covered their father's nakedness. Noah arose from his stupor, discovered what his tiniest grandson or son had did to him, and cursed him, saying, cursed is Canaan. Now, the Midrash of Perky D. Eliezer, 23, this guy, this rabbi that lived in AD times, like 700, 800 AD, he had no knowledge of the earliest text of Genesis dating back to 900 BC, or did he? Because remember, these Gentiles get to the scene first before anybody else, and then they hide stuff, and they change stuff, they translate it, they delete stuff. The Babylonian Talmud, which was built from the rabbinic oral history written down, aka the Mishnah, started around 200 AD. They widely accept the Babylonian Talmud, its final redaction took place around 500 AD, before Islam even became a religion, before the Quran was even in existence. Well, how did the Quran, 100 years later, have in it that Noah had four sons? So the early sages of Talmudic Judaism, they had a different kind of alternative story about Canaan and Noah and the curse of Canaan. 100 years later, after the Babylonian Talmud, the Mishnah and Gemara is done, the Quran is made.
Let me try this.
And we know the early Quran and Muhammad, these were black Arabs. We were black original Ishmaelites. They were real Ishmaelites, the ones we see in northern Sudan, in Khartoum. These black Ishmaelites, the sons of Abraham, when they put together the Quran 100 years later after the Babylonian Talmud, it says in the Quran that Noah had four sons. And an unnamed fourth son refuses to come aboard the ark. And instead, he climbs a mountain and is drowned. Wait a minute. The Bible doesn't say that one of Noah's sons dies in the flood, but it's in the Quran. Why did they do that? Later Islamic commentators in the Hadith give the name of the fourth son of Noah as Yam or Canaan. Yam is the Arabic version of Canaan. So did the Arabs and the Gentiles, meaning the Gentile rabbis, the European rabbis, that they purposely tried to erase Canaan and the curses of Canaan and just us trying to figure out, okay, who's this guy named Canaan? Could they trick us? Of course they can. Are there giraffes in the Bible? When we read the Bible, do we see the word giraffes? No. Are there giraffes in Israel or Egypt or the Middle East? No. How could the Israelites write about giraffes if they never seen a giraffe? They didn't have Google, they didn't have the internet, they didn't have television. But guess what, guys? In the Bible, it tells us that when the Israelites left Egypt and had made it through the wilderness and into the land of Canaan, God told them, these are the animals you can eat when you get into the land of Canaan. Because in chapter 12 of Deuteronomy, verse 1, it says, these are the statutes and judgments which ye shall observe to do in the land which the Lord God of your fathers giveth thee to possess it, all the days that ye live upon the earth. So in the land of Canaan, Deuteronomy 14, these are the beasts which ye shall eat. This is the current translation today. The ox, the sheep, the goat, the hart, the roebuck, the fallow deer, the wild goat, the pea-dog, and the wild ox, and the chamois. And every beast that part of the hoof, and cleaveth the cleft into 2 claws, and cheweth the cut among the beasts, that ye shall eat. Let's see what it says in the ancient Greek Septuagint, the oldest Old Testament. Well, look at here. It says, for thou art a holy people to the Lord thy God, and the Lord thy God has chosen thee to be a peculiar people to himself in all the days on the face of the earth. Ye shall not eat any abominable thing. These are the beasts which ye shall eat in the land of Canaan. The calf of the herd, the lamb of the sheep, the kid of the goat, the stag, the doe, the pure dog, the wild goat, and camelopard. What is a camelopard? Every beast that divides the hoof and makes claws of 2 divisions, and that chews the cut among beasts, these animals ye shall eat. They're clean. Let's look into this in the Greek Septuagint. We know the animals that chew the cud are oxen, cows, sheep, goats, deer, gazelles. Split hoof chews the cud. These are animals.
Another hasty generalization. Oh, they knew about giraffes because they split the hoof and chew the cud. How do you get that from that? How? There are several animals that do that. That does not automatically mean that they have to know about giraffes. And if they did, why would it matter? These are the type of arguments that he has. And this is what's replete in his damn books. But guess what? Y'all gonna buy his books? Oh, yeah, he's supporting black people. Shut up. Shut the hell up. Do me a favor and play in traffic. The hell wrong with you? They must have knew about giraffes because giraffes chew the cud and split the hooves. All these animals that got listed here was seen by Levantine peoples. Goats, deer, gazelles, sheep. Pretty sure they knew a type of these type of animals, man. Crazy.
Animals considered clean in Leviticus. The giraffe chews the cud. The giraffe has 4 stomachs, just like the cow. Now let's look at the hoof. The cow has a split cloven hoof. The giraffe has a split cloven hoof. So that means the giraffe is clean to eat. That's why it's in the oldest Old Testament Torah book of Deuteronomy. Yes, but the Gentiles, they said, you can't have people know that the word giraffe, camelopard, that's the Greek word for giraffe, was in the earliest Bible. We have to stop that. I don't want people to know that giraffes were in the land of Canaan because there are no giraffes in Israel today. Never have been, never will, unless they're in a zoo. And why did the Israelites have giraffes they were talking about? And God said, you can eat the giraffe, you can eat the cow, you can eat the goat, you can eat the lamb, you can eat the sheep, because the giraffe, like these other...
The Bible doesn't say fucking giraffes. It doesn't. It's impossible for it to even say giraffe. Because let's go to the etymology. So fucking stupid. Etymology of the word giraffe. Remember, he's making this comparison by saying, hey, it says split the hoof, chew the cud, so giraffes are clean. So it must be talking about giraffes. The damn word giraffe comes from the Arabic word zarafa, which was likely borrowed from the animal's Somali name, Gary. So again, the giraffe wouldn't be in the damn Bible anyway, because again, this is this word is pretty much coming from the Arabic, and borrowing from the Somali name. The name traveled through Italian giraffa and French giraffe before entering the English around 1600. So this is not an ancient word. This is fucking stupid. This is stupid. This is dumb. We're in the realm of idiocy.
Other animals had a split hoof.
And let me know in the chat if y'all can still understand what he's saying. I just had to speed it up, man. It's just too stupid to me. I had to speed it up 2 times speed.
Chewed the cud, and they lived in where? Sub-Saharan Africa, the land of Canaan, not Israel. And the giraffe loves to eat these acacia trees. They grow very tall. And they're all over Africa. They're all over Africa, everywhere. These acacia trees and giraffes, you cannot find them side by side in Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Sinai Peninsula, or Israel. That is a red flag. Giraffes, they can eat this acacia tree because they're tall, they got long necks, and they don't care about these thorns that protects these other animals from eating the tree. The giraffe is the only one that has mastered eating these trees. And when you go throughout East Africa and Central Africa and South Africa, you're going to see giraffes eating on acacia trees, the same trees used to make the Ark of the Covenant. Wait a minute. The Gentiles also tricked us with the word unicorn, because in the original King James Version 1611 and Isaiah 34:7, the footnote gives us
Chase the Northern Lights with a rail pass. travel by train to the Arctic Circle, explore
a cryptic symbol called a sigla. The sigla indicates where witnesses in older Bible manuscripts have a different reading. So they're letting you know with the footnote and the 2 lines, looks like 2 sticks.
So you notice his whole play on this is, oh, the Gentiles tricked us, white people tricked us, they tricked us, they tricked us, they tricked us, they tricked us, everybody tricky. No, my man, that's what you're doing. You're trying to trick your audience. You're trying to trick Saneta's audience into believing this bullshit. The Bible don't mention no goddamn giraffes. It just says split the hood, chew the cud. A lot of animals split the hood, chew the cud. You made it about giraffes because you're trying to translocate and transplant Israel from the Levant into in sub-Saharan Africa. That's what you're trying to do.
They're letting you know that, hey, older manuscripts where other people have actually translated or actually authorized it. Hey, we didn't use unicorn back in those days. Hundreds of years ago, we used the word rhinoceros. Rhinoceroses. In Isaiah 34:7, during the 8th century BC, Isaiah lived during this time, during the reigns of the kings of Judah, the house of David, King Uzziah, King Jotham, King Ahaz, King Hezekiah. Why in Isaiah would the Israelites write about the word rhinoceros?
Isaiah didn't write about rhinoceros. This is stupid. The English translators, right? Like as you're reading here, in the King James version of 1611, a note says, which says, or rhinoceros, right? So these are people that are living in the 17th century, putting this footnote down. They know what a rhinoceros is. That does not mean that the ancient writers of Isaiah knew what the fuck a rhinoceros is. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. But your proof for this is bunk because the people in England knew what fucking rhinoceroses were. I'm like, oh, okay, we just put down rhinoceros, one-horned creature. Yeah, he back with his damn pseudo tomfoolery, bro. Back on his bullshit like Michael Jordan and 9-6.
Rhinoceros, when rhinoceroses don't exist in Israel. They don't exist in Syria. They don't exist in Turkey. They don't exist in Jordan. They don't exist in Palestine. They don't exist in the Sinai Peninsula. They don't exist in Saudi Arabia. They don't exist in Jordan. So how can the Israelites write about an animal they didn't know even existed? They didn't have the internet. They didn't have TV. They didn't have radio. They didn't have a phone to use to call somebody up. No, they were around these animals. Maybe we gotta start using our heads, guys. Unicorn is not real. Rhino, karas, means nose, like a rhinoplasty. Karas, horn. The word karas in Greek means horn. Rhino means nose. Does a unicorn have a horn on his nose? No. A rhinoceros does. For goodness sakes. Rhinoceroses are in the Bible. Giraffes in the Bible is not in Israel. Where's the true land of Canaan, guys? Could they trick us with the curse of Canaan? I believe so. So let's keep going. They move faster. How much time we got? But trust me, you guys are going to have your hair blown today. All right, so let's keep going. We already addressed the giraffes and the acacia trees. We already addressed the rhinoceros in the wilderness and in the land of Canaan, which is the book of Numbers, Hamidbar. In the book of Numbers, chapter 1, verse 1, it says, and the Lord spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai in the tent of meeting after they came out of the land of Egypt. And in the book of Numbers, you'll see the word rhinoceros there. So that means the rhinoceroses were already something that the Israelites encountered when they left Egypt and Sudan. So if they went to Ethiopia, Kenya, and Tanzania, then yes, there are rhinoceroses there. Are they in Saudi Arabia? Nope. Are they in Jordan? Nope. Are they in Sinai Peninsula? Nope. So which way did they go?
No, they did not. The word rhinoceros didn't even exist during that thing. Just like you brought up, monoceros means one damn horn. They're trying to describe a beast with one horn, right? Which we probably do have an Asian one-horn creature, or maybe it's a mythical status. No one gives a fuck. This does not prove that they were in sub-Saharan Africa. We know Canaan was in the Levant. You went and appealed to the Egyptians. The Egyptians tell you where the Canaanites are. They depict them. They're not small black pygmies like you tried to say. Just a big loop of stupidity that we just watched. And I got to apologize to the people who've been watching it. I know this is hard to sit through. Imagine trying to sit through this shit twice, because my second time sifting through this dumb shit.
And again, if they could trick us on this, then maybe they could trick us on the curse of Canaan and who the Canaanites are and where's the land of Canaan. Okay, so let's keep learning. The Hebrew word that they use that we see in the English, it says, Noah awoke and saw what his younger son had done to him. But the Hebrew word for young is a plethora of words. He uses a lot of words. He's a plethora of words for young man, young boy, young offspring. But there's only one main word that is used for small, little, tiny. It is an adjective. The Hebrew word is katan. Canaan was a tiny son. He was a tiny grandson. Why was he tiny? Man, you guys are going to be blown away. Katan, katan. You see, it's the same consonants. The same consonants or letters. 3 letters. 3 letters make up katan and katan. One's a verb, one is an adjective. Both mean something that is small, insignificant, tiny, unworthy, diminished, not young. And when the Israelites went into the land of Canaan in sub-Saharan Africa, the Bantu people, they ran into little black people. These were the Canaanites and the Egyptians. Got on their boats and they sailed up the Nile. Harkuf sailed up the Nile against the flow of the Nile, because the Nile flows from Mount Missouri in Central Africa to the Mediterranean Sea. So they got on boats and they sailed up the Nile towards the equator in Central Africa.
I'm ready to get me a house. I just don't know how big yet.
My recommendation would be Veterans United. Get your VA loan with 0 down payment.
And what they bring back, they brought back a pygmy. The pygmy they put on the boat. Pepe II said, watch him when he's on the boat. Do not let him fall over into the water. Protect him. Even when he sleeps, guard him. Do not let him escape. And bring him back to me and travel northward. The Pacific Islanders used the same boats from old times that the ancient Canaanites and Egyptians used as well. And they say that we left Central Africa to find a land of our own where we can just grow our clan, our people. We're having a lot of invasions and conflicts with other tribes arriving off the coast of the Indian Ocean, coming into Tanzania, coming into the Congo. We're tired of it. We're tired. We need to leave. And according to the oral history, they left. They got on boats and they sailed east. Look at the boats. This is the boat of a Phoenician ship. The ship that they used back in those days looked like this. It may not have been as massive as this. They might have been overinflated what it looks like. But look at this boat and look at this boat. And they packed onto this boats and they sailed to the Polynesian islands. How did they get there? They had a boat. They didn't swim. And even in ancient Egyptian walls, you see the boats look the same. From the one to the left to the one on the right. And you see these guys in this boat. You see each end has this higher raised, whatever you want to call it. On the
also on the rhinoceros point, if they were depicting rhinoceros, they would know it because of contact with Egypt, because the Egyptians knew what rhinoceros were. There you go. Now what? What's the next fucking bullshit? What's the next excuse for this dumb shit? Yeah, I know it's ridiculous. Yep. Egyptians were aware of giraffes too. Yep, they were. Just like they were aware of rhinoceros, and the Canaanites were entrenched in Egyptian culture. They were with the Egyptians. The Egyptians knew them. They knew each other. So if that's the case, then they would be aware of that. It's just stupid. It's fucking dumb. It's like they'd be aware of rhinoceros as well. But it's besides the point, because we know where Canaan's at, man. You can't flim-flam your way into this bullshit.
In the boat. Here's the proof. Watch this, guys.
Welcome home, Sid. We are also from Tanganyika. Beautiful. We have pictures. That's true. Don't worry, you feel at home. Okay, you are here with us. When I say I'm from Tanganyika, people understand. Yeah. Okay, nice. How are you?
Tanganyika is a word that means Africa, but in the Bantu languages. The Fiji people say they come from Tanganyika. Lake Tanganyika borders the Congo and Tanzania. The Bantu languages in indigenous Swahili use the words Tanga, which means to roam and to wander, and the other word Nyika means the wilderness, uninhabited plain. The phrase Tanganyika refers to wander in the wilderness. In the Zimbabwean Shona language, the word Tanganyika has the meaning of our first country, our first land. Where, after the Shona people left Egypt, their first inhabitants or land outside of Egypt and Sudan was the African Great Lakes, the grasslands of Kenya, Tanzania. And they migrated eventually north from the African Great Lakes region into Zimbabwe. The Shona people in Zimbabwe, they say ngoma for drum. Likewise, it is also the word for drum in Swahili, Kikongo, Benda, Chua in Malawi, and many East African Bantu languages. They also refer to the land that they lived at after they left Egypt as Guru Swa. Guru Swa means long grass or tall grass because they lived in the wilderness, which was an area of grassy plains and expansive grasslands. Is there grasslands with long, tall grass in Saudi Arabia? No. Is there plethora of grassland with tall grass in Sinai Peninsula in Egypt? No. Is there tall grasslands in Jordan, near the Jordan River? No. So in reality, the Shona people of Zimbabwe that have the same DNA as us, even DNA, they don't say that they went to Saudi Arabia and the Sinai Peninsula and in Jordan and crossed the river Jordan to Israel. No, they say something else. We have to start to pay attention to reality. The Kikongo word for ancestor is Nkulu. In Zulu, Nkulu is the word that the Zulu say is the ancestors of ancestors or the Most High or the Creator or God. You see how even in South Africa, Nkulu, the ancestor of ancestors, the Creator, the Most High God. In the Kikongo, way up in Central Africa, Nkulu means ancestor. You trace the language, you find out where people came from. The word Tanga means to roam around, to wander. And the word Nyika on Google Translate means wilderness. The Israelites wandered and they roamed in the wilderness where? In Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, and other areas till they landed up in the final destination point, which was where Jerusalem is. A grass plain land. Yes, this is Africa. Okay, let's keep going. Keep going fast. Somalians are the direct descendants of the ancient Egyptians.
You already pay rent, so what if you could earn points that turn into your next vacation or help cover a future rent payment? It can. Pay rent with Bilt to earn flexible, valuable points. Redeem them through the Bilt travel portal, directly with airlines and hotels, or for everyday expenses. Plus, earn even more rewards at your favorite restaurants and fitness studios, and get VIP treatment with exclusive experiences just for Bilt members every single month. Join over 4 million renters already getting rewarded on rent and in their neighborhood.
DNA testing. You can look at their language, their traditions and customs, the morphology of their face, their craniometric studies, and jaw studies. You can trace it back to ancient Egypt and the land of Punt. This is a known fact. They even know this because they're here in South Africa. There's tons of Somalis in South Africa. And the ones that I get in the Uber with, the Uber drivers, they say this, yeah, how'd you know this, right? Mr. Dalton? I say, well, I studied. You're right, man. We are the descendants of ancient Egyptians. And the majority of the Egyptian hieroglyphics, the way the hieroglyphics are pronounced is already in our dialect today. So if the Kushites are the people in South Sudan, like the Dinka, the Nuer, the Shillik, the true Kushites, and the Puttites are the black Tuaregs in Libya, next door to Egypt. And the descendants of the Egyptians are your Somalians, your Bajans, Bikarians, and all different tribes. And they're all black. How can Canaan be a white man? How can Canaan be a white? These Israelites don't have no answers. The white man, according to the Israelites, is Esau. So that includes today's modern day Ashkenazi Sephardic followers of Judaism. But according to the Khazar correspondence letter written by the Khazarian king in 950 AD, now part of the Genesha collection from Cairo, Egypt, this is a real document for over 1,000 years ago. So this is over 1,000 years ago, a real document. You can go there and look at it. You can touch it, view it. What do the Khazars say? We know the Khazars, they connect the Khazars to today's followers of Judaism, European Jews, the Khazarians. What do they say? What do they say their ancestor is? Joseph, the king of the Khazars, he wrote in 960 AD. He said, you ask us also in your letter or epistle, or what people, or what family, and what tribe are you? Know that we are descendants from Japheth through his son Togarmah. Even in the Jewish literature, Togarmah is the father of all Turks, meaning all the white Arabs today that come from Turkmenistan. Their ancestor is the same ancestor as the Khazars, as them, because the seventh son of Togarmah was Khazar, the descendant of today's European.
That's because they were Christianized. So they were looking at the Christian Bible, and they were looking at the Genesis account, and they were trying to attribute their origin to a Christian belief or a Judeo-Christian belief. That does not mean they literally descend from Japheth. Literally doesn't mean that. It's just like it became part of their cultural memory. They used the fabrication to explain their ethnogenesis. That's it. These people have nothing to do with no damn Japhite or nothing. Those are mythical fathers created and engendered for a purpose. These people that lived in the Caspian Sea, the people that lived in Europe, they had nothing to do with the Levant as far as the construction of the scriptures. They knew nothing of this until relatively recent times in the historical period.
Ashkenazi Sephardic Jews. But wait a minute, the Israelite leaders say that they are Edomites. But did the Edomites or Esau have children with the Canaanites, the women of Canaan first in the Bible? That's what the Bible says. But do we read our Bible, or we just listen to what the Israelite leaders today say? You know, your IUICs, your IGPKs, your GLCCs, your other camps leaders and other Israelite organizations. Esau's the white man. Esau, but had children and wives with the daughters of Canaan. If we are the Israelites and we had children with Canaanite wives, so did Esau, and Esau is the Jews today, then we should be able to look at the maternal DNA haplogroup seen in the Jews today and say, if they're Edomites and the Edomites mixed with the Canaanites in the beginning of time because they were a people, they took the wives of Canaan, then we should see the same maternal DNA haplogroups in these Edomites that are today the Ashkenazi Jews. We should see this maternal DNA H, HB, G, I, K. We should see it in our DNA in America.
We do see these in our DNA. And guess what? What you're showing on the screen disproves everything you said thus far. Because pygmy women DNA, by and large, are not found in Canaanite peoples. That's what you're showing. Oh, Ashkenazi Jews. Well, a lot of the Ashkenazi Jews descend directly back to these early Levantine populations, including Canaanites. And we're looking at this DNA, and we don't see the damn claim that you made about these damn pygmies. This picture's funny. I used this picture recently. Pointing towards a Central African origin of any of these women. Therefore, you cook your goddamn self. Seppuku, Japanese ritual suicide.
In Jamaica, in Haiti, in Africa, but we don't see it. We don't see it. So who's telling the truth? The pygmies maternal DNA, the pygmies in the forests, in the mountains of the Congo, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Angola, Malawi. What is their maternal DNA? Please, it's L0A, L1C, L2A, L3, and L5. Can we find these maternal DNA haplogroups in African Americans today? West Africans, Central Africans? Yes, we can.
You're gonna do that thing again, aren't you?
The faster the better. Matter of fact, L2A is the largest and most common maternal DNA haplogroup in African Americans. The maternal DNA haplogroup, L2A, carried by a plethora of pygmies living right now in the Congo, Uganda forest, running around in the jungle, hunting with spears and bows and arrows and knives. They tattoo their face, as you can see here. The Bible tells us not to tattoo our face. These women are the mothers of us, our children, the Israelites, because Jacob and the Israelites, they impregnated the Canaanite women. Therefore, the Canaanite women passed down the maternal DNA haplogroup L2A to us. Who are they? They are the Canaanites. They're not Egyptians. They're not Cushites. The Cushites on the walls of Egypt were very dark, and their hairstyles were different. These are not your pharaohs of ancient Libya. Oh, let me start using critical thinking and logic. Esau
Wait a minute. Now you want to use the depictions on the wall of Egypt? All right, so let's go to the depiction on the wall of Egypt and show me the Canaanites. They don't look like no goddamn pygmies. They don't look like no goddamn Central African hunter-gatherers. They don't look like that. But you want to go there for the Cushites. Oh, let's go for the Cushites. And this also is proof that this is just a mythological story because they're weaving all these people together that don't belong. Cushites don't belong with none of those groups. They don't belong with Canaanites as far as genetic relatedness goes. At least at the onset, they don't. Now, later admixture, they start mixing with the local population there. Okay, because the Egyptians start moving southwards. But at the onset, no. Separate, disparate groups.
Took his wives of the daughter of Canaan, Adah, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, Aholibamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon the Hivite. It's there in the Bible. We don't read the Bible, though. We just want to listen to what these Israelite teachers teach us. It's Israelite fantasies. Edomite children birth from Hamitic mothers. Edomite white children birth from black African mothers. Does that make sense? All the daughters of Ham, the Cushites, Dinka, maternal DNA L. The Putites, the Fulani, maternal DNA L. They're black. The Somalians, Egypt, maternal DNA L. Canaan, Edomites, white women, maternal DNA H. Is that seen in any African American? Unless they got a white mama? No. We're going to use our hands, guys. This is why I call up these Israelite leaders by name, and they don't say, how debate you, Ron? I'll prove to you that the Canaanites are not the African pygmies and these little black hunter-gatherer foragers in sub-Saharan Africa. I can prove to you, Ron, that they are not them. Then tell us who they are, and let's debate. Put your truth and your research and information, what you say is facts. Put it to the test. But these Israelite leaders and YouTubers, they don't want to do that. They want to protect the brand, protect the followers, protect the money. Don't let people get outside information. Do not let them be exposed to outside information. That's what a cult does. A cult does not want you snooping around, listening to other people, other teachers that saying something different than what you teach, that contradicts and debunks what you have been teaching your enclosed members and followers for years. They don't want you to venture outside and, as a thinking sovereign adult, use your brain and say, hey, this is making sense. And it lines up with reality in my DNA. So maybe my leader is wrong and he's running a cult. He doesn't want us to get any outside information because he wants us to keep believing that the Canaanites are extinct. They're white. We don't know where they are. They're living in underground tunnels. They're in the Middle East somewhere, just hiding out in caves. The true Holy Land is in the Middle East, the desert. No. So we have to be specific. And we look at these people in Africa, they have lineages too. They have lineages. Canaan, Mitzrayim, aka Egypt, aka Kemet, Cush, Put. It's all there. It's all there. There's no single Jerusalem border verse, but Jerusalem has valleys. The valley of Hinnom, the valley of Rephaim, or the devil ones, the departed spirits, the nation of giants. In Zimbabwe, the Nguni people and the Pygmies and the Khoisan and the Hausa people all talk about a time where they had giants living amongst them. And the Bantu people came down with weapons, they were organized, they were taller than them, and they were good fighters, and they helped kill and drive off the giants in their land. This is what they say in their oral history. How are you going to tell them, no, you guys are wrong? And like the Bible states, the Canaanites, when Simeon and Levi had heard what Shechem had done to Jacob's daughter Dinah, their sister, that he defiled her, he slept with her, he wanted to marry their only sister Dinah. The Simeon and Levi said, you know, you guys are uncircumcised. You guys can't marry her. You can't marry her. You're uncircumcised. You have to get circumcised. And the Canaanites said, okay, if all we got to do is all be circumcised, then can we marry your daughters? You marry our daughters? And Simeon and Levi make it seem like, yeah, all you got to do is all you guys get circumcised, and we will make intermarriages with you. And the Canaanites, they said, shall not these Israelites' cattle and their substance and every beast of their not the Canaanites, of the Israelites, shall not their cattle and beasts be ours too? Meaning we could share? Only let us consent unto them, and they will dwell with us, because the land is large enough for us. And guess what happened? Simeon and Levi killed a lot of Canaanite men in that village and took the women and the children as booty, and they had children with them. The Abattoir people are the Pygmies in Africa. Even the Khoisan Bushmen in Namibia, Botswana, and South Africa go by the name Abattoir. Their language is Abattoir. Abattoir means, in the Kikongo language, little people. Barwa means people of the south, people who do not have livestock. Kanana or Kana or Kaana means little person, small child. It also means to stoop down, to bend the knee, to bring into subjection, to be rejected, to be humiliated, or to be humbled, or to be despised, like the curse of Canaan. The word Mwana, singular, is a word that means child. When you add the Kaana or Kanana or Kana, it means a small child, a small person. When the Israelites and others came into the Central African region, they said, look at these little people running around in the forest. These little people. They don't know if they're adults or not because they're so tiny. They're like 4 feet tall. The women, the kids, and the men. That's why they call the Pygmies the little people of the forest, or the children of the forest. The Bantu people have an actual meaning for the word Ka'ana or Kana, spelled with a K or C. I just happen to be doing a lesson on this, breaking it all down on November 23rd, 12 noon. This is next Sunday. You guys are gonna be like, what? What? From Kenya to Tanzania to Zambia to Congo to Uganda, even down to South Africa. You're gonna see how the Bantu dual meaning of the word Kana or Kanaan in the Hebrew means exactly what it is in the Hebrew Strong's lexicon. And it tells the story of what the Canaanite people look like when they entered sub-Saharan Africa and what they did to the Canaanites. What did the Israelites do to the Canaanites? They put them under subjection. They made them pay tribute. They made them servants. Yes, and this was a land of milk and honey. How do we know this? Because the African pygmies and the Hausa people, they are living in a land of forest, and they know exactly how to get the honey.
How's it gonna be a land of milk and honey if these motherfuckers not even pastoralist? Shut your dumb ass up, man. This is goofy. Ronald Dalton Jr., you are a goof. And again, he keeps saying Canaanites this, Canaanites that. This is how Canaanites are depicted. They're not depicted as small black people. This is how Canaanites are depicted on the walls of Egypt. See, you keep talking about Cush. Oh, Cush. How are the Canaanites depicted in Egypt? There you go. There you have it. Those are your Canaanite peoples. Ain't got shit to do with no goddamn Central African forest hunter-gatherer. None whatsoever. In fact, a lot of these Canaanites have Hurrian names, right? How the fuck they gonna have Hurrian names? And we know Hurrians come from where? The Transcaucasian region. They ain't got nothing to do with no damn Central African forest hunter-gatherer. Like, pump the brakes, man. Pump the goddamn brakes. But guess what? It's people eating this shit up because he's preying on your fucking ignorance. He's preying on it. He know you ain't gonna research this or you don't know too much about it. He know you're gullible. A lot of you guys want this to be true. So guess what's gonna happen? You're going to ignore all the red flags and just accept it as is because that's just how it goes. Because okay, well, it goes with my idea. And that's why when Yara came on here, they was accepting everything he said because they believe they're Israelites. So therefore, they don't give a damn how wrong this motherfucker is. Right? Let's go back to the Egyptian example. So this is the book Oxford History of Ancient Near East, Volume 3, from Hyksos to the late second millennium BCE, dealing with the warrior kings Thutmose III, Amenhotep II, Thutmose IV. Now I'm going to read this segment here. It said Thutmose's first major hurdle came from the king of Kadesh. This ruler rebelled against Egyptian rule, joined in his revolt by the king of Megiddo. All right, so we're dealing with Canaan here, and no doubt backed by Egypt's hereditary rivals in the Levant, the kingdom of Mitanni. All of this shit's in the Levant. Thutmose reacted with impressive swiftness, bringing a massive army across the Sinai Peninsula to take the city of Megiddo and crush the revolt. Through a series of quick decisions and gambles, including leading the bulk of his force through a narrow pass in Jezreel Valley, he surprised the Canaanite armies waiting for him in the front of the city. Now, where's the goddamn Sinai Peninsula at? This is the silly shit I'm talking about. Sinai Peninsula. Type it in. There's the Sinai Peninsula right there. Oh, I want this picture here. There it is there. So he crossed the Sinai Peninsula, meaning he had to go from Egypt through the Sinai to what we now know as Israel, right? The Levantine region. This is where the Canaanites are. This is where Jezreel was. This is where these lands were. Trying to flim-flam your way and shape and, distort history to fit this weird Central African fantasy that you got. Doesn't match with archaeology, anthropology, none of that. What about the Hyksos? Weren't the Hyksos said to be chased up the goddamn Sinai Peninsula back into goddamn Canaan, man? They're telling you where these regions are. We know where these regions are. We have archaeology backing up where these regions are. They have forts in these regions. They have forts in Canaan. So we know exactly where they're talking about. Your little flim-flam doesn't fucking work now, does it? Now, again, the depictions work against you. The descriptions of the Egyptians themselves work against you. The military campaigns work against you. The Merneptah Stele works against you. Like nothing, you got nothing going for you here. all you're doing is hoping that you can fool a bunch of fucking people, a bunch of desperate black Hebrew Israelites that want this shit to be true. Right? So here's another same book, different page here. It says here, in addition to the annals, literary sources from later periods also provide some information about Thutmose's foreign policy. For instance, a literary tale of the Ramesside period known as the Siege of Joppa tells the story of Thutmose's generals, the Jehudi, a real general of Thutmose's and not a literary creation, who allegedly ended an Egyptian siege against the Canaanite settlement of Joppa by hiding his soldiers in reed baskets, tying them to a caravan of donkeys, and tricking the city's defenders to open their gates for their supplies. The narrative, in particular, Jehudi's trick, can be seen as a precursor to both the story of the Trojan horse, as told in Homer's Iliad, and the tale of Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. Other aspects of Thutmose's foreign policy became apparent with the discovery of a small rock tomb at Wadi Gadanet El Karud, near Thebes in 1916. Beside the tomb were the burials of three Thutmose's minor wives, Menhet, Menwi, and Marti. Their names suggest a Canaanite origin, and it's likely that they were married to the Egyptian pharaoh either as physical tokens of submission by minor Canaanite princes or to seal diplomatic agreements or treaties. We know where Canaan is, man. We know about these people. It goes on to say the role of diplomatic marriages in the government of the growing Egyptian empire in the Near East, not in the DRC, not in Tanzania, not in Kenya, not in South Africa, in the Near East, continued to become increasingly important, with the practice reaching perhaps its zenith during the reign of Amenhotep III. The wealth secured from Thutmose's campaign across the Near East was invested in a supercharged royal construction program. Karnak, of course, received the lion's share of royal attention, with Thutmose ordering the construction of 2 further pylon gateways, several new shrines, barcade stations for the youth during the Opet festival and beautiful festival of the valley. In addition, he made alterations of existing parts of the temple, reconstructed a Hippo-style hall built by his grandfather Thutmose I, and also removed the beautiful quartzite chapel built by Hatshepsut, known as the Chapel Rouge. His capture of Canaanite and Hurrian craft specialists led to new industrial innovation within Egypt, including the spread of glassmaking technology. We know glassmaking don't come from no goddamn Central African foragers. They're foragers. Foragers don't invent much. And then this all falls apart when we're talking about the Canaanite strip. When we're talking about the Canaanite strip, we don't find no damn Canaanite strip in fucking sub-Saharan Africa. We don't find that. Show me the damn ABCdery in fucking Tanzania, in Chad, some goddamn where. Show me it. The Canaanite language. Show it to me. This is goofy. Anyway, Canaanite Hurrian, we know that there's a connection there. We also know this happened because we know the Caucasus hunter-gatherer DNA, we do see that enter Egypt. And that's entering Egypt via the Canaanites through the Hyksos. Let me pull it up real quick. PMC real quick. Hyksos. Come on now. Start that shit. Go down. Let me go to this portion here because now tried to hotkey it real quick. Let me go here. All right. Ancient Egyptian mummy genomes. Go down. Discussion. And let's see. And we know these people had heavy contact, so you need to show us the goddamn influx of rainforest hunter-gatherer like DNA in these people as well. We're in the discussion. Give me a minute. I need to find. Here it is. It says the ancient DNA data revealed a high level of affinity between the ancient inhabitants of Abusar el Malek and the modern population from Near East and Levant. This would this would include Canaanites. It's going to bring up Canaanites, right? This finding is pertinent in light of hypotheses advanced by Pajani and colleagues who estimated that the average proportion of non-African ancestry in Egyptians was 80%. Dated the midpoint of this admixture event to 750 years ago. Our data seems to indicate close admixture affinity at a much earlier date, which is unsurprising given the long and complex connections between Egypt and the Middle East. They don't say Central Africa. They don't say Kenya. They don't say, we're not reading anything that would suggest Tanzania, you know what I'm saying, the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. These connections date back to prehistory and occurred at a variety of scales, including overland and maritime commerce, diplomacy, immigration, invasion, and deportation. Especially from the second millennium BCE onward, there were intense historically and archaeologically documented contacts, including the large-scale immigration of Canaanite populations known as the Hyksos into Lower Egypt, whose origins lie in the Middle Bronze Age Levant. Nothing to corroborate this fanciful story that he had made the fuck up. Nothing whatsoever. And again, when we look at the Hyksos, they are said to be chased up the Sinai Peninsula back to where they came from in southern Palestine, back up there. That's the history behind that. Now, I know you motherfuckers want to make your own goddamn history up and make your own cultural memory. But we can go right back to the Oxford History of the Ancient Near East. And it clearly says here, after his conquest of Avaris, with the Hyksos on the run, almost pursued his fleeing enemies across the Sinai Peninsula out of Egypt. That's where they come from. He put them back where they came from. He didn't, the Sinai, we know where the Sinai Peninsula is. He didn't go south. They didn't say he went south through Sudan and chased them back into Central Africa. The motherfucker says he chased them across what we now know as the Sinai Peninsula back into Canaan, back into what we now know as the Levant. He didn't say he chased them into Kush, motherfucker. Supreme goofiness, man. You know how Ghostface had the album Supreme Clientele? This nigga got the album Supreme Goofy. Fuck out of here, dude.
The land of honey is in Africa, and the natives call the little black people by many names, which is the Akafula in Malawi, or the little black people that collect honey. They're the honey collectors. Oh my goodness. In Israel, are there any forests? No, Israel is like 1% forested. 99% of Israel is a desert. Like 90% of Israel is a desert. So you cannot have honey if you do not have trees. Man, this is common sense. These are all questions that in debates and topics that the Israelites run from. They're running like track stars. Why doesn't nobody want to address these things? Where is the land of Canaan? Who are the Canaanites? Mount Zion. Where is this mountain, this high mountain known as Mount Zion? Where is that?
At 2 Men and a Truck, we'll treat you and your belongings like we'd treat our own grandmas.
Here we go. Welcome.
Whether we're moving you across town or even across the country.
The war with the arachnids rages on. But today, a new way.
A mountain is something that protrudes high amongst the surrounding landscape. It has a summit. It has prominence and jut. Jut means that it rises thousands of meters above its surrounding, like Mount Elbert, Colorado, Mount Fitzroy, Argentina, Mount Eger, Switzerland. Notice how the jut of Dome Argus Antarctica is 0.2 meters. There is no mountain. You can't see a mountain because there is no mountain. There is no jut. Although the sea elevation area of Antarctica is 4,000 meters above sea level, the reason why we don't see any mountains is because there is no jut. So nothing is extending up or out of the ground to make it visibly different than the surroundings. The Bible stated that when the Israelites passed the Jordan River, that they would enter a land of mountains and valleys that drinks the rain from heaven. It's a well-watered land that has a lot of rainfall. Israel is a desert. I'm going to prove it to you. Elevation, these economic criteria is prominence for a mountain. This is Mount Zion. Where is the mountain at? It's not there. Isaiah 49 says, "O Zion, that bring good tidings, get thee up into the high mountain, O Jerusalem." So it's giving you an adjective of it's high. Look at the topography map of Israel. Most of it is green. Green is 261 meters above sea level. In order for a mountain to be classified as a true mountain, it has to be at least 600 meters above the surrounding landscape. So just to have a mountain period, you have to have 600 meters of rock that protrude up around the surrounding landscape. But the majority of Israel's sea elevation, because it sits on the coastline, is 261 meters. It's below the United Kingdom threshold for a mountain. Let's look at the Jerusalem University College. The Jerusalem University College is 757 meters above sea level. It's a college. It's a college, for goodness sakes. King David's tomb is 771 meters above sea level. Is King David's tomb sitting on the top of a mountain? No, it's not. Guess what the height of Mount Zion is? Mount Zion is 765 meters above sea level. King David's tomb is 771 meters above sea level. Was King David's tomb placed on the tip of the mountain of Mount Zion? Of course not, because this is Mount Zion. Do you see a mountain here? No, you see buildings and parking lots. Why? Because there is no Mount Zion, no mountain called Mount Zion. Look around, guys. There is no mountain. There's buildings, trees, parking lots, a cemetery. Let's look at the overall landscape. Okay, this is a tall mountain, yes. Jerusalem, sea elevation 754. Mount Zion, 765, only 11 meters higher than Jerusalem. So get this, guys. Mount Zion is only 11 meters taller than Jerusalem and Temple Mount. Bethlehem is higher than Mount Zion. But we know Bethlehem is not a mountain. Bethlehem is a place. How is Bethlehem taller in sea elevation than Mount Zion, the high mountain of Israel? We have been mightily deceived. So we look at Mount.
This is dumb as hell. Using abstract language. Oh, Mount Zion. Okay, yeah. This Hillian mountain is in Israel. Oh, no, it needs to be very, very high. 2,400 feet above sea level, not high. And they're just using abstract language to describe things here. But he's trying to be, oh, no, it needs to be high. It has to be Mount Kilimanjaro or some bullshit. Shut your dumb ass up, man. This is, oh, man. There's nothing, I don't even have to go read nothing for this. This is just stupidity.
Olives and Temple Mount. Look at Mount Zion. This is the actual location of Mount Zion, Mount Olives, Temple Mount, Jerusalem, aka the city of David. Do you see a mountain anywhere? No. Oh my goodness. The Zion's gate. Mount Zion. Where's Mount Zion at? Where is it at? I don't see a mountain. It's a problem. Mount Zion and Jerusalem is only 1 kilometer apart from each other. 1 kilometer is 0.6 miles. Listen to this, guys. 1 kilometer or 1 mile. You know that in track, you run 4 laps, that's a mile. You run 4 laps around a track, a high school track, you just ran a mile. Running a mile does not take that long. It's not that far. So looking at this landscape map of Jerusalem and Mount Zion, if Jerusalem is only 1 mile away from Mount Zion, which is 4 laps on a high school track, then looking at Jerusalem, looking at Mount Zion on this map, can anybody show me where Mount Zion is at? Where is the mountain at? There is no mountain. We have been deceived. The true land of Canaan is not in Jerusalem. It's in sub-Saharan Africa. This is the true definition of mountains. And Jerusalem is less than the sea elevation of Johannesburg. Johannesburg is 1,750 meters above sea level. Do we call it Mount Johannesburg? No. Do we call it Mount Pretoria? Mount Nairobi? No, we do not. Because they tricked us. They tricked us mightily. And a giraffe is essentially 11 meters. 2 of them. 2 giraffes are 11 meters. 2 of them. So when you look at a giraffe and its height, you see that the giraffe is tall, but it's not as tall as a mountain. So Israel is a low coastal land with very little to no mountains. It cannot be the mountainous land and valleys that the Bible speaks of in Deuteronomy chapter 11:11. It cannot be a land of fat, green pasture, like it says in the book of Ezekiel. Like this is what green pasture along the mountains of Israel looks like. When you look at reality, fat pasture is green grass along the mountains and the hills. But when you go to Israel, the Judean mountains, also known as Judean hills, of course, in the Bible, this is the land of Judah, where Jerusalem is at. This is no fat pasture. It's rocks. Rocks.
Again, he is taking advantage of his audience. He knows his audience is not, what's a nice way of saying is, well equipped to challenge him on a lot of these claims. So he's trying to pull the wool over their eyes and like, look, there's mountains in Africa. There ain't no mountains in Israel. Therefore, Israel is in Africa. Like, bro, hasty generalization again. Again, archaeologists, anthropologists, everyone agrees that Israel is in the Levant. Historically attested. Oh, it's a desert. Yes, a desert today. It wasn't always a damn desert. It wasn't always like that. Me and Ebri was on here. We proved that this is easily dismissible. Oh, they don't have Mount Kilimanjaro. Who cares? Who cares? That's the abstract language they use. Hyperbole or not, that's what they use to describe their damn homeland. You went and tried to take that and be hyper literal and say, well, we need the tallest mountains in the world in order for it to be applicable to Israel. Well, here's the issue. You have no historical documentation of anyone claiming that are contemporaneous with the Israelites, claiming that Canaan was south of Egypt. Nobody. That's some shit y'all made up because you feel fucking insecure about your identity and your fucking claims fell down and withered at the edges. So what you did was, I can't prove that I come from the fucking Levant, but I can prove I come from sub-Saharan Africa. So let's just say Israel's in sub-Saharan Africa. That's what you motherfuckers did. That's all y'all did, man. Because you got met with so many fucking brick roads, brick walls, showing you that you're not no damn Israelites, and now you're going to just flip it on his head. Sad, man.
What is that?
It's called light.
Find your fun again. Carnival is calling.
Rocks. Scarcity of vegetation. This is Jerusalem. Better ones have to keep moving their flock because after these sheep and goats eat this grass, they're done. They got to keep moving. There's no fat pasture. Central Africa, fat pasture. Israel is rocks. Fat pasture. Look at the mountains. Look at the grass. Israel, when we get Airbnb, Israel is the desert. That's what you're going to be looking at, the desert. The Bible says that mountains surround Jerusalem on all sides in a circle or a circuit. But do we see mountains surrounding? And the Hebrew word is sabib, a circle. A circuit is a circle, a circuit. So we need to see mountains surrounding Israel. When we go to Africa, we see all these large mountains and we see little mountains. But when you look at the mountains, medium, small, and large, guess what? Guess what they show on a topographical map? These are the plains of Jordan, desert, and the Bible says that the plains of Jordan was well watered like the Garden of Eden. Sodom and Gomorrah was only 2 cities that were destroyed, not the whole plains of Jordan. These are the Jericho plains. These are desert. No impala, no stags, no antelope, no roebuck, no deer, no lions, no leopards and ostriches running around in this area. No elephants, no wild ass, aka a zebra, no wild bull, aka an African buffalo or wildebeest running around in Israel because they're not there. It's not two land. So we have to understand reality. The desert plains of Jericho, well, the Jericho is supposed to be a forested area. There's no forest here. There's no forest here. There's no animals there. The land is a mountainous land and valleys. Look at the picture on the right. You see the East Rift Valley and the West Rift Valley. The East Rift Valley is along the eastern border of Lake Victoria. The West African Rift Valley is splitting right between the African Great Lakes like Lake Albert, Lake Edward, Lake George, Lake Kivu, Lake Tanganyika, the DRC, Uganda. And these mountain ranges, you'll see them forming a circle or an oval around a particular area spanning Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Tanzania, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Remember, guys, Temple Mount and Mount Zion is about 0.6 to maybe 1 mile, but technically it's less than a mile. So that means that it's only 2.4 track laps from each other. Temple Mount, by technical definition and measurement, is only 2.5 laps on a high school track distance from each other. Temple Mount, Mount Zion. And Mount Zion is described with the adjective and word for height and elevation in the Bible. They also use the word moron, which is the Hebrew word for height or high. It says here in Ezekiel 20:40, for on my holy mountain, on the high mount of Israel, declares Hashem or Yah. There in the land, the entire house of Israel, all of it must worship me. There I will accept them. There I will take note of your contributions and the choice offerings of all your sacred things. Holy mountain is referring to God's mountain, Har Kachel. Mount Zion is a high mountain. However, we don't see this mountain here in our reality. Mount Zion and Mount in Jerusalem are pictured here, but where is there a mountain? A high mountain. It's not there. We see Temple Mount, and if you want to just look at 2.5 laps on a high school track in all directions, north, south, east, and west, you still can't find a high mountain. You just see buildings, roads, parking lots. So why haven't the Israelites have been talking about this and picking this up? Because it does say in Ezekiel 20:40, on God's holy mountain, the high mountain of Israel, not just the mountain of Israel, it's the high mountain of Israel. It says this in the Bible, in our Bible, but our Israelite teachers avoid this. Because I want to know, based on the scripture, why is the Israelite teacher saying, where is this mountain at? It's a high mountain. The topographical map even tells us that this land is a land less than 600 meters below sea level. The British definition of a mountain is any rock that protrudes 600 meters above its natural surrounding. If the natural surrounding of Israel is less than 600 meters because you see all the purple, and looking at the graph, purple is all the way up to 585 meters. If the majority of Israel is less than 600 meters, where could Mount Zion be? It does not exist because it's not there. If Mount Zion does not exist as a high mountain in Israel, we need to say, well, where is Mount Zion? Look at this map, a topographical map of Central Africa. Notice the brown encircling Lake Victoria, Lake Malawi, Lake Albert, where the Albertine Nile, the Nile River dumps into Lake Albert. Lake Albert connects to Lake Edward, Lake George, Lake Kivu, Lake Tanganyika. Lake Tanganyika borders Tanzania and the DRC. Lake Kivu borders Rwanda and the DRC. Lake Edward and Lake Albert borders Uganda and the DRC. And of course, we know Lake Victoria is the largest freshwater lake on planet Earth. The mountains that surround Jerusalem, it says in the Bible, this is a classic sign of Israel. And why do we call it Jerusalem? Because it means Yirah Salem. God will provide peace, safety, rest, natural protection. The mountains are like the sheepfold. The sheepfold encloses God's flock, his people, from outsiders. The natural protection, the natural habitat of Jerusalem being surrounded by mountains and engulfed with lakes and rivers and valleys and rain from the heavens and fat pastures.
Shut the fuck up. This is dumb. Where's your archaeology proving this is Jerusalem? Where is it? None whatsoever. Where's the historical documentation and attestation that this is Jerusalem? None whatsoever. All you're saying is, oh, there's mountains here. Jerusalem. Shout out to my man Cedric, because he coined it. The first person I heard say this. You reason like a fucking toddler. Well, the Bible says mountains. Look, we got mountains in Congo. You reason like a toddler. I wish Ivry was here, because Ivry has a great paper on the greening of the Middle East and Levant and Israel in particular. But I found this paper here real quick. The Holocene, climatic changes in the Negev Desert, which is southern Israel here. Pollen and stable isotopes. So if you find in pollen, then you know there's plant activity there, right? Records from Osmont and Ramon 1 zoogenic deposits. And Babinko. And I just want this one part right here. It says, thus, matter of fact, let me just read it. 2 zoogenic deposits from the central part of the Negev Desert were investigated by stable isotopes and pollen analysis. The merger of these data and resulting in radiocarbon dating of Osmont and Raman first deposits enable us to reconstruct climate and vegetation changes in the Negev Desert over the past 8,500 years. Decrease of the C value in plant remains is a sensitive indicator of paleoclimatic conditions in the region. The decline of the C value over the past 8,500 years almost fully coincides with an increase in the total pollen concentration. The proportion of the I guess that's how you say that, pollen in the profile of zoogenic deposits in wetter periods. Thus, 4 humid periods are identified from the middle of the 4th millennium BC to the 3rd millennium BC, the first half of the 2nd millennium BC, and the second half of the 1st millennium BC. So basically, these regions would have been a lot wetter, had a lot more vegetation. But that was his point. Oh, where's all the vegetation? Where's all the plants? Where all the bustling vegetation for the livestock? It would have been a lot more vegetation 3,000 years ago. It says the second half of the 1st millennium BC and the first half of the 2nd millennium BC. So the second half of the 1st millennium BC to the first half of the 1st millennium AD in the middle of the 2nd millennium AD. So there you go. We got evidence that it would have been wetter. Dumb. Anyway.
Pastures on the land is seen and demonstrated in Central Africa, the African Great Lakes, where the British and the Belgium and the Europeans parted and divided up the land of Yah, as in the book of Joel. What forms the circular mountains around the true Jerusalem? It's the Benzori Belt, the Mozambique Belt, the Usagaran Belt, the Ubendian Belt, the Kabarian Belt. These are the mountain ranges that form a circle or a circuit of mountains around this land that is plush and abundant in fish and rivers.
Look at this stupidity. He thinks the Great Lakes region of Africa is where Jerusalem is. So Tanzania, Kenya, Ethiopia, Congo, Zambia, and all these places, the biblical writers had no fucking idea about these fucking places here. Zero, zilch, nada. Majority of the biblical writings are composed by people that were aware of Mesopotamians, Assyrians, and Babylonians, and none of them exist down here. They don't mention shit about these places. everything they write about is contemporaneous with and shows an awareness of surrounding Middle Eastern cultures and peoples. Everything. The Hittites. Bible mentioning the Hittites. The Horites, which are Horians. These are surrounding Near Eastern people. They don't got shit to do with no sub-Saharan African peoples. Especially no goddamn DRC, Kenya, Tanzania, Zambia, or Ethiopia. Be real with yourself, man. You ain't gonna be real with us, be real with yourself. BM. This is ridiculous. Like, if I look at the map right now, hold on. Let me just type in biblical Bible nations or something like that. Bible nations map. Let me do that. And then I want, here's a good one right here. Old Testament Bible nation map. Let's blow this all the way up. Now, the Bible talks about all these goddamn regions. They were familiar with these regions. They wasn't familiar with no goddamn DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, and all these Kenya and shit. They wasn't familiar with those fucking regions. They were familiar with these regions. Elam, Persia, Assyria, Media, Armenia, Asia Minor. They were familiar with these. Syria, Mesopotamia, Assyria, Chaldea. So how the hell do you have Israel all the way in the fucking Congo? How? And of course, they were familiar with Egypt. There's Canaan, there's Jerusalem, there's Damascus. Tyre and Zidon mentioned in the Bible in numerous locations. They're familiar with these regions here. Nowhere near sub-Saharan Africa. Stop the shit. All of these regions are attested. The Euphrates is attested in the scriptures. Mesopotamia attested. The Fertile Crescent attested. Nineveh is attested. So again, they're demonstrating a familiarity, with these surrounding regions within the Near East. We know about the Persians and the Medes. We know all about them, right? They're discussed in the scriptures. This is why y'all ran into a bunch of damn concrete walls, and now you're trying to translocate the whole goddamn location. And you're going to run into all these goddamn problems. You hope people just gloss over it. This is why you don't have no historical attestation of no goddamn Jerusalem and no damn Congo, man. Give me a fucking break. Anyway, back to the myth making.
Lakes, waterfall, mountains, hills, valleys, and an area with good rainfall from the heavens and water from below. This is not the same when we look at modern day Israel. The grasslands and the pasture on the mountains of Israel, the high mountains of Israel, are seen here in reality on the pictures. You can go there and actually see with your own eyes. When you do a 3D topographical map, you will see the shaded burgundy red areas that are the mountain ranges and highlands of Central Africa. But then when you see the gray peaks that are coming up, these are your highest mountain peaks.
In Albion, no matter where you go or what you do, your mount will accompany you on your journey. Perhaps you'll pick the ox, a merchant.
The Matumba Mountains, the Missouri Mountains, and they form a circle. They form a circle, for goodness sakes, in addition to the smaller mountains that are like 2,000, 3,000 meters high. In a circle. Lake Victoria is right smack dab in the middle. And guess what? Through these mountains runs valleys, and a valley has to be a river flowing through mountain ranges. Not a gorge, not a canyon, because a canyon doesn't have all these rivers and lakes flowing through rocks or mountains. A canyon is just rock. A gorge is a steep valley. A valley is an area where you have a lower land where the mountain slopes into a lowland, and you have a river, and the river banks and the lakes that connect to the rivers are within these valleys. That's what the Bible's talking about. You don't see this in modern day Israel. You don't see rivers of reeds or papyrus in Israel. Yam Suf means river of reeds. Reeds do not grow in hot, warm, salt water like the Red Sea or the Gulf of Aqaba or even the Dead Sea. These are highly saline, high, hot bodies of water. No reeds grow there. And the Bible is the oral history of the Bantu people captured by the Gentiles and the Greeks and the Romans and the Europeans, put into their own story, translated and authorized based on what they say a true story. But they have the power to change that true story, add to it, and delete from it. So that you don't know the trueness of the story other than looking at tangible facts from our reality. Because when the Bantu people say that they were at a mountain and they received the oracles of the commandments of God, and the top of the mountain was engulfed with smoke, because the Most High had descended upon the mountain and caused there to be fire on top of the mountain, and the smoke rose to the heavens and the sky like a furnace, like a volcanic mountain does, and then the whole mountain shook. Do volcanic mountains shake when they explode with fire and lava and smoke? Yes, it does. It's a classic right here. This is classic. And it says the third day when morning came, there was thunder and lightning and a thick cloud upon the mountain. Thunder. They heard thunder. There is a phenomenon called volcanic lightning, where volcanoes, when they erupt, they attract thunder and lightning. Remember, lightning is the spark that we see from the sky, and because light moves faster than the speed of sound, you see the lightning first, and then you hear the thunder later after you see the lightning. And this is all what the Bantu people saw. And guess what the Bantu people say? They say that they left Egypt and Sudan and resided at a mountain. And these mountains are typically situated near Kenya and Uganda. Some might also say Tanzania because these are volcanic mountains. I'm gonna share something before Saneter says we're running out of time, because it's something I want to just like this slam down the mantle and just do a quick case closed. Case closed. That I want to share. Saneter, you still there?
I'm right here. You don't see me above you?
No.
Yeah, I didn't think we were running out of time. Take your time, brother.
Okay, so in the Kikongo language, wa a ba means the people of. So you can say ba Congo, a Kamba, wa Kamba, wa Kanda. The Kikongo word kanda means a book. It also has a dual meaning. It can mean a tribe, a family, a clan, like Ron Dalton, the Dalton family, the Dalton tribe, the Dalton clan. The word Wakanda in the Kikongo language means the people of the book or the people of the tribes. This is a known fact. Why does Wakanda mean the people of the book or the people of the tribes, 12 tribes? Well, Stan Lieberman, the Jewish guy that created Marvel, when he made Wakanda, Wakanda was east of Lake Victoria. What is east of Lake Victoria or Lake Nyanza? It's Uganda. It's Congo.
We said Wakanda means the people of the book or the people of the tribes, the 12 tribes. You just made the 12. You inserted 12 tribes up. You insert the book. And then was like, bro, like, and then y'all gonna let them get away with it too. Niggas gonna let them, the Israelites gonna let them get away with all this fucking flim because they wanted to be so fucking true. This was his you late, Avery, you late as hell. This was his smoking gun right here. Hold on. Let's see. Copy. This was his smoking gun. He said, this is my slam dunk right here. Wakanda. Cancel. Why are you not copying the damn thing? Copy. Thank you. This was his smoking gun, Wakanda. Yeah, this is going to be the slam dunk right here, Wakanda. Shit. Crazy work, boy. Either you came in right when he finished and getting ready to wrap up his bullshit. What was I looking up? So, again, this is supposed to be Canaan. Again, this is what the Canaanites look like. They did not look like pygmies, according to him, just to recapitulate for everybody else that's here. Also, the Canaanites would have been, pretty much non-African ancestrally speaking, and they were related to Near Easterners. Right? We can see this DNA coming into the Egyptian population, which is Caucasus hunter-gatherer DNA, which reflects the large-scale immigration of the Canaanite population known as Hiscos. We covered that. So, like, everything he's saying is just bullshit. The known world in the Bible would have looked like this, would not have looked like DRC, would not have looked like Kenya, would not have looked like Tanzania, would not look like any Central African region. It looks like this. They were well aware about Mesopotamia, Syrian Medes, Elam and Persia, Armenia. They knew about these places, Damascus, Tyre, and Sidon. They knew about the island of Captor, which is in the Mediterranean fucking sea. They knew about all this shit. They don't know about no DRC. They don't know about Mount Kilimanjaro. They don't know about places south of Ethiopia. They don't know about it. It's very, very clear. And also, when we go to this book, hold on, Avery, I got you. You do know we have mountains and mountains of scholarship dealing with Canaan. Mountains and mountains of scholarship. But he'll tell you the Gentile is tricking you. No, you're trying to trick people. You're playing the damn games here. He really on that heart-shaped herb, for real, bro. For real. You're playing the games. All right? So when we go into this book dealing with Canaanite, look, the Egyptian Canaanite correspondence, we talked about that earlier, right? With the Armana letters. Like, we know where this is at. But I want to go, let me go to my damn bookmark. I meant to go annotations. Oh, my annotations. This is not being responsible. I want to go to the segment where it deals with the Hurrian names. Let me just type it in.
The Hurrian.
Right. We know Hurrians are trans-Caucasian people.
Yeah.
Right. So we
Don't
see
know.
Huh?
No, just saying these people just don't know that Caucasian influence of the ancient Near East is heavy.
Exactly.
Especially when you tie in the Hurrians. A lot of their names are straight up in the Bible.
Right.
We're probably going to get into that here in a minute. But yeah, this is a good book. I have this book. This book and a couple of other. There's actually a lot of Bible dictionaries that go into the Hurrians, and like the fact that Canaanites were very heavily Hurrian extracted. It's in a lot of Bible dictionaries. I was actually surprised to find out in Near Eastern books.
According to Ron Dalton, the DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, is the location of Canaan, and the forest hunter-gatherers are the real Canaanites.
Bro, just shoot. Just shoot. What kind of nonsense is this?
What kind of nonsense?
What kind of nonsense is this, bro?
That was his he said that's my slam dunk, the Wakanda breakdown. Wakanda means the people, the people of the 12 tribes or the people of the book.
Dang, so he's ripping from Jews. He's still ripping from Jews. That's Stan Lee. Still ripping from them. Stan Lee can't catch a break. The Jewish community can't catch a break. I think Stan Lee also created the hold on, what else did he create? Well, actually, no, yeah, Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, yeah. Wakanda and Black Panther are their creations.
Yeah, that's his source material. So these kings mentioned here in the Armana letters clearly have Hurrian like names, which lets you know that these people are coming from the Near East. They're definitely not coming from south of Egypt. They're definitely not coming from Ethiopia. They're definitely not coming from no goddamn, Pygmy Twa population. And they're definitely not coming from the Congo. I mean, it's very, very clear. But for some reason, it ain't no some reason. This motherfucker does not want to put his narrative down. He wants to continue to lie. And here's the thing. He says, oh, these other people, they took our story and lied to us because the Bible is the Bantu's oral tradition. Shut your ass up. You're lying. You're the one that's distorting. You're the one that's pretty much twisting and bending a narrative. Congolese Canaanites, bro. Can't make this shit up. They the real Canaanites.
The pygmies are the hunter-gatherer pygmies are the greatest seafaring Bronze Age, Iron Age civilization. Wait, hold on. Does he all right, that actually begs a couple of questions. So in terms of the pygmies, like, are they a Stone Age population to him, or are they a Iron Age or a Bronze Age? Like, how? Because when you make these boats and ships,
gotta be iron.
To have iron. Like, I don't know of any stone.
He said, he said he took a DNA test and he was he took African ancestry. I think he said his father was a Khan from Ghana. I forgot where he said his mother was from.
Oh, he might be E1B1A though, or haplogroup A or B.
Or B, or so it could be something else, We don't know.
He's one of the three, A, B, or E.
According to him, allegedly, he didn't show it. He just said it. He said that the way he said it let me know that it was African. On this video, he said it on this video.
Chew me in more late. I ain't the only one in Yap Gang.
He said it in the beginning, I believe, when he was making the contrast or making the comparison rather that Esau married Canaanite women, and that's proof in African Americans because African Americans have. He listed all L groups and pygmy haplogroups are specific. L1C1C. You know what I'm saying? And he mentioned a bunch of L groups, and we got all these L groups. L2A, he said L2A is a pygmy haplogroup. Shout out to Courtney. I'm gonna use this word. He love using demonstrating his ignorance in the subject. Demonstrating his ignorance in the subject.
It's funny. I need to remind everybody of this. Ron Dalton has changed his position multiple times. He did not always believe that the Canaanites were pygmies, or at least, let me take that back, that the Canaanites were in the Congo, because I guess he's moving Israel into Africa. Remember, everyone, in his book that y'all had to pay for, he said that the Canaanites were in the Levant, and that all those haplogroups that have an X beside it, when it came to that Natufian paper that came out, he thought that those lineages right there were like Canaanite and Israelite lineages. So just keep that in mind. He got y'all to buy a book in which he was told information, given information by God. This information was revealed to him, and that information turned out to be apparently wrong. And he did such deep research on these people and populations of Israel in the ancient Near East. But now that first book, I guess, is now irrelevant, and y'all had to pay money for that. Just want to keep that in mind. The first, I guess, 3 books are obsolete. Because
I wish my annotations would work, because I had all this shit highlighted, but my annotations won't pop up, so I guess it's deleted. But this is a good book on the Hurrian names, Canaanites and their lands, that we find amongst the Hurrians.
Yeah, learning about the Hurrians for me was one of the biggest, I guess you can say, turning points, and that got me to realize how heavily, I guess you can say, Eurasian or Caucasian the ancient Near East was. Like, well, if you learn about all these different groups in the ancient Near East, like not just Hurrians, like Indo-Aryans were there too, like, and other like Caucasian European populations, you start to realize just how like diverse this area was, but also how very non-African this area is as well. In terms of like autosomal compositions and languages, because
non-Central African.
Yeah, non-sub-Saharan African. And it's funny because people like to say, and you even find this among like, white liberals or whatever, they love to say, oh, there's no white people in the Bible, there's no Caucasians in the Bible. And it's like the Canaanites are literally Caucasian extraction.
Right.
And it's like, I get what you're trying to do, you're trying to,
There go my annotations. Why the fuck they didn't load? That is crazy. They want to pop up. My bad. Keep going, bro.
No, I was just saying, like, I get why, white liberals or maybe, black people might try to say that to try to make the Bible more, ethnic or whatever, which it's still an ethnic book. It's, created by Jewish people. But to just make blatant statements like there are no Indo-Europeans in the Bible, but only in the New Testament, or there's no Caucasians in the Bible, but only maybe in the New Testament, the Greeks and Italians. Because I was looking at a TikTok video of like a white person, on the left trying to say, oh, the Bible has nothing to do with white people and Europeans. And I'm like, Hittites are in the Old Testament. They're Indo-Europeans, Anatolian Europeans. Like what are we doing here? The Bible can be both ethnic and still have Europeans and Caucasians in. There's a really strong racial issue with both sides, by the way, the left and the right. They really don't understand like genetics.
Oh, here it is. I found it. So this is page 97 and 98. It says the names Canaan and Huru are again brought together in 2 references that mention Canaanite slaves from Huru, which is from the Papyrus Anastasi 3a, 5 through 6 and 464. We may conclude that in Egypt, as in other Western Asiatic kingdoms, the inhabitants of Egyptian Asiatic province were sometimes designated by reference to their land of origin, namely Canaan. So again, this is pointing towards, you know, a Hurrian connection, which we know the Hurrians. Because I guess now you're gonna say, oh, no, the Hurrians and the Hatti people, all these people came from fucking Tanzania. That's probably gonna be the next step, man. That's probably gonna be the next step. They're gonna try to flip and twist this shit. But nah, man, y'all done for, bro. Y'all done for. So this is why the Hurrian names are found amongst the Canaanites. They're pretty much directly related to each other. And we know Hurrians are not no goddamn Central African pygmies. We know that for a fact. Hold on, let me pull that up real quick. Hurrian map. Let's see, Hurrians on the map. Let me get a good one up here real quick. Did we lose Avery? I don't hear him no more.
No, I'm here. I was muted.
Hurrian.
What's up? What do you need?
No. I thought you might have dropped out. I'm not looking at the StreamYard right now.
Oh yeah, I'm still here.
So Iranian pastoral groups, the Hittites.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know Hurrian, that like the name in Canaan. The name Canaan might actually be of Hurrian extraction as well, or at least that was one of the many names. You know, Canaan was called Huru, or I think it was like Huru or something like that. Because so many of those groups were there.
I can't get a good image of this because all of these shits are small. Anyway, oh, here's a good one. This one's blurry. Everybody's trash, huh? Ah, perfect. Wiki. All right, open image, new tab. Let me see what we got here. Why is all these images so goddamn small, man? Yeah, this don't make no damn sense. Let me just share my screen so y'all see it. So again, the Hurrian Kingdom is obviously in the Transcaucasus region up here. This is that purple here. And then the Hurrians basically in this region. And then they extend down south into eventually Canaan.
Oh, you were trying to pull up a map.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could have pulled that up for you. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull this map showing where the Hurrians are as it relates to the Canaanites.
Mm-hmm.
Again, they don't have shit to do with no damn Central African. Again, where's your Central African Canaanite strip? I'm waiting for it. Where's your strip?
By the way, if you go back further in time, the Hurrians would descend from the core Araxes culture in that same general area of the Southern Caucasus and Eastern Anatolia, Western Iran. And the core Araxes population essentially is like a Chalcolithic, like late Neolithic, Chalcolithic people group population. Typically carried J1, J2, and the Hurrians also likely would have carried J1, J2 haplogroups, which, funny enough, also found among the Canaanites. So, yeah, it all lines up. Even if you look into early, I guess you can say, Proto-Canaanite culture or populations, you know, early Bronze Age, you do see in places like I believe I'm trying to go off memory. I believe it's in Jordan or in Galilee or in somewhere in the southern Levant, where you do see core Araxes cultural elements in that area of the southern Levant. Again, it's early Bronze Age. For instance, there was pottery that was found called like burnished wire pottery. And you know, it has clear connections to the Transcaucasian area. And that's the early Bronze Age. And that's around the same time you also find J markers entering into the Levant. So it's like, yeah, these are definitely not sub-Saharan African peoples. These are definitely West Eurasian Caucasian groups, which honestly explains why Ron Dalton had to move Israel to the Congo, because I think he knows like this area is heavily
Yeah,
Eurasian.
I said that. Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. He studied the DNA. He knows this area is very Eurasian. So yeah.
Yeah, I need to see that Canaanite strip, buddy. Where the fuck is it? Show me that Canaanites. They Canaanites, then we need to see the Canaanite strip. Why the fuck are these people highly illiterate before the advent of Islam? If they're the Canaanites. We know the Canaanites became a literate population. They had their own strip. So why are they so fucking illiterate?
Good
That's
point.
what I want to know.
Good point. Because yeah, like it's documented that Moses and the early Israelites, they were likely writing in Proto-Sinaitic, which eventually evolved into like Paleo-Hebrew, Proto-Canaanite, stuff like that. And we know Moses was given 10 commandments written on stone. So it's like we should be able to see in Central Africa some type of language that the Israelites were writing in, whether it's on stone tablets or whether it's on some type of papyrus or something. We should be able to see that in the Congo, some type of written words. But like you said, pygmies are known to be, I don't want to say illiterate, but they're known to not have a written language. They don't have a written script.
Mm-hmm.
And again, they're a Stone Age population. They're foragers. They're hunter-gatherers. And Canaanites, according to the biblical literature, they are a seafaring people because they founded Phoenicia. So where is Phoenicia in the Congo? What's that supposed to be? And it's well known that in West Africa, I know that's not the Congo, but still it's known like in the coastal areas of the West African, Central African area, like the reason why West Africans didn't have like a major fleet is because of the sea level, and it's kind of hard to like, I think, make really massive ships on the edge of the coast of certain parts of West Africa because of the sea. I think it's like really shallow in certain areas, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm. Well,
So
why all the Northwest Semitic languages not in the fucking Levant and surrounding areas, but they're not in fucking the Congo? They speak in a completely different language, completely subset of language. Like the Bantu languages are of the Niger-Congo family. The fucking rainforest hunter-gatherers lost their damn language. They don't even speak their original tongue because they got absorbed and adopted into traveling Bantu bands. How is that even close to what we see in the scriptures, in the history? Because the Hebrews adopt their language from the surrounding Canaanites. It's literally a daughter branch of Proto-Canaanite, which all the surrounding people spoke a version of, like the Moabite. Name some more. Who else going in the proto?
Ammonites, Moabites, Phoenicians, Hebrews, of course, Edomites, etc., etc.
Right. All their languages are interrelated with each other. None of them languages have any goddamn thing to do with no damn rainforest hunter-gatherer, whatever language they spoke before the Bantu, and they definitely don't have anything to do with Bantoid languages. You're a snake oil salesman, man. So now I'm going to go to the companion to ancient Near Eastern languages. And I want to read this section here. It says here, while the earliest poetry has the closest typological connections to text attested from the 14th to 19th centuries, there was still no attempt to write an identifiable Hebrew in a distinctive script in the 11th century to 10th centuries, where the script is general Canaanite or early standard Phoenician, and the onomastics are Phoenician or Canaanite, as shown by the epigraphic evidence from Caiaphas, Jerusalem, and Rehoboth. So again, like, where is this Canaanite language? Where is this Canaanite strip? Where's the onomastics? Where's the names that matches any of this shit in DRC? In ancient DRC, show it to me. 3,000 years ago. Show me the strips, show me the characters, the Canaanite language, show it to me. See, you got your ass on here talking about it's surrounded by mountains. It's surrounded by mountains. See, this is what the Bible says. Israel be surrounded by mountains, so this must be Canaan. And you just stop right there. Yeah, he did lie in it, and he lied in that. Don't come up here with no bullshit. You getting struck down in 2 seconds. I got you. Trust me.
What's up? What's up?
Yeah, you about to get struck down, bro. Go ahead.
Who is that?
No. I'm just pulling up. I'm just interested to see like what the topic's about, man.
The topic is, if Canaan is in the fucking Congo, show us the strip.
Oh, you're talking about Ron Dalton?
Yes.
Oh, hell no. Oh my God, that's like one of the worst. I've heard Israel's in Utah, Namibia. I've heard it in Ethiopia. I've heard it's in like freaking Thailand. But this really tastes the cake, really. But okay, so I've crossed these type of people all the time. You gotta ask them, where's Egypt at? Where's Assyria? Where's Persia? Where is the Elamites at? Where was the Greeks and Romans at? Because and where's the freaking Mediterranean Sea?
I know. This is why
it's kind of ridiculous, man. It's kind of ridiculous. Is that Avery though? Is that Avery right there?
The Green Saharan, yeah. What's up? Wait, who
Yeah,
are you
man, what's
again?
up?
I might have your voice sounds familiar, but
Yeah, no. We were talking on Facebook a little bit. My Facebook got messed up, so you commented on my channel once, so I emailed you back.
Okay, I need to check my emails. I don't normally do that a lot, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, no. I was wondering, are you just real quick, a little off topic, but are you like EL485? Because I think you made a couple posts about that.
EL485, no. EL485 is that lineage is in the sickle cell paper. I like quoting that paper a lot because it mentions EL485, and I think it also mentions another one. It mentions 2 other haplogroups, but basically, I mentioned that in my post because it's believed that marker EL485 is the originator of the sickle cell gene, and the sickle cell gene would have had its origins in the Green Sahara, like the central area of the Green Sahara, because it would have been like a wetland, which is why the sickle cell gene formed as a way of combating malaria. So
I actually have that clade.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, no, I took a living DNA test, so I should know my subclade. I think it's like E-CTS9883, but I took a couple DNA tests just like a few weeks ago. So if y'all want to like see the results when they come, like I'm open to that.
You took it on, you said living DNA?
Yeah, and I took an African ancestry test.
Have you taken family tree DNA? Have you taken that one?
It's just too expensive, but I'm gonna get a big Y700 next year though.
Yeah, save up on that one because the family tree is by far the best when it comes to haplogroups because if
Living
you take
DNA is good too. I mean, I know a couple brothers that they took it and it gives them pretty deep in the updates sometimes.
Yeah,
and it's just more affordable. Are you like EP252 or something?
I haven't given my haplogroup out yet online because I plan on doing a big video but kind of breaking it all down.
But are you at least in the E? Right?
Oh, I'm in the E family for sure. I'm not I or G2A4 like the Teo twins or I.
Yeah, Hassad said he EP252. He took a DNA test.
Yeah, I heard about that. I guess he is. I heard about that.
Yeah,
that's interesting. He's that, and his supposed brother is R1B. But I'm not going
to. Yeah. Do you know on Facebook? Do you know Yoshua David?
Yoshua David. I'm trying to think. Yoshua David.
He took a big whites and he's a good brother, man. He took a Y DNA test.
Yoshua David. He's the Hispanic dude. Yeah.
Yeah, he has EM2. He has a E-FTA17463. And that's a super crazy clade. It's a subclade of EP 277, and so he has like Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jewish roots. I know a couple of Hispanic brothers that got EP
Yeah,
277.
I know two Hispanic folks on Facebook that are both E1B1A and they're related to Ashkenazi Jews, or Sephardic Jews, but both really.
But I know that a lot of us that
Januaries.
have EM2 or an EM2 subclade, our clades go back to like Arabia. Like I know another brother. Yeah,
Yeshuv's clade goes back to Arabia.
Yeah. So I was talking to a couple brothers and we were theorizing that EM2 really originated in North Africa and Arabia and the Levant, because I've been doing a lot of research and I've been finding a lot of Jewish communities with like EM2, EM329, a lot of Arabs and stuff like that. So it's fairly prevalent there.
Yeah, I would say like haplogroup E as a whole, I would say likely had its origins in like North Africa, Northeastern Africa. Likely were genetically ancestral North African, kind of akin to the Takakuri population.
Can I share my screen real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
You don't mind? I just wanted to show you guys real quick. Hold on.
I don't have controls of the thing.
Is that okay to shoot, man? I'm just trying to show something real quick.
Hold on, load that up. That's something I'm trying to show. I was in the middle of breaking something down.
Oh yeah.
We were doing a show on Ronald.
Hey,
back to the main topic though. Ron Dalton, man, he's like really pseudo. I wouldn't even. He's not really a good debater at all. He was debating Deacon Genesis or something like that, and he got like destroyed.
Yeshuv debated Ronald Dalton on Clubhouse, I think once or twice.
Beat the shit out of him. I debated him, and Avery, I debated Jose Vega. Remember, I debated him.
Yep, I remember that too.
Isn't the Congo like a literal forest though? Isn't it, or like a rainforest? Like where's the desert at?
Yeah, it's a rainforest.
It's an area outside of the scope of the Bible. So right here,
the Bible doesn't even because the thing is, people need to realize the Bible doesn't even mention anything else in Africa except like modern day Sudan and Egypt, maybe Libya. But if you're talking about the Old Testament, they didn't even know that existed.
Exactly.
Like even in the Americas, because it just talks about Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Shem, Ham, and Japheth lived Southern Europe, where they knew about, and little parts of the East. Maybe they knew about India. That's as far as they were gonna go, and maybe North Africa and Sudan. That's it. They didn't know about the Americas or nothing like that. They didn't know about nothing. And so that's the problem with these camps too. They think, oh, Arsareth is America, even though Arsareth is literally just some mythical fairyland.
Well, Ron Dalton believes that Native Americans are Israelites too.
Really?
Yes.
But he talks about the E1B1A stuff though.
Haplogroups don't mean shit to him. He talked about the fucking Negritos having mitochondrial haplogroup B, and then he said that they came from Central Africa.
Really? Oh my god!
Mitochondrial B comes from fucking China. That's where it comes from.
I know. Though Yoshua Dave. I think he has B.
Mitochondrial.
Yeah.
He's Hispanic, so yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. His Native American ancestry. Then they're East Asian.
Yeah, because the Native Americans come from East Asia, not the fucking Middle East, bro.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get why it's so hard for people to understand. Literally, they come from East Asia, bro. They're not no Abos, they're not from the Moors, they're not from Mali and Senegal. They're literally from Eastern Asia. I actually took a DNA test. I actually have a significant portion of Native American, so I'm pretty. It's pretty annoying.
You Dominican?
No. My dad's black. My mom's Puerto Rican Dominican though.
Yeah. I remember you. Yeah. So
yeah.
Native American ancestry is in all Hispanic populations.
I have like 10%.
That makes sense.
I have indigenous Puerto Rican, Dominican, like Taino, Arawak, and it shows Panamanian, indigenous in like South America because the Arawak and Taino peoples, they came from South America.
All right, we're gonna get to your DNA in a minute. Let me finish my point about
no, but like, go ahead, bro. Just destroy the pseudo, man.
Hey, Avery.
Yo.
So if the people of the Congo are the real Canaanites, where is this stripped at? Because we can see the language being attested in the Levant, right? We can see it. So right here, this is a companion to ancient Near Eastern languages. And it clearly reads, one of the oldest known inscriptions in their linear alphabet, an agricultural calendar from Gezer. Now, Ivry, I know you're familiar with this.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have anything of the like in the Congo?
Absolutely not, especially when it comes to agriculture. That word is very important. Agricultural calendar from Gezer. One thing that's funny is because I keep saying this, but the pygmies are a hunter-gatherer population, and I'm not for sure if they even have a calendar system. I'm assuming that they would, but it would be completely different from this Levantine Egyptian style calendar. And it definitely wouldn't be based on agriculture. It'll be based on some type of like agricultural practice of I guess when to gather a plant or when to hunt an animal or something like that. But yeah, an alphabet as well, alphabet script, like that's also clearly not in the Congo. There's no evidence of any
Real quick,
form of
does he think the
genetic
Khoisan
alphabet.
people are Israelites or something too?
The who?
The Bushmen, the Khoisan.
I don't know his views on them actually.
They tall, so they are Israelite.
They
Bro,
tall.
he think anybody that has some melanin is an Israelite. They're the chosen people. They from the 12 tribes of Jacob.
You got to be tall.
Huh? Like
Yeah,
you got to
need
be
some
tall
height.
to be an
You
Israelite.
got to be tall and black. If you short and black, you're a Canaanite. That's what he said in the
You might
presentation.
got a preference or something. I don't know.
Wait, so is Lil Wayne a Canaanite?
He might be. He's short.
Yeah, he like to. Bro, they gotta be a 99. They gotta be 99.9% autosomally African, bro.
You know, this reminds me of Jashu.
Well, why you got the Negritos up there? They're fucking 99.9% Australasian, East Asian. But he said that they're pygmies and they're Canaanites.
Yeah, good.
No damn sense.
The Canaanites had J1, J2. They did not know. They're not even close to anything.
Apparently they got K2 because they Negrito.
Got K. Actually, mitochondrially, they have K.
I'm talking about
yeah, no, you're talking about the Y. Yeah. But
and he charges like $40 for his Hebrews to Negroes book on Amazon. $40.
Yeah, I bought all his bullshit ass books. Look, these are Negritos. He said they're pygmies from Central Africa. They migrated from Central Africa, and that's their ancestry. Is mainly East Asian, Australasian.
mm-hmm. Yep.
No rainforest hunter gatherer DNA. No Khoisan like DNA. None of that. This is what it looks like. And they got Denisovian DNA. So Ivry, I want you to tell me what Denisovians you know.
They have a high portion of archaic DNA. Austronesians, your Western Europeans, and even West Africans. But yeah, they have high amounts. I could agree with that.
Yep.
So I want Ivry to tell me, when did fucking Denisovians exist in fucking Sub-Saharan Africa? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, Denisovians, the best connection he could make when it comes to the Denisovian genes being in West Africa would be like Eastern Africa with your Madagascar peoples. Like they would have a little bit of Denisovian DNA, but that's because of like Australasians that went to East Africa like 1,000 years ago. Like it was pretty much in the common era when they got there. I don't think that was even a BC migration. That was like an AD migration. But that's the best he has for Denisovian genes in Sub-Saharan Africa is Madagascar.
Stupid.
But yeah, Denisovians are. Wait, what?
No, I was gonna say that. Do you still believe in like Adam and Eve, Noah, and all that stuff, Avery, or nah? You like agnostic too?
Personally, I do. Yeah, personally, yeah. I have a different idea from, I guess, your typical Protestant Western
Are you
Christian
like,
because I still believe in
you
an
don't take
old
the
earth.
Bible literally? You don't take the Bible
No, I do,
literally.
but I take more of the Hugh Ross approach when it comes to like an old earth and stuff like that. Are you
Yeah,
familiar
I
with Hugh
mean,
Ross?
Hugh Ross. I've heard the name. Like, have you guys? I think have you guys like talked about Nathaniel T. Jensen, like his book
Yeah,
Trace?
we've kind of
Yeah,
we've kind of discussed him a little bit. As a matter of fact, I spoke to him privately.
Yeah, what did he say? Because I think I checked his model out. Like, there's a lot of there's like a rising thing where people think like haplogroup T is like the original Israelites, Jews. I mean, I've done some research on it. I think, it's plausible. I mean, T or something like E1B1B, but I think the problem is it gets confusing because, we try to put one haplogroup on one group of people. It just doesn't work out. Like, you can't match your with the Bible. It's pretty difficult. Like, like the Egyptians, mainly they had like EM78 and J, right?
Yeah, J, E, and R, and some G.
Yeah.
They had a lot of haplogroups actually, but yeah. Because Thuya had G2A,
Yeah.
and allegedly the Amarna family has R1B, but there's some people online saying that they're going to be retested. I'm still waiting for that, but the Amarna and Ramses III are allegedly supposed to be retested. I'm
Yeah.
still waiting for that to
Yeah.
happen. But as far as I understand, R1B is found among ancient Egyptians.
Yeah, it's
G2A.
Yamnaya though. It's originally like Yamnaya.
Well, it's hard to say if it's Yamnaya because so far with like all the ancient Egyptian DNA samples that we have, from an autosomal perspective, we don't really see Yamnaya DNA, i.e.,
No, I'm saying
Yamnaya
that Yamnaya had
autosomal.
R1B. That's what I meant.
Oh yeah. The Yamnaya definitely had
T
R1B.
came from Iceland. Okay, T came
T?
from
No,
Iceland.
wait, no. If we're talking about Y DNA haplogroup T, it was in the Levant in the
No,
Chalcolithic.
I'm reading this comment. I'm reading this
Yeah,
comment.
I know. I'm responding to iSonic. T did not come from Iceland. T would have likely came like originated in like Iran area because remember haplogroup
Right here,
T
like
and
these here.
L form a para haplogroup, and T would have went westward, L would have went eastward, and T would have been located in Anatolia, and then it would have migrated in all directions. Many of them went south into the Levant in the Chalcolithic period. You can actually find haplogroup T in the Levant, and T also would have even went into North Africa. You find it among the KEB population in
Even in
Morocco.
India though. Even in India though too. A little bit.
Yeah, there's T in India. There's even T in Eastern Africa and the
The
Horn
Lumba
with the
have it.
Somalis. Because Somalis have
18% of the
T.
Lumba have it too.
Yeah, it's found in the Limba as well. Like
Can
T
you
is
see the
pretty
screen?
widespread.
Can you see this? Can you like see the screen I shared?
No.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me. Yeah, like
He
see
was
right
making a
here.
joke. He was making a iced tea joke. I didn't catch that.
Oh yeah, that's cool though. But
Yeah,
back to what
that's
I
what I
was
was
saying.
saying. It
Yeah,
would have
did you?
formed in Iran. Yeah.
I made actually a good video on my channel. I made a whole video about T, and then I made a video about E-M123, and I was discussing like a theory of whether the Israelites possibly had different haplogroups. They weren't all like from the same ancestor.
Yeah, absolutely. The Israelites would have been like this is what Yapkane always says. The Israelites would have been a mixed multitude. They would have had various different haplogroups among them. Because remember, like I said, T was in the Levant in the Chalcolithic. Then you had E in the Levant in the Neolithic, and then J came into the Levant in the early Bronze Age. That's 3 haplogroups right there. Like Israel would have been various different human populations in that like Levantine, Mesopotamian, Egyptian corridor area, basically the Fertile Crescent. And so
Yeah.
there definitely wouldn't have been just one dominant haplogroup among the population.
Yeah.
Now that's a far cry from saying like Abraham was multiple haplogroups. Not saying that, but Abraham, Isaac and
Probably
Jacob
had.
would have one
I think the
haplogroup.
original Israelites probably had a small subclade of a haplogroup, a major haplogroup.
Yeah, I agree. I believe it's the one that the Samaritans have.
Like
But yeah.
like there's actually like very old Jewish families, like that have EM2, like specific EM2 subclades, like EP277 is very prevalent among Ashkenazi Jews. Like this is the clade that the Yoshua David has. I mean, he could come on the show if he wants, but look, this is
he has a European derived E1B1A.
You see, like where it was in Egypt though, and like go all the way here.
By the way, pausing really quick, just shoot if you were you done saying everything about Ron Dalton? Because if you want, we can go into this because I want you to pull up his haplogroup on Globe Trekker. But if you're not finished with everything, I'm not for sure where you're at.
Yeah. I mean, I was just
because I want to put this in Globe Trekker. That's interesting.
Wait, why are we looking at that?
Can we put this in Globe Trekker?
Said, dude, get over it. You're not a Jew.
Who's saying that? I didn't see. Nobody said anything about that though.
Keep bringing up EM2 like that shit proves Jews as EM2.
There's actually there's actually Jews that actually have EM2. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying. I'm not just in the comment. I'm just saying that there are Jewish communities that have EM2. I'm not saying all of them do.
Right. It's pretty clear what you're saying.
I mean, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that the original Israelites had. It's a possibility, but you need to pay attention more. Naming Jones, I guess, right?
Said you got an agenda, man. You're getting on your ass.
Then pull up on the live, bro. Pull up on the live, man. He has an agenda. What agenda, bro?
Whose haplogroup are we looking at? Whose haplogroup is this?
This is I think you know him on Facebook, Yoshua David. This is he has a pretty interesting clade, the Spanish guy.
Put it in Globe Trekker, just shoot. I want to see.
Yeah, because it's probably more accurate.
Hold on, let me log into my family tree.
Yeah.
Okay.
He definitely seems to have a.
I
wouldn't be surprised if he has a European derived E1B1A. A lot of people seem to believe that E1B1A pretty much only can be found in sub-Saharan Africa or an exclusively sub-Saharan African lineage, but it needs to be stressed that in the Green Sahara, where E1B1A once was located, it migrated in all directions, going north, east, south, and west. The bulk did go into.
Wait, you took down the tree now. I don't know the clade.
Yeah, you need a.
Oh, it's E-.
Hold on.
Yeah,
E-FT what?
A17463.
I was gonna say you can copy and paste it in the private chat.
Yeah.
Nah, man, it's not going to Europe on this one.
Oh, it's not. Let's see.
Just share the screen. Share the screen.
It's going to sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah.
There was this new paper that
in Israel, according to oh my bad, I'm not sharing the screen.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't see.
According to dumbass Ron Dalton, this is Israel.
Well, shit, I didn't see. Hold on, let me see.
A17463. That's what you said.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
Yeah, it's DRC.
Huh? I don't get why the snip tracker is off.
There are EM2s that go to Europe. There are.
Yeah. There are EM2s that are pretty much restricted to Europe. There are some that are restricted to Arabia, some that are restricted to Northwest Africa, the Maghreb, and some that are restricted to Northeast Africa, like Egypt. But this one right here.
Tell him that he's from Israel. Tell that guy he's from, according to Ron Dalton, this is Israel. And Ron Dalton had a dream. That's how he found out this is Israel. Had a dream.
Yeah. There was this new study, real quick. There was this new study came out, Avery, about the Green Sahara. It says really only around 22 to 30% of African Americans really have EM2. It's very low. It says it like they said it was 60%, but it's probably even lower now.
What are you talking about?
I think I know the paper that you're talking. He's talking about the I think D'Angelo paper.
Something like that. Yeah, I mean, a lot of like R1B, R1A more than expect. Like they said, it was like 6 out of 10 but now it's probably like 20 to 40% really have it. African Americans.
All I know is that your man's pots and pans, he come from Israel, right here.
Bro, there's literally you don't realize there's no desert there. Like where the Democratic Republic of Congo, like really?
He's Wakanda.
Wakanda forever.
I don't know how the fuck Abraham came from here and then went all the way down this motherfucker.
The thing is, I have a problem with. Go back up to like the map, like where the Caucasus are at.
Hold on.
Like
I just clicked off of it. Hold on. All right, yeah.
Okay, so right there where you at. The people expect us to believe that every single human being on Earth comes from the lower Caucasus Mountains.
I don't believe none of that.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, I'm supposed to believe all the genetic diversity on Earth comes from Georgia and Armenia.
It doesn't.
Okay, Turkey. Okay, so everybody's basically a Kurdish person. Everybody's Kurdish or something.
Well, I will tell you, the Israelites come from that motherfucker. The ancestors of the Israelites do. They come from this region right here.
Yeah, definitely not Nigeria.
No, hell no.
Or no Ghana.
Ain't no Congo.
Yeah.
This nigga done made the whole Bible Congolese.
Yeah, like where's the Hebrew language at? Where's anything at? Where the artifacts at? They hide in it though. They hide in the underground government, the lizard people.
Phoenician. Or the fucking Phoenician.
Look up this clade. Look up this clade E-L651.
E-L. Wait, did I type that in right? Because you put it in the private message. You put something else. Oh no.
No. That was for that one.
Yeah, put all the clades in the private chat.
E-what? L?
L651. I'll do that.
East African. And it goes into Arabia and the Levant.
Whose is this?
It's a friend. He's like, he has another channel. He's EU290 on 23andMe, but he got it from YSEC.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, look up this clade on the last one. Okay, these are the two ones. This is, I think, one of mine. Okay, so E-CTS 9883 and then E-FT 17463. This dude is crazy. Blood, go back to your job, bro. Go take. Listen, your break is done. Your boss is calling you back to do your job, bro.
This one's European.
Oh, I know about this one already. ECC1593.
Yeah, that's my downstream. That's one of my downstreams.
So yeah, you need to take the big Y so we can see like where does yours go.
And then I typed in the other one in the chat to show.
Hey, let me see. Oh, I see it. Wait.
Yeah.
That the same one?
No. It's it's like FT 17. Wait. Oh,
It
shoot.
It might be a downstream of this thing.
No, it's not the same one. Hold on. I'll type in the right one. Hold on. 174.
No, it's not a haplogroup.
Oh, yeah. I spelled it wrong. Hold up.
You look at mine. This is mine right here.
Your clay is Arabian, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I actually found some
Shoots
clays.
Arab.
Have you guys heard of E-Y229511?
Wait, what?
No, that's a clay that goes to Israel. If you look it up on like YSEC or something, did somebody test it for?
Now, Jones says, how long these clays have been in Arabia? Well, if you're just going off of the divergence, it would seem that this one was, let me see, my ancestral lineage.
You can show the migration too as to when it entered if you want.
2100 to 1900 BCE. There you go.
Yeah, it's a BC era. You can show the migration too as it goes in. Like you don't have to start at the beginning. You just show when it goes in somewhere in the middle.
Hold on, I'm gonna search it. I just forgot the whole name of it. But do you think so? Were your ancestors like Arabian or something? Just shoot.
I mean, I can postulate that I share common ancestry with Arabians.
Yeshua got Mexican heritage, so my theory
Wait,
is
Yeshua's Mexican?
Yeah, he has Mexican heritage. So my theory is his Arab ancestors went into North Africa, and then they went into Spain.
Wait, is
and
he
then they went to
Afro-Mexican or
the
something?
Americas.
Says no more than 3,000 years. Well, that is more than 3,000 years. It's about 4,000.
Yeah, it's literally 4,000.
Okay. Look up E-FT.
You see?
Okay, I'm
E-FT
174.
You might want to put in this private chat too.
Yeah.
And also, they don't have to be African
069
from a genetic sense when they're migrating into Arabia. They likely were already genetically heavily Eurasian when they migrated into Arabia because they're going through like
African right here. Yeah.
That's mostly likely my downstream.
You think you're Algerian?
Yeah.
North Africa.
I mean, you could, though. I mean, it's possible.
Probably a Berber or something.
Yeah, because you see how it comes from EL45 and then it goes down.
Yeah, there's a lot of EL45s that are like, I mean, not to say the other clades aren't, but there's a lot of EL45 that are like North African.
Oh, dang. You not from Israel, bro. This is not the DRC, bro. You're not from the Democratic Republic of...
I guess I'm an Edomite and then I'm an Edomite. You think, bro, these people think Berbers are Edomites and everything, and like if you're North African, you're Edomite or Ishmaelite. So I guess I'm an Edomite then. I'm going to captivity.
Yeah.
Oh, the North Africans are Edomites.
Look at Run Dog.
They think E1B1B is like all Edom or something. Esau.
What does Run Dog say about Esau? I gotta remember.
No, he thinks it's like the Arabs or something. Like because he has like he's like a.
He changes views so
you know,
much because I remember him saying that the Edomites were the Jews.
They don't tell white people
they were J2 or something like that.
I remember him saying that they were Jews, that the Edomites were Jews.
Let me get his book. Let me not misquote this nigga.
It seemed like that's what he said. Because I remember him saying like J1 was Arab.
He makes me crazy ass claims. It's hard to.
Yo, Avery, did you check? Have you ever checked out my video about E1M123 though? I made a good video about that though.
No, I don't think we covered it on here.
Yeah, it's a good vid. And then I made a one about T. Got some views on it.
Oh, here it is right here. Hebrews and Negroes.
No, I thought you were talking about was his recent views, not his old views. Because,
well, I mean, the nigga, you got to pay for this shit on his website. I'm not paying for no clown.
How much is it?
I don't fucking know. He has like weekly classes or some shit on his website.
What to do?
Oh yeah. He says E1B1B is Edomite.
Yeah, he doesn't tell the seat because usually One West says like they're Edomites, white people, because they have donors. Like he has people in, like, do you know that guy? You know, he was like a Hebrew Pentecostal guy that he's like drinking on his live or something. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know, somebody, some guy, like he's like he proclaimed Hebrew. They don't say white people are Esau, so they just because they have a lot of people that are white in their congregation.
I see it. Why DNA have the group E1B1B Edomite influence? That's funny.
He's an Edomite. That's right. That's right. He's an Edomite, man. Esau, man. They should never gave y'all niggas money, man. Y'all coons there, nigga.
But he the way he does this.
Wait, hold on. Go back up. I was reading something.
Oh, you talking about the Negritos again?
I saw that, but I was
the Israelites now. Like on this page, he's saying the Israelites, and now he's saying the Canaanites. Like, which one is it?
I was actually reading
wait,
what it says about R.
How do Canaanites from the Levant migrate all the way to damn near Pacific Islands for no reason?
Wait, y'all
bro, you didn't watch the presentation. You clearly didn't watch. He literally said they left Central Africa and got on boats and sailed all the way to the Philippines. That's literally what he said.
Shit, bro. Man.
Great class I took.
I'm reading what he has about haplogroup R. He says the Y-DNA-R was originally created from the mixing of Shemitic people with other Shemitic people. So haplogroup R is Shemitic.
Oh my god, this is comedy gold. He's a parody, bro.
He's no different than
it says
Nathaniel Jensen.
haplogroup.
Really.
Wait. It says of the black Moors, black Jews who lived in Iberia and also its earliest basal form. So hey, good news for everybody. Haplogroup R, you black, you're Moor from Iberia, bro.
And black Jews.
He's no different.
Wait, was he? Wait, no. Wait, he's going Y-DNA
Nathaniel
H,
Jensen.
most commonly seen in Dravidian dark-skinned Indians. Oh, they're Israelites too. They're Israelites too. Oh my god.
Yeah, he's literally claiming it for real.
All Indians are Israelites, I guess. Thank you, Ron Dalton. Thank you for giving me my new heritage. I won't scam you now. Okay, wait, hold on. It says Israel, man, E1B1A, CQTHPTR.
They're all Israelites. They're all Israelites.
Bro, at least everybody thinks
This is
Jacob.
why Teo was confused because he was reading Ron Dalton's book.
Bro,
He
if
was
this
saying
was the case,
ABCDE.
bro, Jacob was smash. Bro, if this was the case, Jacob was smashing all the women of the earth.
If this is true, that means
Boy,
Jacob
there's
had a
no
whole
doubt.
bunch of Y-DNA.
Bro, it's like he was, bro. No, Yakub. He was made up of a bunch of sperm juice. That's why he had a bunch of Y-DNAs.
Man, this nigga
It's a
crazy.
whole blender, bro.
I told you, don't give a damn about haplogroups, bro. He be bullshit.
Bro, he's just writing this down, bro. He's like, I'm scamming these niggas with my money.
The funniest thing is, I think we're the only people on YouTube or online in general that's analyzed this book, and nobody else in the world has like.
I was gonna buy this
through
book a few years ago. Thank the heavens I did not.
Like, if folks
I was
actually
gonna- I was-
combed through this book, like, we could have debunked him a long time ago. Like, I'm surprised the Jewish community didn't get Mossad or the IDF for somebody to read his book and like break down how inaccurate this is.
Okay, so hold on. I'm reading it right now. Like,
They had to get
Yeah,
Jashuv and the Yap gang to do this.
really? Do
I
you
still feel like
guys
doing
like
another
because?
review of this book. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm just reading this. I was gonna spend my hard-earned money to buy this book a few years ago.
Nah, man.
I bought it so y'all wouldn't have to.
I suffered so you wouldn't have to suffer.
You paid the price. You paid the price.
Shoot, there's ways to get this
know.
book without, you know. I ain't gonna
Bro,
say
you could just
too-
read this like, you can go to Amazon. I don't know. Wait, what's Ron's Y-DNA though?
I don't know, but in today's video, he said that he took a test, and I think it's African ancestry. He said his father side goes to Ghana, and his mother side goes to some other African tribe.
You know what's interesting though? I might have haplogroup L, but I'm not like I don't have any like black on my mother's. It's going like Taino. My family says it's like Native American from Puerto Rico, but I probably have L. It says.
So you don't know your mtDNA?
Nah. I'm getting it though. I'm getting it tested though. The results are gonna come in like 4 weeks. So if you have another show, bro, I'm gonna show the results from Living DNA. They give you a whole breakdown.
Awesome. I would
But I had-
recommend 23andMe, but
Would you want
Yeah,
to see my ancestry results? I got that though.
Yeah, put them
sure,
on there.
I got some Sephardi Jewish, but it's cool.
no, I wouldn't be surprised. A lot of Hispanic people have like Mediterranean, North African, and Jewish ancestry. Like
My mom's uncle has like 6% Levantine and like 4% Sephardic from like
Oh,
Mediterranean.
you. I mean, I'm not gonna say you're not gonna be ill, but there's a chance you might not be ill.
I mean, I don't know
we'll
because
find
I took
out,
my
but-
true ancestry. It says my highest mtDNA component is L, like at 74%.
Really? Okay.
Wait, what?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it might be age
Well, you
or
said
something like
family. You
that.
said family tree, or you said my true ancestry. I'm trying to.
My true ancestry.
Yeah, I don't. Just should
Yeah, I
go into
mean, no,
that.
I mean, I don't know. It's admixture.
Yeah,
Or
don't do
more.
my true ancestors. At least, well, how people interpret it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah. A lot of Mexicans and Hispanics though have Jewish DNA. I think Jashub's like 50% Jewish. It said on his. Jashub was like 50%. I think Ashkenazi or something like that.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. I'm signing in. Hold on. I'm gonna show you guys. I have a pretty interesting admixture. But Avery, are you like mixed or something, bro?
We're all mixed, brother. Like all people of this earth are
I
mixed.
just brought that out in my race
No,
debate.
like, bro, it's like your mom white or something. I don't know.
I don't get into all that.
Nah, bro. I think no. I was just wondering because when I first stumbled across your channel, I thought you were some white dude though.
Oh.
I don't know because I guess you just talk so formal. I know. I don't know. I was like, okay. Here's my results. Hold on. Let me just share it real quick. Hold on. You're right. No, there's nothing against you. I've been just saying talk proper. So hold up.
Nah, yeah. A lot of folks think I'm white.
I was just beating up on some Hispanic Israelites. Beating
I
them
have
up.
white ancestry, but no, I'm not white.
I got white. I think
Wait,
I
so
got
Jashub,
more than
are you
three.
like? Wait, so Jashub, are you like Mexican, like an Afro Mexican?
My grandfather on my father's side is Mexican.
Oh, damn.
Jashub looks like a big old Mexican. He's like a 7-foot George Lopez
Okay, hold on. Present.
with some minor black feature.
It's all arbitrary.
Okay, this is my thing, bro.
Cause I be seeing people, y'all be like, oh, he black. Like if that person spoke like fucking
Chinese
Greek, y'all be like, oh, that's obviously a Mediterranean person. So I don't, when niggas be talking about the person look like this and look like that, I pay no mind to that shit. Stupid.
You should have said Indian because black folks ain't claiming Indians. I'm talking about like Dravidian.
No, but like it is people that y'all call black, and I say y'all, I'm talking about black people in general, that if they literally spoke, like for instance, Dr. Reggie, if he spoke fucking Italian, nobody would assume that he's quote unquote black. I guarantee you.
I don't know, that big nose kind of well.
They don't mean I see a lot of white people with big noses.
I'm joking, bro.
I know. Oh yeah, this makes a lot of sense. Given your background, this makes I see Iberia, Central Europe, I see some West Asian, North African, West Central African, Israelite. You got Israelite ancestry right there. Look, it's in the DRC.
Yep.
Wait, what happened? What happened? I had to walk away for a second.
No, we're looking at your DNA. You know what I'm saying? And it makes sense.
Yeah. You see,
you got everything in you except East Asian and Ocean, but you got just about everything.
Yeah, right here.
And Central Asia.
Hey, wait, go up. Stroll up. No. Go back up. I'm trying to see something.
Right here?
Yeah, that all makes sense. Northern Spain, Portugal. Like I said, Iberian, Spanish history.
Ancestry, it doesn't give you a Y-DNA, but it gives you the best autosomal results because it has the biggest database. The Canary Islands, this is like usually most of the original people had like E1B1B. Those people.
You're talking about Berbers.
E1B1B, Edomites.
The Guanches were on the Canary Islands. It's weird that they put it into Spain.
I literally this updated. This was I basically have 15% Iberia, I have 15% Spain, and then 15% Portuguese, but just like chopped it up all of it.
I recommend you take 23andMe as well because they also they give you both the haplogroup and the autosomes, and I'm curious to see.
Yeah, I took living DNA. I was thinking about it, but living DNA gives you a deeper downstream. You see Puerto Rico 4%, Eastern South America 1%, Haiti, Dominican Republic 1%, Panama, Costa Rica, that's new 1%.
Gallo Pinto.
7% native, basically 7%.
Yeah, and then I got European. I guess I got some Esau.
All right, Ireland. I see Ireland and my cousin right here, man. What you talking
Gotta
about?
go Ireland. I'm a true Irishman. True Irish. I'm a fighting Irishman. Bastards. Then I got, some
Shout out to
part.
Ireland.
The Shub loves his Irish women.
I love my Irish liquor too. Irish whiskey.
Irish whiskey. I lost my Scottish admixture, but you see, this is the Sephardic part, See,
oh, you lost your Scotland.
There's Scotland. There's Scotland, Ireland.
Yeah, I have some
Conor
Scottish
McGregor in
women
the
too.
Highlands of Scotland.
Hey, son of Israel, if he spoke Greece, no one would assume he's black. I promise you. They would. Yeah. If you spoke Greek, no one would assume shit.
You know what's funny though is that everybody when I was a kid
trying to claim
that
the
I was
original
like
Greeks
Greek
were
or
black.
something. They thought I was like Afro.
The original Greek.
I ain't, bro.
No, because
you'd be
because
surprised.
I'm like lighter, bro. I'm lighter though, and I have like I'm light skinned, but like I have like Mediterranean hair. It's like curly.
I
though.
seen you. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
All my
If
family
you would have
members.
walked around speaking Greek, they were like, "Oh yeah, that motherfucker. He from Macedonia, some goddamn where."
Bro, all my black family members on my dad's side, but like they were making fun of me when I was little. Yeah, and then they were like, "Oh, he got some Greek in him. Oh, who's the father and shit." Like, really, man? Like,
I'll let you know this black shit is a social club.
Well, it's really
just
all these
whoever you want to. Yeah, all races are social clubs. It's
nah,
like,
bro,
oh,
like
whoever-
really, I only like when I only
Call
really
him
talk
pal,
like,
bro.
When I'm talking to women, I really just talk like hood black because I'm like that. So I mean, that's the only reason when I we're black, but I like who I am. So I mean, I don't got no inferiority complex. So I got Eastern Bantu, I got North African.
Yeah, a little bit of everything.
Yeah, I got Maghrebi, straight on my maternal side. I'm doing what Glorilla could never do. Shows out of the normal. You seen that? I got Sardinia. Yeah, Southern Italy, Sardinia. Napoleon was from Corsica, so it would have made sense he was E1B1B.
That's a black man right there.
Well,
yeah, I
to
know
me,
who that is. That's
to me,
Powell.
yeah, because he almost looked like my dad.
He black.
That's a black man right there. I don't care what you say.
I know.
I don't care what you say. That's a black man.
That's why this shit's a social
He probably
club.
he probably like 56%. He's probably more European than he is African though.
That nigga black, nigga. That's what they ate. Black.
What is black though? Like, what's the
Exactly. What is it? That's a good point.
I mean,
What
think
is
about
it?
it. Nobody's really black.
He
usually.
black.
People are
That's
usually
black. You ask me what is
people are
black? Black on the stream.
People are usually
one
like
drop
dark.
of black blood make you black, bro. That's black.
No, bro. My family, bro. I tell my dad this all the time. Just because her granny's uncle's mother's brother, sister's cousin was black doesn't mean you're black. But doesn't mean she's black. Doesn't mean he's black. Okay. Because they go by the one drop rule. If someone has like 1/18 black, oh, he's a brother, man. He part of the people, man. He part of the brother. He an FBA, brother. I don't know.
Bro, the world loves this one drop rule.
And
when
then,
it comes to black people, at least, they love it.
And then the 12 tribes chart, bro. The whole purpose of the 12 tribes chart was basically this one just screw around with Latinas, bro. Bro, I mean,
It is a style way of getting different women.
Yeah, just shoot. You know what I'm talking about? You know them Latinas, bro. If you ever mess with them, I mean, like, hey, bro, I think you Issachar, sister, man. I got to teach you the truth.
Well, the thing, you know what's crazy about that? They don't even have to do that bullshit because when you look at Latino people, especially in the East Coast, they have the highest percentage of African DNA out of the rest of the Latino populations in America. Yeah. So they're like 30-40% on average African. So they're already mixing.
Mm-hmm.
Go to regions. Yeah. Oh, you already did regions. Go to parent.
His mom said.
What do you think about the whole Dominican thing? Or like I know black. You know what that mean, bro?
Well, I don't blame them because black got a negative connotation everywhere you go, bro. They got a negative connotation, so they don't want to be associated with that. They got their own shit to deal with.
Yeah, I am a black papi. I ain't nunca.
I ain't no black. I ain't no black. See, he don't want to be associated with like
Papi.
Caribbeans get it.
I know Moreno. I don't know.
Caribbeans do the same shit. They do the same shit. Like, no, I'm not black. Or they'll talk about, oh, that black person over there did that. I didn't do that. And it's because they see negative fucking tropes all the time, and it's getting reinforced by other black people. So, like, you know what? I want nothing to do with that shit.
Do you think black fatigue is real? Because I know you're all discussing that. I mean, I don't believe in it because if we think about it, who are the most people like committing the crimes in the country? I mean, I don't even talk about that, but a lot of people are fighting back against it, I guess.
By sheer numbers, of course, white people commit more crimes than any other group.
I feel like because me, you, and Evie here, like we're not criminals or nothing. I mean, at least I don't know, but we're not hood rats. I mean, and then they just want to generalize.
You're Greek anyway. I don't know why you're talking. You're not black.
I mean, I'm not like Greek. No,
I'm gonna tell you how that shit's a social club too. As soon as you say something these motherfuckers don't like, it's like you not black. Oh, I'm gonna take your black. Like,
no, bro. The most racist people, bro, are the people on Twitter, because if you tell them that E1B1 really is from the East Africa, Near East, they'll say, "Oh, you got niggerfied or something." You got blacked out. Like E1B1B, like they get super triggered. Like all these gym bros, like I don't know, they get triggered.
Twitter's a cesspool of racists, Nazis and stuff.
Yeah, Avery is the whole criminal mastermind. Yeah, man.
I'll be honest with you, I only use Twitter to stay up to date with scientific papers.
Yeah,
it is good for that. It is good for that. Yeah.
Yeah. You guys ever use Instagram though?
Not a lot, not as much as Twitter, but
yeah, man. But this is hold on. Let me share. Hold on. This is the thing I did. Though, hold up.
There are a few geneticists on Instagram that post stuff.
Let me share this.
But not
Can
as
you all
much
see?
on Twitter. Like Rozzy Khan's on Twitter. No, I can't see anything.
Hold on, let me stream you already. Oh yeah, so this is my channel. So I got a couple videos. I did this one a while back. Real quick, I did this one. This was a good one. I talked about EM123 and T right here. So I talked about this one. I think the shoot I showed you this one. This one. These are my older ones, but like I'm more getting into it. So, but, I don't know.
I just seen one about Ronald.
No, not necessarily, but I did this. People got mad on this one. A couple people got mad on this one though. Do Sub-Saharans have Neanderthal or archaic DNA? And so I said, yeah. So they got mad in the comment section.
Of course, I was actually on TikTok explaining that to someone.
Imagine trying to safeguard fucking archaic human fucking DNA.
I mean, they haven't. They were saying, "Oh, we haven't found a skeleton or nothing." I mean, that's true. It's just I don't know. It's like
a skeleton with what?
Skeleton of archaic human in West Africa.
Oh, we haven't, but we see DNA. You don't need skeletons when you have DNA.
Yeah, bro. You know who's another YouTuber? Like, I just keep these tabs on, bro. Like, I think people really just need to like
those two North African women. They had Neanderthal DNA, and they're 8,000 years old.
Bro, this is the type of stuff I be seeing on my YouTube feed sometime, bro.
Oh hell no!
Bro's in this garage, man. Like,
I don't know who this guy.
That looks like the dude who used to say.
That's because that was the Roman Empire, and they're just hiding under the name of America. So they defeated.
Is he black? Is he black?
1776.
Yeah.
No, he's not. If that motherfucker spoke fucking Italian, you would never say he's black, man.
Jashuba, you hear the cadence of his voice? That is a black man, bro.
Yeah, it's a nigga.
Probably from Chicago.
He speaks nigga.
Wait, hold on. Wait. I wouldn't. I would think this guy is black even if he spoke another language, though.
No, I would. No, bro.
I mean, if he was trying to be all politically correct.
Oh yeah, that's a fucking Yiddish Jew, bro. Go back. That motherfucker Ashkenaz
and they're just hiding under the name of America. So they defeated the British, and in 1776, the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence and all that other bullshit was established. And then so now you have the Roman Empire ruling from that point on, establishing the Northern Kingdom of the United States. And then what happened to the British? They didn't go back home. They just developed themselves into Democrats, and they took over the South. Pay very close attention to the things that I'm about to say in this video. A lot of people, they're going to be in denial, but I'm not speaking to any other race of people but Negroes. So Negroes from wherever you are in the world, follow along to this video because I'm going to awaken y'all. A lot of y'all are still oppressed by your slave master. You still believe what you learned in school. You still believe your lies that you learned in college. You still believe what the white man told you. You still believe that Christ died on the cross 2,000 years ago, when the same people who are telling you that Christ died on the cross 2,000 years ago, that whole entire organization are Satanists, and that's ran by the Vatican. So in this video, I'm going to be showing you guys that black people are the true Hebrew Israelites of the Bible, the Negroes, 12 tribes of Israel that got scattered throughout the four corners of the earth. And also,
this is to keep us from getting strike. Keep us from getting strike, you have to pause it, give commentary, and then continue. You can't just let it play.
No, this is crazy. Like I watch this stuff on comedy sometimes, like, bro. And the thing is, people are watching this. Look at this, 5K views.
Yeah, stupid shit like that get views.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so somebody said, "Damn, I've been living in Egypt this whole time."
Yeah, brother.
Someone said Judah is really Utah, so now Utah. There is no white Hebrew. You are on it, bro. Keep going.
Keep going.
I can't say these are people.
It says divine Niji, bro. So okay, so African Americans, we're not African Americans. We're called Niji.
Is that the new thing they're going with?
Shoot, you're Niji, bro. What's up, my Niji?
Neji, that's a Naruto character, bro. Neji, yeah, that used to be one of my favorite characters, man.
The strategist from the Shadow Clan.
No. My favorite character was what's the name? The one that uses shadows.
Yeah, isn't that Neji?
What do you guys think about vocab alone? What do you guys think about it?
I thought that was
that's Shikamaru.
Oh yeah, Shikamaru. That's right.
Shikamaru is my favorite character from Naruto.
Yeah. Who's Neji again? I forgot.
Neji's the one that uses the Bakugan.
Showing you that.
The Bakugan. Oh yeah. Six. Yeah. Okay.
He said every black dude likes Neji. Okay, let it play.
I'm more of a modern fan. I like the Uchiha clan. The Uchihas, bro.
Wait, hold on.
You're a drone. Everybody like Uchiha. Everybody likes Sasuke. Everybody like Itachi.
No, I didn't say Sasuke, but I said Madara. Madara and Sasuke's brother. You know?
Oh yeah. I like Madara too. The reason why I like Madara is because in anime, the villain get all the fucking perks, all the fucking cool scenes. He know how to whoop ass. The fucking hero get his ass beat. He struggle. Motherfucker look like he about to die every other episode. Like, no, bro, that shit weak as hell.
I don't know about.
What do you guys think about people
solo leveling, bro? What's that? Hold on. What's that? Hold on, bro. What's that Korean movie where they was all dying? They played a game and they all died and shit.
Talking about solo leveling. Yeah.
No, solo leveling, but it's just like the movie though. That movie that came out on the Netflix series.
Which one?
Where they play games and they die. The losers die.
Oh, Sword Art Online.
No, hell no, bro.
Oh.
Like you're not helping me at all.
Oh, wait, Squid Game?
Squid Games. So Squid Games and solo leveling are the same shit, bro.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are, bro.
No.
Yes, it is.
How is it the same, bro?
Because they play a bunch of fucking games and get killed.
Solo leveling is not it's not like he's in a video game. It's a parallel. It is
a video game. It's got a start menu and shit.
I don't know. All right, so when it comes to that, I don't understand the commentary in that because it's supposed to be like humans go into another world, but it's not like a video game. It kind of does look like a video game.
Real
like
quick, what do you guys think about like Garfield, Brother Garfield, and Vocab Malone?
Garfield what?
Brother Garfield and Vocab Malone and Chief X, you know those people.
Vocab Malone's full of shit. Garfield just wants to be famous.
This is Vocab Malone every videos. those niggers ain't shit. They just from the sub-Saharan Africa. They were the jungle Canaanites, Hamites swinging on damn trees, and then whack, Jesus saved them.
Wait, hold on. Oh, Vocab is black, bro. He black. Look at him.
He said, "Look." I mean, he actually might have some in him. He's Sicilian, so they got some sub-Saharan. They got some sub-Saharan ancestry.
That's close to the Middle East called Israel. That's not the real land that the Bible speaks of. It's over here in America. Now, forgive me for not knowing how to draw America correctly, but y'all follow along, and I'll do the best that I can to break this down to you. I'll post up a picture right here to show you how America started and what happened and why are we here? Why are we in a situation that's so deep? And why do we worry about our history? And why do we worry about not having knowledge? And why don't we have knowledge? So if y'all can follow along, I would like to just get deep into this. Okay, so Christ did not die 2,000 years ago. And as I'm explaining it up here on this whiteboard, you will see that he did not die 2,000 years ago. So follow along with this and you'll be amazed. A lot of people would just automatically say that this is not true. Of course, white people were going to say that because they're all about covering up our history in the first place. So I want to awaken y'all is that, first of all, where are you getting that Christ died 2,000 years ago? Where's that coming?
That's it.
Does the Bible tell you that? So let's look at our history. So I'm going to start off with talking about the book of Daniel, and then I'm going to go all the way up into this present moment with the Republican Party and the Democrat Party. And I've been telling people this in multiple videos, but y'all still don't want to listen. So hopefully if 2 or 3 people will listen, they can awaken their family and they can be able to tell the truth about what really went on in America. So in the book of Daniel, it talks about 4 beasts that's going to rise up and pretty much going to interfere with the children of Israel. So the first beast was Nebuchadnezzar, right? So the Persian Empire came and destroyed Nebuchadnezzar and inherited the Israelites as slaves. That was the Arab slave trade. If you watch my videos, you will see that. The Arabs had Negroes in the captivity. Now the Persian.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy though. But the
real empire was defeated by who? The Greek empires.
Okay, but this is the other one. Hold up. Let me like this able thing is really getting on my nerves. Like it's so degrading. Like I'm sick. Like Jashub, like you need to actually come back to you to like make videos because like people think they Aboriginals. They think they Cherokee. They think they're Chickasaw. They actually think they
they real $5 Indian. Why you let that shit play? That shit was fire, bro.
Oh my goodness, no, it ain't. Don't play that.
Look at this video, bro. Hold up. America's indigenous women are waking up.
I actually posted a video on TikTok in our group about a chick claiming to be Native and all this stuff.
Not African, you're just only American?
Yeah, I'm American.
Okay.
So my most recent descendants are literally from Central America and North America, indigenous Black American.
Shut the fuck up. Like, stop it. Like, I can't, like, if your ancestors were from Central and South America, they would be in the forest. Literally wild pigs. Okay. This is a sub-Saharan. You are 102% sub-Saharan African, 2% margin Arab. You don't even look like the AI. She doesn't even look like the AI image.
They have the same color, the same melanin content, but they are not from Africa. I can't name any country in Africa. What I'm saying is that if I take a test...
Can't name one country in Africa.
Shoot, not our fault.
What about Congo?
She
can't name Israel? She can't name Israel. Stop it.
I bet you she can name Egypt.
Can't name one. This lady was homeschooled, bro. By the Hoteps, the Native American.
Well, to get this is why I try to clear up the misunderstanding with Native American ancestry as it relates to African Americans. African Americans do have Native American ancestry.
Yeah.
Albeit small, but they do have it. The issue is they think that makes up the bulk of African American ancestry and or the real Native Americans are blacks. That's the problem. That's the issue. Anyway.
The test right now, I could say some Italian,
Yeah.
some German, some Australian up in there. 13% Ghanaian, 19% Nigerian. Like, who knows and who
She's naming
cares?
the
But
countries,
what I'm
though.
saying is that my immediate ancestors are American.
Oh, yeah.
Mine.
Are they black?
They're black, but they're not African. It's a difference. The whole thing about African booty scratchers, and even why Black Americans have been called African booty scratchers.
Oh my god.
She is a victim of YouTube because I'm guaranteeing you.
She learned she got a college degree from YouTube Academy. She went to Streaming University with Kai Cenat and Duke Dennis, bro.
I don't even think Tyson that be claiming all this nonsense.
But bro, even
Tyson that knows
she's
he's Jamaican.
Kai Cenat, bro, she's a YouTube University dropout.
Jamaican is indigenous Black American.
Oh my
Jamaica, see Jamaica.
Yeah, man, turn the other nigga back on. That nigga was spitting, bro. Like
Scratchers is because the white people have classified us all as coming from Africa because we're all black. And that's where the whole like falsified information has come where
She doesn't even believe what she's saying.
she's regurgitating it.
all come from the Atlantic
Dan
slave
Calloway.
trade and all the
Dan
black people
Calloway
were just
was
shipped
white
here to this country and all over. That's not true. We were already here. Like we were already here lining up every part of the world.
But if what you're saying is true, then you are more Hispanic or Asian than you are black, because before the transatlantic slave trade, there was what they call Paleo Indian, which those individuals.
No, and once again,
He's debunking her right now. He's debunking her right now, but she won't listen. He actually has a point. A little bit.
you're misinformed, and that's
I was about
that's
to.
nice.
I'm not saying that.
He's misinformed.
The only people over here, but
Yeah,
they
it's
have
not.
Paleo Indians, which the Aztec came from, which the what is it, Aztec, the Inca, those tribes came from what is called Asia to some extent.
What I'm saying is that with the transatlantic slave, like Atlantic slave trade, like you've been like misinformed to think that there were only, what do you say, paleo, like white colored Indians essentially that were here. That's not true. They were black.
I blame Dan Calloway for this shit.
No,
he has like 700,000 subscribers, bro. He got your grandpops buying Indian Cherokee Apache hats on Amazon Prime.
That's why I made several videos trying to clear this shit up. It don't matter. They go flock to the bullshit.
Here, or as people say, the Moors, or whatever you want to call it. There were black people here indigenously, like they were across the whole world.
Call upon the Orishas.
Wait, call upon the Orishas? That's fucking Yoruba. I thought this was a Native American
Every
video.
continent had melanated indigenous people in it, except for the Americas. Like, make that make sense to me.
I hate that word
the Negritos
melanated.
of the Philippines. I mean, look.
That word melanated has just.
Oh man, the Negritos
The
just getting
Aboriginals
bored
of
at this point.
Australia, the oldest continuous culture.
They're getting hoard. They're getting hoard.
Europe. The
Everybody
Trinidad.
uses them. Everybody.
I mean, there are. Well, never mind. Let me not.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
His genetic profile links him to the wider Western European hunter-gathering population that migrated into Europe.
Do you know his descendants are the white folk, though?
Exactly. That's what the part they don't miss. That's the part they miss. It's like
What's happening? His descendants were white folk. His descendants are British men, bro.
Right.
The guys that you see at an Irish pub are his descendants.
Right. But when you let morons
In the
teach you on
last ice
YouTube-
age, also melanated. Let's not forget the Moors of Europe who ruled Spain and parts of Portugal and Italy for over the past 700 years, although not indigenous, but I just have to throw that in there. Africa, no debate or introduction needed. Honorable mentions, the Melanesians of the Pacific Islands,
Well, they're getting hoard again.
also melanated, hence the name Melanesians. The Americas, Even early
Why do they
explorers
always
described
use
these
these?
indigenous tribes as
I
having
hate
dark
these
skin,
niggas.
copper-colored
They
skin.
always go to these particular
Even
pictures, but
currently,
they don't show the other
uncontacted tribes
pictures.
today, like the Sentinelese, are heavily, deeply melanated,
Who?
which proves my point even more.
All the
That
people Central Island.
melanated people has always been
And the Grinch
aboriginal
getting
and
hoard again.
indigenous to these lands across the whole world. So let me get this straight.
I wonder what they're having.
Melanated indigenous people have
Pretty sure it's D. Then again, it could be H. I don't know.
Melanated indigenous people. Oh my.
I don't think they know what
people just
melanin
shoot.
means.
Let me check NFL scores while you play this. Go ahead.
Nah, don't leave. You better get back here, bro. Nah,
Bro, I
don't
can't
try
sit
to
here
run
and
off.
watch the
Don't try to run
prostitution.
off.
I cannot sit here and watch. This is prostitution at this point. You over here whoring the negritos out all over the world, man. I'm tired of it.
The Italians were like, true, brother.
Wait, are you eating right now?
Yeah, man.
Oh, damn.
Oh,
Broncos and the Chiefs is in a field goal match. All right, what you got? I told you, look, Italian. I told you. I'm fucking Italian.
Yeah, I'm actually eating some lasagna right now, though.
Yeah, he look like, yeah. Motherfucker, Southern Italian. Him and Vocab are brothers.
Look like my cousin.
Yeah, that's your cousin. He eating teriyaki. He's Japanese. He's Japanese. He eat teriyaki. What's that?
No, lasagna.
Yeah. Put a one in the chat if he's Japanese. Put a one in the chat if he's Japanese, y'all. Oh yeah, he looked like he was like, "Oi!" That's a Japanese smile, bro. That's a Japanese. I told you.
Bro.
Oh shit! That motherfucker gonna say, "Oh my wa." Oh man, what's that dude name? Hey, they put one in the chat. Oh, let's go back to this. Man. Oh, I never got to get the conclusion. See, you came here and ruined it, bro. I never got the conclusion to this. That's obviously a black man on the stream. Anyway, right here.
Oh my goodness.
Of Lake Victoria, and our reality is Uganda.
Running a business is more
Almost got finished. You halfway through the video. What are you talking about, bro?
business your whether you're registering.
Now, I can come back home. We can create our own nation and live free from the white man's dominance. Won't you come back home to Canaan? Come with me, my black brother.
Come back to Canaan, my black brothers.
Citizens of America. Black people said no. They said our ancestors have lived and died in America. And our blood sweat.
Right now?
The tears are here. We are staying here. We're not going.
He's using Wakanda. Wakanda proves that Congo is.
Wakanda was invented by a white man.
No, it was given to the white man by the Most High to show that the Congolese are the real Israelites.
We're going to stay in Master's house until we die. We're not coming to Wakanda in Canaan. And guess who helped defeat Moses Magnum? Luke Cage, Wakanda, T'Challa, and another guy. They all teamed up against Moses Magnum. His name was Moses, for God's sake. Moses Magnum. You know what Magnum means? His name was Moses. He took over Canaan. He took it over in the comic book. Said, African Americans, come back home, please. They said, African Americans said, no, we're straight. And then T'Challa, Black Panther, he called Luke Cage, another X-Men or whatever fighter, comic fighter. They all teamed up and kicked Moses Magnum out. So we have to really think about these things, guys. Like they're throwing in our face. Wander in the wilderness. We're not making this stuff up. You go to Google Translate, type in Tenga, Nika. It means wander in the wilderness. The Israelites wandered in the wilderness of Africa, not in Saudi Arabia in the deserts. And all the Israelites.
So since Tanzania supposedly means what? Hey, Avery, this your friend. Remember this. Since Tanzania means wandering in the wilderness, when the scriptures say that the Israelites wandered in the wilderness, it was Tanzania.
That's not my friend, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
That's your friend.
No.
They say, oh, well, we don't got to leave America because the Most High is going to bring us to the wilderness. You say, well, where's that wilderness, Pastor? They say the wilderness is in Saudi Arabia. So you mean to tell me that the Most High is going to take us from America, from Detroit, Atlanta, Savannah, Georgia, Texas, Gulfport, Mississippi, and he's going to take us, put us in the deserts, sand dunes of Saudi Arabia? What? What are we gonna eat there? Sand?
You're not Israelites.
What are we gonna drink? Man, these Israelites, I'm telling you. That's why nobody wants to talk about these things. Let's avoid this. Let's avoid this. Please, let's not talk about the land of Canaan. Here we go. I'm gonna move to the meat. Because with the landscape, a valley has rivers that cut through the mountains. This is the key element of a valley. Prominent rivers you can see, like the Nyamwamba River, the Mpanga River, the Mbuku River, the Rundi River, Ramoli River, the Nyamugansi River, the Mir River. They originate from the mountain glaciers and snow, and they run all the way down, cutting through the mountains, valleys, going into various lakes like Lake George and Lake Edward, and they also contribute to the Nile River sources. And the Nile River is a strong river. So look at the rivers cutting through the valleys in between the mountains in Central Africa. Look at that. Look at the rocks. Look at how it's flowing through this nice valley. Look at the mountains with all this greenery on it. It's not rock mountains like Israel. You can actually grow stuff here. And so the difference between a gorge, canyon, and a valley is one is strict rock, and it's very, very tight and steep, like a gorge. A canyon is just like this massive rock, straight down. You may see a river there, you may not see a river there. But a valley is a low-lying area of land between hills or mountains, often containing a river or a stream at the bottom. How many people you know today can name off 5 to 10 rivers, good rivers, that flow all year round in Israel other than the Jordan River? They can't do it. You ask them, give me 5 rivers, 5, other than the Jordan River that flows through a valley and mountains and hills in modern-day Israel. Tell it to me right now.
Avery, give them 5 rivers that flow in Israel. If not, then the Congo is definitely Israel.
Does the Bible even say 5 rivers flow through Israel?
No, that's his stipulation though. You need 5 fucking rivers, bro. According to him.
5 rivers all over the planet. Like what?
Yeah, I mean, why not the Amazon?
Exactly.
Might as well, right? Why not India? India's pretty fucking green, man.
Yep.
And you got people chopping vegetables with their feet over there.
You and Indians, bro.
That's gotta be the Holy Land.
Bro, your descendants, your kids are going to get with Indians because how much you loathe them. Your daughter's going to come home with an Indian boyfriend.
Motherfucker got fungus growing on his feet and shit, bro. Get that treated, bro. Like, athlete's foot, man. You chopping vegetables and shit with your toes.
And
that's the Garden of Eden, man. Shit.
Give me 5, give me 10 if you can. They can't do it because it's not a land of mountains, rivers, and valleys. We have been utterly deceived. And the people living on the mountains, the DNA evidently found on the mountains, ancient DNA. Ancient DNA. Whose DNA they found on the mountains in the caves? The Bantu Bakonjo people, the Khoisan people, the African Pygmies, the Hataba people. How do we know this? DNA proves this. The Gentiles lied about the Bible history, the Exodus, about it more. The Kerinjet cave, the Nabashu burial site cave, the Deloraine farm, the Ilkek mounds, the Gisima farms, the Bracano Basin cemeteries, the Ringo cave, the Gishi Mengenda cave, the Imarula cave, the Casiola cave, the Panga Yasaidi rock shelter cave sites in ancient Kenya. DNA skeletal studies show evidence of the Bantu people, Israelites, and Canaanite tribes by way of the Y-DNA E1.
No, it does. This is him typing this in. Bantu people and Canaanites, mixed multitude of sub-Saharan Africa during the BC period. No, they don't. There's no damn Canaanite. This retarded motherfucker.
And people buying into it.
Yeah, they buying into this shit. Oh, DNA shows. No, it doesn't. DNA don't talk about no damn Canaanites. All this other crap. And fucking the East African corridor. Stop it.
1B1A, seen in African Americans, West Africans, Central Africans.
With Hotels.com, members save up to 20%. With that kind of discount, you could stay at a place.
South Africans, East Africans, also the Y-DNA A1B1B, found in Kenya, seen in the Khoisan people in Namibia, Botswana, and South Africa. E2B, seen in West Africa, Central Africa, East Africa, and South Africa. The Y-DNA B2B, seen in the African Pygmies and the Khoisan Bushmen and the Hausa and Sanawi people. Also on the maternal side for the mother, L0A1C, L0A1D, M1A1. L0, which was also seen in the Pacific Islands in the Indian subcontinent, L0A2, L0F2A, L3F, L3H, L3X, L4A1, L1C, and more. You guess what? The L3 haplogroup is carried and mostly seen by people that have had a mixture of women in Northeast Africa, aka Egypt, and East Africa. So when people have L3E, L3F, L3H, L3X, they have gotten these haplogroups from the ancient Egyptian women and the ancient Cushite women, and they've carried it through East Africa and throughout. So
that's a goddamn lie. That's a goddamn lie. Egyptian women are largely non-L. Ancient Egyptian women do not have L markers like that. So if they are Egyptian women, then we should be seeing a bunch of K, U, and all this other shit.
White Americans have L3.
You said white Americans?
Some Europeans have L3.
Yeah. This nigga just said the L3 markers come from Egyptians. No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. They have like J, R, H.
Right.
He doesn't understand DNA. He's just making it up.
I told you he don't give a fuck about DNA.
He's literally just like saying A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, whatever. Man, it's looking good, man. Hold on.
Let me that boy, he fucking that teriyaki chicken up, man.
No, I'm actually eating chicken on baked chicken.
The teriyaki chicken, brother. Shout out to the Japanese. mtDNA. Oh, let me just type in Egypt mtDNA. If I ever get to debate Jabari or Asar or something, I'm just smack him upside the head with this shit.
Bro,
why don't you?
I was talking about Deacon. I was talking to Deacon on the phone about this Well Tried chart. He hung up on me. I said, I have a white Puerto Rican great grandfather. He's like, we don't go by DNA. I don't know. Anytime I talk about camps about this, they just hang up.
Yeah, we don't go by DNA because it doesn't reaffirm our bullshit. We don't want to go about something that's real. Let us keep making shit up, okay?
GMS literally says it's by your spirit.
Yeah, which means which is code language for I'm gonna make up whatever the fuck I want to fit my goddamn narrative. That's what Ron Dalton been doing this whole time. Hey, can you name 5 rivers? Name 5 rivers in Israel that are flowing right now. If you can't, that means what I'm saying is true. Israel's in the Congo.
I thought maybe Ethiopia is a better answer. I mean, damn, Congo?
No, it's the Congo, brother. Where the pygmies are, because the pygmies
I
are
heard
fucking.
somebody say, bro, look up the channel Jerusalem script, bro. You're gonna get some really good entertainment from there. They think that Greece is in Namibia, Babylon, Jericho, Israel, Egypt is in Namibia.
What?
Look it up.
These motherfuckers trying to compete with each other?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, band for band. Look up Jerusalem script.
Well, I found it. Hold on. I found it. So here's a chart here with fucking all right. With all of the ancient Egyptian DNA and modern Egyptian DNA, according to this study, right? And when we look at ancient DNA, they got HJKMRTUWX. But this motherfucker said, oh, L3 comes from Egypt. Shut your goofy ass up. Anyway, I want to show that real quick.
Nah, bro, he's just hustling people for money.
I'm going to write a goddamn book, man.
Look up Jerusalem script real quick.
Jerusalem what?
Script.
Let me close some of these damn windows. A lot of windows. Jerusalem.
Scripts, like, like scripts. They're not like us.
All right. Jerusalem script.
Okay, so press Babylon Part 2. Tio was mad. Tio was mad at him for saying Jerusalem's not in Ethiopia.
Flood hat.
You got creepy ass music behind it though.
Why you not talking?
You're gonna talk. You're gonna talk. Give it a second. No sources though. Zero sources for his information.
He don't talk. Damn, hold on, Babylon.
This is it.
Yeah.
This is Babylon.
Babylon is Nambia.
Babylon. Babylon is a very old and ancient city-state constructed by Nimrod. Babylon was the first world government that ruled the then-known world in Africa. In the Torah, Babylon is described as being the first city built after the flood.
Bro, the dude is trying to read like a
Here to define
professor in the
Nimrod.
1950s. He has that like voice or cadence of like a newsreel from the 1950s or something. Trying to
Trying
to sound
This nigga retarded, man.
A powerful hunter and the great-grandson of Noah. Nimrod is described as the founder of Babylon and other early cities. In Genesis chapter 11, it speaks of the Tower of Babel, which is located in Namibia. Some scholars say the temple of Adamantine is the Tower of Babel. The location of Babylon. The geography of Babylon is that it sits on both sides of the Euphrates River, and it is a land full of marshes. The ancient historian and geographer, Herodotus, he gives a description of Babylon. Herodotus, he was a black man from Africa, and he lived in the city called Halicarnassus. Halicarnassus, it is located in Caria, and Caria, it is located in Namibia, in the southern part of Galilee. Herodotus, in his book, Histories, he said the following: the city, it is divided into two portions by the river which runs through the midst of it. This river is the Euphrates River. Thus Herodotus, he gives some evidence of the geographical location of Babylon. Herodotus says Babylon is divided into two portions, and it is divided by the Euphrates River. Once we find the Euphrates River, we will find Babylon. The Euphrates River is covered up with the place name, Nassau River. We know the Nassau River is the Euphrates River because the Euphrates River, it runs parallel with the Tigris River. Looking at the Nassau River, we will see that it divides into two rivers, which are called White Nassau and Black Nassau. When we trace the directional flow of these two rivers, we will see that they run parallel with each other, and they run north, then they turn towards the west. The Euphrates and Tigris rivers, they do not flow to the east. They flow to the north, then they turn and flow to the west. The White Nassau and Black Nassau rivers, these two rivers, they flow in the same direction, parallel to each other. Hence, we now know that the Nassau River, the White Nassau and Black Nassau, they are the Euphrates and Tigris River. The White Nassau, this is the Euphrates River, and the Black Nassau, this is the Tigris River. We know the White Nassau is the Euphrates River because it divides Babylon into two portions, just as Herodotus said. And now we know that the Black Nassau, this is the Tigris
Zero
River.
sources.
Yeah,
The word Babylon, this is a Greek name.
That's not even the
In
worst
inhabitants
of it,
Babylon,
though.
they call their
Go to
land
his channel.
Ma'akat.
Go to his channel.
Ma'akat.
He says Greece is
And
Namibia.
Ma'akat, this
Ancient
is the
Greece.
fertile plain between the Euphrates River and the Tigris River.
Yes, go to
Akkad
his
is the
channel.
name
Go to
used by the inhabitants. And Akkad, this name, it is from
I've
the word
emailed this
Agate.
individual.
Agate,
This is
spelled
Greece's
A-G-A-D-E, but it's pronounced Agate. Agate is the
Oh man, this is a troll account.
No, brother, it's just the truth.
How dare you think? How dare you challenge my narrative? We all guys rock with biblical DNA.
Oh, you funny. I want to see this one.
You know who I blame for all this, Jashu?
Who?
I blame you. Put out all those videos years ago. Everything came from the mind of Jashu. Now you got all these Afrocentrics.
I never went this crazy, man. This is more like tail territory, man.
Do y'all guys rock with biblical DNA? I heard he dropped some of this.
I agree with some of the things he's saying, something I don't, like anybody else.
He's like, "What's up, guys? I'm some random white boy on YouTube that knows a little about biblical DNA."
Hey, you better be careful. That's a Puerto Rican now. That's your cousin.
Yeah, no, I know he's Hispanic. He live in Florida, bro. I was trying to tell him run the fade, bro. Run the fade because I would email him like back in the day, and bro, I was like, "Yeah, you a bitch ass nigga. Like, you ain't gonna do nothing, bro."
He said, "Run the fade."
Yeah, he lived right around here. He's some like white Puerto Rican boy with EV13.
Wait, he live near you?
Yeah, he lives in I think the same region I'm at. He went to USF or something. He got he annoying, bro. He annoying. He be spamming my channel though. He be like trolling though. I don't fuck with him. Yeah, he annoying, bro. He didn't say he said wait, pause it. Biblical DNA say he didn't F with you, Avery, though.
What'd you say?
Yeah, he don't rock with you though. He don't rock with you, Avery. I don't know why. He weirdo.
Hold on, bro. I gotta see this, man.
Yeah.
This some legendary shit. Let me make sure this.
Bro, this is way better than Lord of the Rings, bro, or Star Wars, man. This is like this is better than anything Disney put out.
I know,
bro. Dude, y'all guys like Star Wars though?
I'm about to say, Avery, they should hire this guy to write the next fucking Star Wars, man.
Don't you ever disrespect me like that again, bro.
What the fuck? Hate speech. Where did the exodus occur? True exodus. Black Egypt, Red Egypt. Y'all do know what Black Egypt, Red Egypt means, right?
The dirt, nigga.
Black dirt, red sand. That's exactly what it means. Motherfuckers be like, that means our people were there. The dirt. Shut up. Is Mount Sinai? Hey, Avery, is Mount Sinai located in the Sinai Peninsula? That's literally what it said.
Duh.
No, okay, we about to see. We about to see. You about to get an F. You about to get an F on the report card. I should have no other guys to support me. Oh, you got it wrong, Avery. You got it wrong. It's in South Africa, according to this fucking doof.
Really? Wait, hold on. Texas.
This is it. This is the Exodus route. A second look.
This is the Exodus route of the biblical Negroes.
Let me like this video.
Oh my goodness, why'd you do that, bro?
What are the comments? Well, the comments show everything.
Oh,
he has a map you could download. He has a map you can download.
Boosting this dude's algorithm by liking the video.
Bro, you're getting like this is crazy. People are actually watching this type of stuff.
It's part of Black history, nigga. Caucasian stole Black history and he stole the Exodus route. It's outside of Africa. Not this has many caves. It's a land of cavemen. Johannesburg.
They found the oldest archaic humans from South Africa, by the way. So I mean,
no, that was the Exodus route, bro. The oldest archaic humans died on the Exodus. Look at that,
bro. The archaic humans were the Egyptians, bro.
Oh, this is the negative side of AI. So now y'all just gonna be able to create whatever story y'all want.
Look at the Exodus route.
Well, that's what you said. You should.
The Sinai Peninsula.
There'll be a
peninsula
time
situated
when we
between the
make
Gulf
our
of
own
Mexico on the
movies
east
that we want
and
to
the Gulf
watch.
of Suez on the west. And it is bounded by the Mediterranean Sea to the north. It is in the shape of a triangle, and it is arid. It is a desert with mountainous terrain and sparsely populated. The Sinai Peninsula is said to be part of Egypt and a land bridge between Southeast Asia and Africa.
The damn Sinai was greener back then.
Valleys where surface water forms during rainfall. The lack of rivers in the Sinai Peninsula, this causes problems for proponents of the Exodus route occurring in the Sinai Peninsula. The scriptures mention three bodies of water that the Hebrews crossed in the Exodus to the Promised Land.
Climate change, Bob.
Made by scholars concerning the location of the Exodus route. All scholars agree that the Exodus route occurred in the Sinai Peninsula.
You said that's a false claim.
Bro, they need a competition, bro. They need a competition.
Started in Lower Egypt, then proceeded to the Sinai Peninsula, then continued to the Middle East, where scholars claim this is the location of Jerusalem. There is the claim that Jerusalem is in the Middle East, and it sits on the tectonic plate of Africa, thereby making Jerusalem Northeast Africa. Many people have put forth claims about the boundary stones being located in the Sinai Peninsula, the altar of the golden calf being found in the Sinai Peninsula, the chariots of Egypt being found in the Gulf of Suez, while others say the chariots of Egypt were found in the Gulf of Aqaba, and some say the chariots of Egypt were found in the Red Sea.
No, that was all fucking.
There are claims that the rock that Moses struck is located in the Sinai Peninsula. The 12 pillars of stone were supposedly found in the Sinai Peninsula. Mount Sinai is said to be located in the Sinai Peninsula, and many, many more claims that places the Sinai Peninsula as the location of the Exodus route.
I hear him say Sinai Peninsula one more time. The Caucasian has deceived the entire
world. All these claims are false, and the location of the Exodus route in the Sinai Peninsula
is the land of cavemen.
The location of Goshen in Lower Egypt is false.
Not
the location of Jerusalem in the Middle East is false. The location of the chariots of Egypt in the Gulf of Suez or the Gulf of Aqaba is false. and the Red Sea, located next to the Sinai Peninsula, is false. The boundary stones, mass graves, golden calf altar, 12 pillars of stone, burnt rocks, and split rocks, all of these claims are false. The location of all these things, they are not in the Sinai Peninsula. The Caucasian stole all of Black history and rewrote Black history. He stole Israel from Namibia and placed Israel in the Middle East.
That's a lot
As
of
the Caucasian
claims
put
with no
Israel in the Middle
sources.
East, it became necessary that the Caucasian change the Exodus route from South Africa
He
to the
stole.
Sinai
Yeah,
Peninsula.
Run Wyatt was.
This theft and
No,
rewriting
Run
of Black
Wyatt.
history,
Run
it was done
Wyatt.
in
He's right about
1800s
that,
AD.
but he's wrong about everything else.
False locations of the Exodus route.
Hey,
There are mainly three false claims of
oh my
scholars
God.
as to the Exodus route in the Sinai Peninsula. These false claims, they lie in three different false locations, which are the following. The first false claim is the northern part of the Sinai Peninsula. This is called the Northern Sinai Route.
Hey,
The
there go your
second false
boy,
claim is the
Iran
central part of the
Enright.
Sinai Peninsula. Then this is called the Central Sinai Route. The third false claim, this is the southern part of the Sinai Peninsula called the Southern Sinai Route. The Northern Sinai Route, this put the Exodus at the northern part of the Sinai Peninsula. This route, it goes along the Mediterranean coast of the Sinai Peninsula, and it places Mount Sinai in the northern part of the Sinai Peninsula. The Central Sinai Route, this claim, it claims that the Israelites, they crossed the center of the Sinai Peninsula, and they crossed the Red Sea from the Weber Peninsula.
Man,
And
I'm
it claims that
watching.
Mount
Look, bro, I'm watching this shit. It's good shit, bro. You're not finna ruin this.
I've
for me.
heard. Bro, have you seen this documentary that this guy said the Sodom and Gomorrah was in the you know where that Yellowstone National Park?
It was a hot geyser that killed them. The hot geyser exploded and fucking.
Wait, what?
He said he said the Yellowstone Park is Sodom and Gomorrah. So I'm guessing the geyser erupted and fucking killed everybody.
I gotta show you this video. Hold up. I'm gonna share my screen real quick because I'm gonna try to get as much pseudo. They need a pseudo.
No, I want to watch this shit, man. This is a good movie, bro. I didn't even get to see the end of the movie.
Hold on.
How the fuck does he know? Like, he just be like, "Oh, this is fake. Oh, this is fake." Okay, when are you gonna start telling me how the fucking route was in South Africa? You still ain't even start building that argument.
He probably is here in a minute.
All right, let me watch this first before we go into the next video. This is funny shit, man. It's a good
Sinai
movie.
is Jebel El Laws. The Southern Sinai Route. This claims that the Israelites, they crossed the Red Sea in the southern part of the Sinai Peninsula, and they crossed at Lake Timsah, and it places Mount Sinai in the south, and it claims that Mount Sinai is Jebel Musa. Some proponents of the Exodus route being located in the Sinai Peninsula, they believe that the Red Sea crossing occurred at the Straits of Tiran, while others believe the crossing occurred at the Weber Peninsula. These views of the Exodus route are all incorrect. They all are false. They're wrong. And they are contrary to what's written in Scripture. They are contrary to the geographical location of Egypt, particularly Upper Egypt. They are contrary to the geographical location of Goshen, and they are contrary to the geographical location of Shem's portion of land and Ham's portion of land. Noah and his family, they lived in Africa, and they did not go outside of Africa into the land of fallen angels. Noah's sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, they divided up the land of Africa and Africa only. The Exodus route, it occurred in Ham's portion of land and in Shem's portion of land. Scholars put the Exodus route in Ham and Shem's portion of land, and this is correct. But scholars have the wrong location of Ham's portion of land and the wrong location of Shem's portion of land. Scholars put Ham and Shem's portion of land in Southwest Asia and the Sinai Peninsula, and this is the wrong location of Ham and Shem's portion of land. Ham's inheritance. In Jubilees, chapter 8, verse 22, this is where we find Ham's inheritance. It reads, "And for Ham came forth the second portion beyond the Gihon, towards the south, to the right of the garden. And it extends towards the south, and it extends to all the mountains of the and it extends towards the west, to the sea of Batel, and it extends towards the west, that sea into which everything which is not
West
Jubilee says Ham's
Africans
portion
are
of land, it is beyond the Gihon River, towards the south, to the right of the garden.
Bro, that nigga
said it extends towards the south, to all the
Oh,
mountains
that's
of
a
fire.
good source, bro. No, bro, we fucking with the Jubilees right now. That nigga said West Africa.
This guy's old. He's like 70, 60 years old.
Oh, he's spitting though, bro. Bro, West Africa is Japhet, East Africa is Ham, and then South Africa is Shem.
I'm a Japhethite then, I guess.
Yeah,
Well,
you're a Japhethite. According to Jubilees and this nigga, yeah.
Jubilee says Ham's portion of land is beyond the Gihon River, and to the right of the Garden of Eden. The Gihon River and the Garden of Eden, they are located in Africa.
That's some good shit right here.
Genesis chapter 2, verse 13, it reads, "And the name of the second river is Gihon. The same is it that compasses the whole land of Ethiopia. Ethiopia is in Africa, and Africa only." Jubilees.
Nobody was debating that, though.
South and the right of the garden. Jubilees places emphasis on these two sites as the location of Ham's portion of land. This location is the southeast side of Africa, and within this location are several mountains of fire. Mountains of fire, they are volcanoes. In the southeast side of Africa, there are several volcanic mountains, and they are located in the Lesotho area. And today, they are called the Drakensberg Mountains.
The Drakensberg Mountains, man.
Shem's inheritance. In Jubilees, chapter 8, verse 15, it reads, "And it turns from here towards the south, towards the mouth of the great sea, on the shore of its waters. And it stands to the west of Ephraim, and it stands till it reaches the waters of the river Gihon, and to the south of the waters of Gihon, to the banks of this river." In verse 16, it reads, "And it stands towards the east, till it reaches the Garden of Eden, to the south thereof. And from the east of the whole land of Eden, and of the whole east, it turns to the east, and proceeds till it reaches the east of the mountain named Rapha, and it descends to the bank of the mouth of the river Tina."
What the fuck?
Tina Turner.
Ethiopia is located in Africa, and this means Ham and Shem's inheritance of land are located in Africa. Mount Abarim is located in Africa, in Namibia, in the tribe of Judah. The river Tina, it is located in South Africa. This means Shem's inheritance of land is located in Africa. This also means the Exodus route, it occurred in Africa, in South Africa. The Exodus route, it did not occur in Southwest Asia, in the Sinai Peninsula. The author of Jubilee says, "From the middle of the mountain range of Rapha, from the mouth of the water, from the river Tina." This is the scriptural evidence and the geographical evidence that the Exodus route occurred in Africa, in South Africa, and it is the evidence that Ham and Shem's portion of land are in Africa. The significance of Ham and Shem's portion of land in light of the Exodus route is that Moses and the Hebrews, while they were slaves in Egypt, they were in the land of Ham, and they were in Ham's inheritance of land. Moses and the Hebrews, they left Egypt. They left the land of Ham and journeyed in the land of Shem. There are only 3 stations of the Exodus that are in Ham's portion of land, and they are Ramses, Succoth,
Yeah,
and
just pause that real quick.
The other 37 stations of the Exodus route.
I'm trying to learn the white now, man.
Hold on. Have you heard what? Have you heard that interview with those MAGA pastors saying that they need to execute all the blacks?
I don't know about. I don't care about that right now. I want to know about the White Nile River and the Exodus route.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's like, and have you heard of the Anglo-Israelites? They think Israel's in Turkey, though. They think Israel's in Greece, in England, actually. No.
Yeah, crazy shit, bro. Why you tell me to watch this shit if you don't want me to watch it?
Okay, no, I'm just watching. No, I'm just. It's a long ass video. I forgot this is an hour long.
I'm still trying to figure out what any of this got to do with this route. I'm trying.
You got to go in the middle. You got to go like at 34 minutes. I think it gets.
You already seen this shit? Hold on, nah, bro. I got it on times 2. Let me see. Yep.
Yeah, I know you got it on times 2. I don't know. It's just like it's still slow. It's so bad though. It's like.
All right, let me do 4 times. All right, that's for premium. I can't do 4 times.
No, wait, go back. Go to the end of the video. He shows where the real Jerusalem is. Yeah, right. I see that little rock right there.
Ibree.
Yeah.
They occur in the land of Shem.
I'm gonna have to take a nap here.
The location of Shem's inheritance, it encompasses the countries of Namibia, South Africa, and part of Botswana. Shem's inheritance of land, it is not outside of Africa. Ham's inheritance of land is not outside of Africa. And Jerusalem and Israel, they are in the inheritance of Shem.
Goshen.
Where's Goshen at?
Cape Town.
Cape Town. Botswana.
Guys, look at this Goshen. This Goshen.
Goshen, Upper Egypt.
Bro, you're gonna scam that skyscrapers.
Hebrews live in Botswana and Upper Egypt. Botswana is the southernmost border of Upper Egypt.
So that's actually Egypt. Then. But what's that? Zimbabwe? The country of Zimbabwe is really Egypt.
What's funny is he's doing the same thing Rondon's doing, where he's like, "Look, best land for cattle. Look at these valleys. Look at these volcanoes. This is the same shit."
Israel was the best land for like resources. That's why I don't get why African Americans want to be from the Middle East so bad, because they didn't have no resources. They barely did. It was a tiny ass land.
Well, that means Israel's in the Congo. No, I'd rather be from Guatemala. I'd rather be from Guatemala. The same shit can be applied to Guatemala. Literally.
No, wait, they actually do say Israel's in Guatemala, though. They say Israel's in something.
They already
say that, like, they put the Red Sea as the Gulf of Mexico in they say that The temple, the Mayan temples, the Temple of Solomon or something.
These are all the students that were eating glue.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You know who I blame for this though, Jashu?
Oh.
The Mormons. They're the ones that started all this. Israel, Native American nonsense. They started all this, bro. No one was
They
saying
realize
this.
that all this theology that they're getting from the One West is literally from the Edomites, bro. Totally.
Hold on.
34.
He finna start cooking. I'm gonna let this play, bro. He finna start cooking.
He thinks anybody that's not of like sub-Saharan African origin is a fallen angel and a Nephilim. So
I knew he was gonna start cooking. I told you this motherfucker only something. Let me let this. He cooking, bro. Let him cook.
Bro, this is like basic ass state censorship, bro.
They said they lived in houses and they're still visible today.
Oh, so these are the ancient.
He said the houses are still visible today. Fucking 3,000.
Oh my god!
You should be ought to feel ashamed of yourself laughing at the mentally unwell.
He's a man of God right here.
Here's the houses. Fucking Moses and Abraham. Aaron lived in right here.
And then the thing is that he'll say that Jerusalem is a place in Namibia that like you can't take a picture. Like, go to like almost the end of the video where he shows Jerusalem.
No, bro. No, you finna sit watch all this video.
I didn't know it was this bad. I remember watching this like, damn.
Look, land of plenty, fertile land, Goshen. The G is
There's
the
a guy
male.
I heard say Mexican. Bro, I've heard somebody say Mexicans are Edomites or something.
That was Ivry.
Wait, what?
I heard some people say the Siberians were from the tribe of Manasseh or something.
Look, they got pure. Oh no, yeah. What? The pyramids are not mentioned in scripture. Look, the Egyptians are not mentioned in scripture.
The Egyptians in modern day Egypt are fallen angels.
The pyramids were built before Moses and the Hebrews were in Egypt. The Hebrews built Pithom and Ramesses. Upper Egypt is mentioned.
No sources, bro. This is like some elementary stuff.
Nah, he going hard, bro.
This man's great grandson made this video, and then he just voiced over it.
Where is Goshen, and where is Upper Egypt? Why was Upper Egypt removed from the map? On all maps today, Upper Egypt has been removed, and only Lower Egypt is shown. But why was Upper Egypt removed, and who removed it?
Upper Egypt was
the removal of Upper Egypt from the map. This happened during Scramble for Africa, also known as the Berlin Conference. The Scramble for Africa is the European colonization and theft of Africa. This was a global effort where European nations got together to steal, rape, and pillage the land and people of Africa and subjugate them to harsh living conditions. Scramble for Africa was a global effort to steal all minerals and precious metals from Africa and to steal all medicinal plants from Africa. It was a global effort to steal all things in Africa, including ancient texts, documents, and history of Africa. The Caucasians divided up the land of Africa and drew new borders and renamed ancient borders, lands, rivers, and mountains. He did this by using Arabic language, German, Dutch, and French languages. One of the things that was stolen, hijacked, and renamed is the Exodus route. The Exodus, it occurred in South Africa, and the removal of the Exodus route from South Africa requires the removal of Upper Egypt from the map. The reason this is the case is because of the true location of Goshen. The land of Goshen is where the Hebrews lived for 430 years in Egypt, and Goshen, it is located in Upper Egypt.
Oh my God, bro! You're so boring, bro.
While living in Goshen,
no, bro, that shit fire, bro. You tripping?
The Pharaoh.
No, bro, I did not know this was this boring. I didn't know fake information is so boring.
Egypt, The borders of Upper Egypt, they were extended by the Pharaoh.
Botswana, Upper Egypt. Thutmose is the
He extended
first.
the borders of Upper Egypt all
Cut
the way
off
to
his
the
nose
Euphrates River.
because he's
And the
black,
Euphrates
brother.
River, it is located in Africa. Thutmose, he
Wait,
extended
go
the
back,
borders
go back, real
he went
quick, go
west,
back.
and
He says
extended the
that's a
borders of
fake
Upper Egypt
image?
all the way to the kingdom of Aram. He
Right
extended
there,
the
like
borders.
what he says
He
is
went
a fake
west,
image.
and he extended the borders of Upper Egypt. He extended the borders way to the Euphrates River, and the Euphrates River.
This
Oh,
is
wait,
a
pause,
fake
pause.
image. This is a fake image of Thutmose first. This is a Caucasian changing the black pharaohs to Asian and European.
It doesn't look
The image has a
Caucasian,
slight
though.
smile, which was never done in ancient times.
Really? So nobody smiled before.
No. That's white man. White man created smiles. Everybody else is miserable.
There was like this. White man with everything. White man and then a damn smile. All things must go on.
And he extended the borders of Upper Egypt all the way to the kingdom of Aram.
Wendowek is the location.
kingdom of Aram? Where the
The
extended
borders
west
of
of
Upper
the
Egypt
Tarshish.
extended to Botswana and
Syria.
Namibia. And this is why the book of Jubilees.
I got a dip, bro.
Verse 13.
All right,
says,
G.
the tongue
All
which
right,
looks
go
toward
ahead.
the
Go
south,
ahead.
for this sea, it is named the
All right,
tongue
peace,
of the
bro.
Egyptian sea.
I'm watching
Jubilees
it.
let us
Oh,
know that
damn.
the upper part of Namibia, it was ruled and controlled by Egypt. Jubilees is referring to the Sea of Galilee, which is located in Namibia. The upper part of Namibia was the border of Upper
Galilee
Egypt.
is in Numidia.
Dang.
And Syria is in Numidia too. That's the border of Egypt.
Pathros, spelled P-A-T-H-R-O-S. Pathros, this is the land of the Pathusim. The Pathusim, along with the Teslim, they were the descendants of Mizraim. And this is according to the genealogies in Genesis. Pathusim, they inhabited the land that is called Pathros. Pathros is Upper Egypt.
Avery, why you don't make videos like this, but go, yeah, boom.
R-S-Y. And this means a southern
Bro.
land. And the southern land, it is Upper Egypt. In the scriptures, Pathros, it is named as a region where Hebrew communities live. Pathros is Upper Egypt, and it is mentioned in scripture. It is mentioned in Ezekiel chapter 29, verse 14, Jeremiah chapter 44, verse 1, and in verse 15. The mentioning of Pathros in scripture is the
Oh,
evidence
Goshen
of
was in
the
Lord.
black
He's
Hebrews.
nice
They
with
lived
it.
in Upper Egypt, in Goshen. Another piece of evidence of the true location of Goshen in Upper Egypt are the many Hebrew houses that remain and are still visible today.
See, they still visible today, Avery. You can still see
Yeah,
the ancient.
that's definitely not
The Hebrews,
construction
they were
houses.
nomads, and while in Egypt, this was the first time they lived in houses and cities. The typical Hebrew house in Goshen was 1 to 6 rooms. It was a house made of mud and stone. The walls of the house, they were built of stone, and the roof, it consisted of wood beams, covered and layered with branches, and smoothed down with clay. There are many Hebrew houses still visible today, and these houses are located in the land of Goshen in Botswana. There are no remains of Hebrew houses in Southwest Asia and the Sinai Peninsula. The scriptures, they give the evidence that the black Hebrews, they live in Goshen in Upper Egypt, and Upper Egypt is called Pathros. And Pathros, it is located in Africa, in Botswana.
Water.
Pithom and Ramses. In Exodus chapter 1, verse 11, it reads, Therefore they did set over them taskmasters to afflict them with their burdens, and they built for Pharaoh treasure cities, Pithom and Ramses. Pithom and Ramses are still visible today, and they are located in Africa, in Botswana. Botswana is part of Goshen, where the black Hebrews live. This is Pithom. It is a storage of water, a reservoir of water, cut up into many channels. The Hebrew word Pithom, this is the Hebrew letters, P-T-M, Pei, Tav, and Mem. Pithom and Ramses, these are two Hebrew words that describe something that is in the earth. The Pei in Pithom, this refers to the many openings in the earth, and the Mem, this refers to the river and waters.
This is probably
that fill
our
the many openings.
channel.
The Tav, this refers to the channel being cut up into a cross shape, and these cross shapes, they form squares when put together.
What the fuck? I swear. Those
This
are
is Pithom.
pyramids.
Pithom is a water reserve, and this water reserve, it is cut up into channels. These are the channels, all of these squares. And the Hebrew word Pithom, it is represented, and it is characteristic of each channel.
Oh my goodness. What the heck?
Pithom, this is the Hebrew letters, P-T-M, the Pei, Tav, and Mem. And the Pei, the pictograph of Pei is that of a mouth. And the mouth, it forms somewhat of a right angle. And this right angle represents the channels that are cut up. All of these squares. They form right angles. And this is what the black Hebrews were
I
living
give
in.
him this. He's very
And the Pei is the
creative.
Tav. And the pictograph of Tav is that of a cross. And the black Hebrews, while they were building Pithom,
So the geographical
cut up the channels
location
in the
spells
ground.
out
And each channel,
name.
each right angle, form the shape of a cross. And this is the Tav.
That's the Tav. Okay. They killing it.
This is the water that will fill each open channel.
That's the Mem.
of Pithom. and this is located in Botswana. This is what the Black Hebrews they built. This is what they constructed for Pharaoh. A huge water reserve cut up into many channels, and that is the meaning of Pithom.
They use water reserves and cut them up to make
Ramses
channels.
is two huge openings in the ground. Ramses is a huge water reserve, but this water reserve, it is not cut up into channels like Pithom.
I thought they said they built storage cities.
Ramses is the
Water storage.
The IN,
No.
the MSS, the Rs Resh, IN, Mem, Samak, and the two Samak. Both of the Samaks refer to the two huge
I don't
openings
remember
in the ground.
water, but okay.
Resh, this refers to the huge opening. The huge opening. Resh is a head, which means high.
You gotta open up your third eye.
Distance, wideness. And
I
this is a
don't know
huge
about that
opening
one.
that
Now.
the Hebrews built, constructed in the ground in Botswana.
I don't know
Two
about
huge
that.
openings.
Man, that dude's full of shit.
The IN. The picture of the IN is an eye, a circle with a dot in the middle of the circle. Is
Man, he talking about that Ramsey
huge
shit
openings,
for
both
a
openings.
minute.
Two of them, two huge openings in the ground.
Got to prove his point.
And the Mem. This refers to the water that will fill both openings.
All right, I'm done with this shit, man. Fuck this dude, man. Go ahead and run. Well, Ramesses, this, that. I don't even know what the fucking thing about that shit no more, to be honest.
This is Black people, Negroes in America, in the Caribbean, in West Africa, they have the Y gene E1B1A. They have L0A2, L0A1. They got it from the African pygmies on the maternal side. If you see them with the L3 haplogroup, they got it from ancient Egypt. They got it from ancient Put. They got it from Libya. They got it from ancient Kush or Sudan. This all corresponds to the Israelites in the mixed multitude that sojourned with Moses from Egypt, Sudan, crossing the Nile River into East Africa, the East African corridor, and they crossed this river of reeds. The Bantu people say that their leader that left with their people in Egypt was the king of the reeds or the prince of the reeds, because the Bantu people know that they left as the Israelites. They left Egypt and they migrated south. All corresponding to the Bible and the proof that we were in sub-Saharan Africa. We never went. Arabia, Jordan, and Israel. In the origin of the Bantu Bakanto people that left Egypt, settled near Mount Elgon, near eastern Uganda and Kenya, with the other Bantu or Kintu migrations that brought the Bantu Israelites into that region. Eventually, at the time of wandering in sub-Saharan Africa, they settled in Central Africa, where you have the boundary of Uganda and the Congo and the Rwenzori Mountains. And from these tribes, you see, you have Bantu tribes in sub-Saharan African rainforest hunter-gatherer tribes, aka the Pygmies. So when you see Western RHG, it's talking about Western rainforest hunter-gatherers, aka the Canaanites in Central Africa, Uganda. When they tested the DNA samples of these people, they noted that they have the same maternal DNA haplogroup that we carry in our bloodline from our mother, like L0A, L1C, L2A. Why do we have the same maternal DNA haplogroup L0A, L2A, L1C, L1B, L4, and others that are seen in the African Pygmies? It's because the Israelites, meaning us, Black people, the mothers of our children were the little Black people known as the Canaanites, just as the Bible states. From the time of the book of Judges, chapter 3, to Ezra chapter 9, it says that the Israelites kept intermarrying with the daughters of Canaan. This is in your Bible, in the book of Judges chapter 3, with the wars of Canaan, and Ezra chapter 9, when it talks about Ezra and Nehemiah and the Israelites still intermingling and marrying the daughters of the land. What land? Canaan. And as we can see, the orange tribes, like the Nziming, the Nguma, the Bakiga, the Bokanjo. Look at these Bantu Israelite tribes haplogroups, L3E, L3E, L1C, L3E, L2A. Now let's break this down. The Nzimbe tribes are living in Central Africa, but yet they have the maternal DNA L3E, which is seen in ancient Egypt, in the pharaohs of Egypt and the queens of Egypt. The Egyptian women of the Old Kingdom and the Middle Kingdom carried the maternal DNA L3E. This means that the Israelites impregnated Egyptian women and they had children, and these children had L3E, and they migrated and left Egypt and landed in Central Africa, not Israel, Central Africa. They also had L1C. L1C is specific to the African Pygmies. So how did they get this haplogroup from the mother from the African Pygmy? Because the Israelites impregnated, meaning our ancestors impregnated an African Pygmy dwelling in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, Burundi, Congo, and they live in the Congo-Uganda area. But what about L2A? L2A is the most common maternal DNA haplogroup in African Americans. Why do they carry it in Central Africa? Because it's also seen carried by the African Pygmies. L2A1, L2AB. Look at the Batwa, L2A4, L2A2. So you see the L2A diversity. The L2A diversity is how it's all connected. It's all connected. Oh my goodness, this is crazy. So you look at L1C, L0A, L3E. Yes, it's all there. And they date back, and these DNA studies also can be compared to ancient DNA studies that go back to biblical times where the Israelites were in sub-Saharan Africa after they left Egypt, not in Israel. If the Israelites left Egypt with Moses and the mixed multitude during the Exodus in BC times, biblical times, and we just see these DNA haplogroups where? In Israel, in ancient DNA studies, but we don't see it. We see it in reality in ancient DNA studies and modern studies in sub-Saharan Africa. Again, L2A is the most common maternal DNA haplogroup seen in African Americans. The L2 haplogroup is also seen in high dominance, high priority, high frequency in the African Pygmy. Look at the green, look at the dark green and the light green. You have L2A, you have L2. You You have L2 and L2A. L2A is dark green. The African pygmies, look at them. Look what it says. Mbuki pygmy, right in the middle, DRC at the top. Mbuki pygmy has a high percentage of L2A. We see on the pie chart this dark green shading in Mozambique, in Zambia, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Angola, Rwanda, Tanzania, Kenya, Somalia, Ethiopia, Sudan, Chad, Niger, Nigeria, Ghana, Burkina Faso, Mali, Sierra Leone, Gambia, Senegal. What? Why is it the highest in the Mbuki pygmies? It's almost the whole circle. It's almost the whole circle. But then when we go outward from the DRC and we look at all the other African countries where we were taking as slaves, we see that it is a little bit less. But where did we get it from? We got it from the hub, from Central Africa, where the majority of the pygmies dwell today. L2. L2A, you can look it up. L2A is the most common maternal mitochondrial DNA haplogroup seen in African Americans. If African Americans say we are the Israelites from the tribe of Judah, then the women that birth our children, the women that birth our sons and daughters were African pygmies, like the Mbuti pygmy, aka the children of Canaan. The Canaanites are in Southern Africa. The land of Canaan is in Southern Africa. This is logic and critical thinking. Studies also show that L1 and L1B. L1B is a sister, younger clade of L1C. L1C is older. L1C developed a mutation while in Central Africa that created L1B. L1B is new and younger than L1C. Where is L1B seen outside of Africa? It is seen in Southern Europe. Where? Spain and Portugal. Spain and Portugal. Now, during the Spanish and Portuguese Inquisition, the Portuguese and the Spanish banished the Black Jews to Cape Verde, Sao Tome, and Principe, near the coast of Central West Africa. When you look at Central West Africa, do you see the Y DNA haplogroup L1B? Yes, you do. Do you also see it in West Africa? Yes, you do. Why is that, Dalton? Because when they tested the grave sites and cemeteries of medieval Portugal and Spain, they showed the DNA haplogroup connecting to the Yoruba tribe, the Mandinka tribe, and the Bakongo tribe in the Congo. And we all know that if the Israelites got to Spain and Portugal and lived there for hundreds of years amongst the Black Moors, where did these Israelites come from to get to Spain and Portugal? Did they travel from Scandinavia? Did they travel from France and Germany and Luxembourg and Belgium and the Netherlands? Did they travel from the United Kingdom? How did they get to Spain and Portugal? They got to Spain and Portugal from Africa. Where in Africa? Central Africa. Because L1B, L1C, and even L1A is connected to East and Central Africa. You cannot get to West Africa without going through Central Africa. If you're going to go from Egypt down south through the East African corridor. I know this is a lot of information. I don't know if everybody can hang on to this, but the presence of L1A emerges in Central Africa, the homeland of the Bantu people, or the Israelites. L1A is also seen in Sao Tome and Biako Island. These are slave-holding ports for the Spanish and the Portuguese.
All right, hold on a minute. Hey, Brother Ron.
Yeah.
Do you have enough information for a part 2?
Of course. I got days.
Let's set up for a part 2. Right now, I want to be able to open up the lines, let the people come in and ask you a couple of questions. Is that cool?
Yeah, because like I had left to present, which I can do another day, I was going to show actual archaeological and DNA evidence from Israel proving, and the skulls and the jaws proving, hands down, we were never there. We were never there.
Hey, all right, so can we set the date now so we can be prepared to let the people know when you're coming back?
Yeah.
So there's a dumb down. He said L1C came from Spain down into Africa, which is fucking stupid. Well, L1C migrated to Spain, and that proves Israelites were there. And when L1C migrated to Spain, that probably was fucking Holocene, probably 15,000 years ago. You stupid fuck! There wasn't no Jews and no Israelites, man. All right, I'm gonna end it here, bro. You got anything you want to say about this retarded motherfucker on the stream?
I want you to debate this guy again. I think that'll be very interesting.
I'll beat the shit out of his ass again.
Talk to Saneter about that. You know he'll love to see a debate.
Well, he's trying to. I want to debate the dude he's trying to set him up with, which is Saku.
Oh, he's already going to debate somebody?
Yeah, they trying to build it up to it.
Oh, I didn't even know that. So you want to debate the guy he's debating?
Yeah, because Saku's garbage too. He's fucking.
He's
a Senegalese Mandinka that believes that there's a connection between Senegalese and Egyptians.
He's trying to rep his people.
He's trying to rep. No, he's not. He's trying to rep Egyptians.
Well, what I mean is he's trying to, I guess, give more clout to his people by connecting them to Egypt. Is what I mean. He's trying to connect his specific ethnic group to Egypt.
Yeah, he wants Egypt.
History, more.
He wants Egypt for himself.
Yeah.
He wants it all to himself. But
all right. Well, one of the two. I don't care which one. I think Ron Dalton would be more interesting though. But
yeah, I beat the fuck out of either one of them. You know how I am. So
which one do you think is worse?
Worse?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, bro. It's Ron Dalton because Ron Dalton has books and shit. Like
Well, I'll go for him then.
But Sekou is up there though. He's quoting the OGs like Diop and shit.
Okay.
Diop's legendary, man. Legendary Pseud.
Mm.
Well, we're out of here, man. I'm out. I've had my fair share of pseudo today. I think that's enough for today. About 5 hours is enough. I'm done. I'm done. Peace.
Peace.
Yeah. Told y'all. I'm playing with y'all. I'm playing y'all pseudo. Always the same shit. Pseudo killers. Slide on the pseudo any day of the week. Got them running scared, demonstrating their weak. Turning up the pressure, now they feeling the heat. I'm stopping all these niggas, man, call it defeat. I got my Nikes on, I run these YouTube streets. We're racking up the bodies, man, one at a time. I leave a bloody mess at the scene of the crime. Hunting to the blood, I'm always on my grind. Call me single love, got one thing on my mind. Die, pseudo, die, pseudo, die, pseudo, die. Nowhere to run, you got nowhere to hide. Die, pseudo, die, pseudo, die, pseudo, die. Ain't even no shells, don't need no alibi. Die, pseudo, die, pseudo, die, pseudo, die. I can see the fear hiding in your eye. Science is undefeated and we standing tall. Crushing all the scammers, building narrative wall. All that flim flamming, what's wrong with y'all? Swing my battle axe and we watch them fall. I leave them busted, battered and bruised. Crushing fragile egos, they call it abuse. I'm putting belt to ass, it's like you're born to lose. You're about to pop a vessel, about to blow a fuse. Your niggas always thinking, but I'm never confused. I'm hunting through the blood, I'm always on my grind. Call me single love, got one thing on my mind. Die, so die, so die, so die. Nowhere to run, you got nowhere to hide. Die, so die, so die, so die. Ain't even no shells, don't need no alibi. Die, so die, so die, so die. I can see the fear hiding in your eye. I see all the hating, it's fine by me. You pseudo-laying scammers are my enemies. All the misinformation is a tragedy. Now I'm in the garden pulling up the weeds. Y'all be the sickness like a fucking disease. I'm a pseudo-killer nigga, got the remedy. So I do this for fun, completely for free. And watch it pseudo die, it's joy for me. So I'm always pseudo hunting, I'm always on my grind. Call me single love, got one thing on my mind. Die, pseudo die, pseudo die, pseudo die. Nowhere to run, you got nowhere to hide. Die, pseudo die, pseudo die, pseudo die. Ain't even no shells, don't need no alibi. Die, pseudo die, pseudo die, pseudo die. I can see the fear hiding in your eyes. Y'all just ain't ready to be with a pseudo killer nigga. You gotta come with all your flim flam, bullshit, narratives, get crushed every time. Stomping on you niggas every time.